Hello, everyone. It's 9 o'clock, so we will get starting. But before we welcome everybody and move officially to the program, maybe I will just introduce some housekeeping rules so it all functions good through the day. Firstly, we wanted to suggest that if you're not the speaker or if we are not in Q&A session, it would be great if you could keep your camera off, so we can be sure that the connection works well. So this is first and most important. Second, during the presentations, we can of course gather the questions in a chat box, but probably the best idea is if we go through the whole program, and then in the devoted Q&A session, you can pose those questions, or you can raise your hand and enter into discussion. And when asking the question, then it's a good moment to let your camera on. And I think these were exactly the most important technical information that we had for the time being, and yeah, we can slowly get started. So I would give the voice to my colleague Paola Piscitelli.
Good morning again from the N-AERUS steering committee. Jakub Kajuszka, Paola Alfaro D'Alenzon, and me, Paola Piscitelli. This conference should have taken place several months ago, but the pandemic prevented it from happening in 2020. That was also an important date for our network, coinciding with its 20th anniversary. So we are therefore particularly happy to welcome you today, although in such an exceptional and hopefully not definitive way, to celebrate our birthday with just a bit of delay, and above all, to reflect all together on how planning in the South, meant as the many Souths of the world, has changed in the last few decades. However, this means to question first and foremost how the world has changed in the last few decades, something we cannot avoid in the face of the global crisis we are experiencing. It is difficult to come up with answers when the upheaval is happening and we are still immersed in it. We miss the right distance to be fully able to sum up and make sense of what is happening. But what we must do as researchers, scholars, thinkers, designers, planners, city makers, though, is to raise radical, provocative, even ambitious questions which prick us to remain vigilant in the face of the profound changes and transformations underway. This is why we have decided to title this year's conference, How to Plan in a World of Uncertainty, a question that we feel as particularly urgent. As a matter of fact, we need an updated epistemology of our professional practice, one oriented towards more flexible, adaptive, procedural, and design modes. Towards those approaches that are more suitable to use the intelligence through which individuals and groups produce what it's called negative ability, that is the ability to accept and experience uncertainty and disorientation, and to know how to grasp possibilities for action in moments of disasters. A critical analysis of the unexpected preparedness capacity of diverse contexts could contribute to planning for uncertainty, as we're trying to do today and in the next days. That planning for uncertainty meant not as an oxymoron, but as an approach that acknowledges the reality and urgency of creating change in the face of complex crises, to design subversive scenarios of the dysfunctional system that caused the crisis itself. So I will leave the floor to Jakub again.
Yes, I will just briefly introduce our idea about the the sessions that will appear during the 2 days of the conference. Of course, we don't have to go really into detailed discussion, because we will have our distinguished guests who will, at the beginning of each session, they will give a little bit of a background and mention in detail what is it, what are those about. However, what we found important is to mention how we came to the decision to organize the conference in the way it is, and particularly why we name the sessions with verbs. So it's about learning, experimenting, collaborating, inhabiting, and moving. And we took this decision because we wanted to underscore that we're interested in agency and activism, both of professionals and citizens, in their efforts to respond to contemporary uncertain environments. So in a way, you could see all of those sessions as separate because they are thematically focused, but actually we rather see them as intertwined. And you would see also that when we look at learning, experimenting, collaborating, and co-producing, which are first four sessions, one couldn't come before the other one, because in practice, in urban reality, we believe that we cannot face the existing challenges without really incorporating these perspectives into action. So the example would be that there won't be real experimentation if education or learning doesn't integrate aspects of experimental teaching system integration and similar approaches, or there is no possibility to really effectively address the issues of uncertainty if we do not try to co-produce solutions to those across different sectors and different groups of professional citizens, and so on and so forth. And those first four sessions, in a way, could be seen as perhaps foundations, but we also have a sessions called Inhabiting and Moving. And they are all of those are thematically focused, but the two last ones are specifically touching upon spheres of urban development, which also appeared in N-AERUS conference during years as central to the network's interest and agency, but I think they re-emerge now really as crucial, because if we think about the ongoing crises, we can say about economic crisis, health crisis, environmental crisis, probably the first things that we notice in our everyday lives is exactly that the patterns of human mobility, human living are radically changing. And so I think that would be also very, very important, and I hope you will enjoy those sessions. We will speak in detail later on before each of those, and I will give voice now to my colleague Paula Alfaro de Lencion.
Thank you, Kuba. I only want to make a point on how do we structure the invitations that we sent around to the colleagues so that they can also join us. And we do believe that this crisis, while they have disruptive forces, they also help us to change patterns. They also help us to take another mode on what we want to do and how we want to work together. And there is also what you could read already in our outline that we sent around is there is this strong belief in our conference and also in our mode that we would like to work with you the following days on collaboration. So it's like what Anna Zink calls the collaborative survival. And this counts in particular for how do we structure the sessions, but this also counts on this international pattern of this conference, where we would like to put people together from different urbanities, from different backgrounds, to understand better, firstly, what is going on there and how do we can learn from each other. And secondly, there's also this pattern of but also very strongly transdisciplinarity here, so that we believe that every knowledge counts in this crisis, and how do we would like to put us together to somehow understand what are the requirements to survive them, and also what are the requirements to properly survive them. So we have taken particular care for the keynote speakers, that we have asked people to give us more insights on their practice from different parts of the world, but also practice which we could call from, let's say, urban activism, but also to policy making. So we are very curious how or what kind of solutions, or rather on what kind of processes they are putting forward. And therefore, yes, we will have, I think, a lot of conversations the next days, and we are happy to have you with us. Thank you very much. So I would like to pass the word now to our local host, to Philip Misewitz, who will start to continue with the Berlin part also of our conference. Philip.
Yeah, thank you to both Paolas and Kuba for curating this fantastic conference, and also for all the staff of the university and the Institute of Architecture that have helped in the background to make this possible. So I would like to welcome you officially on behalf of our university, the Technical University of Berlin, the Institute of Architecture, and of course the Habitat Unit, and the Teaching and Research Unit that also Paola and Kuba are linked to. Before I say some introductory words, my first task is really to welcome the representative of the city of Berlin, Lars Loebner, who is not only an alumni of our university, if my research has been right, but also has a long experience of working in various leading functions within municipal administrations on urbanization and housing issues. And he presently heads the unit, the Sonderreferat Wohnungsbau, the special unit on housing at the Berlin Senate Department for Urban Development and Housing. So Lars Loebner, the floor is yours for a first welcome address, and also, I would say, first input to our conference. Welcome, Lars.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I hope you can hear me well. On behalf of the Senate of Urban Development and Housing, I'd like to welcome you again. And I'm very happy to be here, even in this virtual surrounding. But as is mentioned before, I studied at the Technical University, and I started my study 30 years ago. And so it was a great experience in the 90s. I had in Berlin, which was definitely a place and a time of uncertainty, which relates to the title of this conference. And so I would like to show you a small presentation how we deal in Berlin with the issue of housing and uncertainty. And I hope it will work fine. And just a moment. So I hope you can see that, yeah? Can you give me,
yes,
because
I
can't see you, so then, okay, fine. So this is title, and as also mentioned before, it was created as special housing unit in the administration of the Senate department. It's related to housing and to new housing, and this also incorporates urban management and statutory planning. So the whole range of urban planning. And go further. This is an look back, and we did a research recently on what happened in Berlin in the last decades concerning housing. And this might be a little bit confusing diagram you can see here is I come to the next, and it's zooming in. And what you see is the green line. These are the predictions, the forecasts of the Berlin popular. In the beginning, after the reunification, there was this forecast of about 5 million inhabitants, and but the situation was totally different finally. So in the end of the 90s and in these 0 years, we call it, there was a decline in population actually, and so the supply of floor space of housing was huge. You see this peak there. This is the potential. The peak was 98, about 23,000 housing units were more than needed, and this very rapidly declined. And beside all these expectations, we had a positive population development beginning in 2000s, around 2000, and but still a decline in flat and production of housing units. And in the next chart, you see that this interesting growth, not only in population, but also in people, they find work there, and and employees, and this is very strong correlated, and it shows that Berlin, which is an exception in Europe, that's the capital of a strong economic, powerful country, is not that much economically strong. But this changed in the last 10, 15 years rapidly, and followed up and population forecasts which say that we will be close to 4 million inhabitants in 2030. And what does it mean? It means that we have a housing demand, and we have a demand of the growth, and we have a pent-up demand which comes from the past. And so Berlin looked, where are housing potential, where are plots and areas we can build new housing, and they've figured out there are a lot of small size projects possible, less than 50 units, and on the other hand, also the biggest part comes to large projects. And you see below this blue square there, there's about 50 units, 50,000 units. They are in so-called 60 new urban quarters, should be possible. And one of the secrets of the success of Berlin and resilience of Berlin, despite a lot of political problems and changes and whatever, this is the Kiez. This is kind of anchor point for urban life. Actually, you don't live in Berlin, you live in your Kiez, and the Kiez is part of Berlin. And this is important, that you have this polycentric structure in such a huge city like Berlin is, and because this is a structure which helps, which buffers some difficult situations. And the housing project, that's why, are not related to one or three very huge, big, new kind of cities and satellite cities. They are all over Berlin. And you see here a plan with all the projects with more than 500 units. And the very big project of this housing project, they are called new urban quarters. And what does it mean actually? Does not be just producing floor space for housing. We producing quarters, urban quarters, with a mixture, with a soul in it. So new Kiezes. And these the bigger ones with these red lines. These are the projects which are under the control of my unit. And these are very different situations. You can see here some examples. So we have the, I'm starting on the clockwise, and you see on the right upside, this is Adlershof. This is a technology campus actually, but with a growing part of housing. So we mix together technology, even some sciences with housing. So that's what happened there since the 90s. We totally changed the image of this area in Berlin, which now belongs to the axis of the inner city and the new airport, and further also the new Tesla plant. And this is a good example where we have brought together all different kind of uses to develop a whole new quarter. And below that you see Bukower Felder, which is in the far south of Berlin, on the border to the neighboring country Brandenburg. And this is an interesting quarter which is more in the surrounding, but also high density. And I will talk about later about this also interesting approaches about zero emissions. And then on the left side, you have a Tempelhof Mitte, the center of Tempelhof, which is more in the inner city area. And there's often you have in Berlin some leftovers. Green hearts, and you can imagine this is not that easy to compromise with the citizen to bring the more density inside these green areas. And on the left side, on the top, you have the European quarter. This is close to the main station. This is a very inner city, right in the center of Berlin. Also a mixture of different uses and also housing. And this is not an easy task. This is, you don't have to read that, but just to show you how complex urban management is and how to bring that in a legal binding system. You see this, but very important in the center of this slide, you can see this urban design. So we starting in the German context, we're starting with the urban design. We have a three-dimensional image about what should be, and then we translate that in this legally binding land use plan system. And you see within this process, we have to deal and to communicate with a lot of stakeholders. And but what is most important is that it's not the authority who knows what is the best for the people. We also ask and we invite the people to participate in this process, and we develop guidelines for civic participations. And they show here like an example, which is, you can see also on the numbers. This is a long-term approach, but we have on all stages of developing new housing areas, we have this participation of the citizenship. And here's some images how we deal. Fortunately, at that time, without mask and video conferences, but also we changed the format, and we also in this time we started in the same way as you in conferences with Zoom or other programs and softwares to also continue in this process of participation. And And the outcome of this process, these are, for example, a charter for one of these most interesting quarters, the Schumacher quarter, which there is the idea of wooden houses, which is new in Berlin, actually, but this is a big issue now, how we can deal with sustainable materials in this housing process. And also mobility concepts, very important here. Another one, sorry. So how to deal with mobility, with transport, with public transport to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. And yeah, you see there's a whole bunch of ideas and topics we have to consider in the planning, and social infrastructure as well. So if we consider it's a quarter, that's all the daily needs have to be there to fulfill, and this is also a big financial stress to build the new schools and social infrastructure. And the next slide is showing you, as I mentioned before, is about energy, carbon dioxide free energy. Here in the Bukower Felder, we use the energy of the sewage line, actually, to bring in heating. So this is a totally carbon dioxide free quarter related to heating. And all these innovations we try to introduce now in all these 16 big projects. Also, to how to deal with climate change on the local side, it's important. So Berlin as well is hidden by heat waves, by too less rain, and then sometimes too much rain. And so we need new ideas from all over the world how to deal with stormwater and rainwater management. And this is also a big issue. You can see we incorporated in our designs. And this is already the last slide, and this shows Adlershof, this technology park project, as I'm said, in the southeast of Berlin. And there was in a former barrack area, and before there was an airport, and there was this was just a leftover of the GDR time, you can see, and after the Berlin Wall came down, so there started very fast ideas how to change this area, to develop it. And on the right side, you see a recent image how these ideas of a new quarter with technology, science, production, housing, social infrastructure, but also a huge green park you might see in the center is developed. And it is a slowly process also in Berlin. A lot of complaints that we are too slow in developing, and it is sometimes painful. And we have a lot of individual interests which does not fit in a general planning, but when we have compromised, then is most effective, self-supporting and self-explanatory. So if you come to Berlin and you have a stop over there, you will see it's very convincing what happened there. So that's my short introduction in the world of planning and housing in Berlin. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very good conference and new ideas, and all the best, and stay healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lars, for this fantastic insight into your work. And I think this lens of looking through housing across the last 30 years and how Berlin has also had some tough learnings is a really interesting introduction. No? I found it particularly interesting, the timeline that you showed at the beginning, and how you refer to some of the quick fixes that Berlin tried to have in the 90s, responding to population projections that later on turned out to be false. And the way you need to now revisit those housing districts of the 1990s and also retrofit them and better connect them to infrastructure. And it was interesting to see how the administration is sort of trying to learn. And the story continues. No, in recent weeks we learned that maybe Berlin is no longer growing in the same pace, but maybe the population within the inner district might be even stagnating. And so this question of sort of how to deal with, how to plan for the future at the same time is not knowing the precise outcomes and developments and trajectories of how the future is shaped and how we position ourselves with more resilient responses, maybe that allow for a variety of different outcomes. I think it's a great introduction to our talk. So thank you very much. So I would, my next task is to really wrap up this introductory session. And, you know, the conferences, the N-AERUS conferences usually are also about getting to know the city, the urban environment, spending a lot of time out there and meeting a variety of people and having a real impression of how a city ticks. And in order to compensate for everybody not being able to be here in Berlin, the curators had this great idea to commission a short film by Vincent Fritsch d'Alençon. And I think this will give you a fantastic small impression of how the city under very bizarre COVID lockdown conditions looks like and feels like. And with this video, I think we will end this introductory session and bridge over to the next session. So, Kuba, Paola, the video will be shown now.
Yes, we understand that we will obtain the link so that we can have a view to the video itself, which for technical reasons should be seen better in the YouTube. And I see already that we have here the link in the chat itself. So you have to go to this link and then you can see over, then YouTube the video.
I see. So everybody turns on the video individually.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
So you can see this in this part.
Märkischer Markt. Achtung, Türen können automatisch öffnen. Ausstieg links.
The conference, before we start with the first keynote dialogue that we have for you, we would like to have a break of 5 minutes, and we will take this break very serious because we all believe, since after a year of this kind of Zoom talks and conversations and conferences, that we all need that breaks during these days. So 5 minutes for us, and then we will be back with you and make the introductions to our keynote speakers. Thank you. I'm back, and I would like to start with the first part of our conference, and I would like to welcome two persons here. One is Marcello Balbo, that I guess the people from N-AERUS knows him. He's one of the founder, and I would of this network, and I would also like to welcome Jimena with us. So I have the pleasure to do this moderation of this keynote dialogue with both of them. So we will talk on the questions of what does it mean to have this kind of uncertainty in this situation actually, and what does it mean for the planning modes, and how we can work with this situation that we are actually facing. But first of all, I would like to make the introduction of our two guests, and I would like to start with Dr. Jimena de la Barra, who is a social scientist and author. Jimena de la Barra was born in Chile and is a trained architect and urban planner. She was part of the Allende Popular Unit government, La Popular de Tiempos de Allende government, working with the National Planning Office, and was appointed delegated to UNCTAD 3 after 1973, a military coup. She was forced into exile. She acquired dual citizenship in Spain, where she worked with the first democratically selected Madrid local government. She always linked the technical capacity to community activism. In New York, she worked with the state and city government and was adjusted associate professor for teaching in urban and social studies and policy planning at the Columbia University. She has worked with the United Nations, first as a human settlement advisor in UN Habitat, and later to UNICEF in charge of the urban section. She was later appointed also UNICEF representative to El Salvador and Latin American policy advisor. Her publishing and lecturing relates mainly to development issues with emphasis on the critique of neoliberalism and imperialism in Latin America. We are very honored to have you with us, Jimena de la Barra. I would like to also introduce to those ones who don't know well Professor Marcello Balbo, that we are also very honored to have you with us, as I said, also of one of the founders of this network in itself. So Marcello Balbo is the professor of urban planning at UIAV, La Universidad Juva di Venezia, and former head of postgraduate courses on urban management in the Global South and on urban regeneration, an expert in the management of urban centers in developing countries. Balbo has been a consultant for various urban management projects in Africa, Latin America, and Asia for the United Nations, the European Union, and the Azione Italiana, founding member and coordinator from 2004 to 2006 of the Network Association of European Researchers on Urbanization in the South. That means the N-AERUS in its long in real form. Scientific coordinator for various national and international research projects on the impact international migrations have on urban development. He has published extensively on subjects involving urbanization and local development in developing countries. So an honor to have you both with us. And I would like to give you the, let's say, the panel is yours to have this conversation with you on the issue of the conference, and in particular to understand what we are talking about when we are saying uncertainty. Thank you very much again. So please, Marcello, maybe you could emphasize on what do you believe it's interesting also from a N-AERUS perspective to deal with this kind of topic that we are facing here in the conference.
Thank you, Paola. Thank you, all of you. A pleasure and an honor, and so on, all the rest. Let me see. Maybe I should spend a few words about N-AERUS As Paola mentioned, I am among one of the founders. We set up the network many years ago. In fact, we met for the first time in 1996, a group of young or relatively young researchers from Europe. The idea was to set up a network of researchers from Europe on the issue of rapid urbanization and urban growth in developing countries, in what we used to call the developing countries at the time. And so we met quite a number of people from different European countries. I would say, I see that Costa Matei is also listening to us. Costa was among us. And so we had very interesting discussions and got to know each other. The basic idea was to set up a group of people, as I say, from Europe, able to support the international cooperation from the European Union and see whether we could help define a sort of rationale philosophy from Europe, somewhat different from what it was in vogue at the time and still is, which is basically what the World Bank used to do. As you all know, very market-oriented, the approach and the tools. So we tried to do that. We weren't very much able to influence, but in fact, when we met in Venice, this is the 25th anniversary of the meeting we had in Venice, where quite a number of people attended the international workshop there. The number of people was relatively high, due also to the venue, which of course was very attractive and still is very attractive, Venice. And that was an interesting moment because we had also representatives from international organizations and in particular from the World Bank. I remember the head of the urban economist, she was a lady from the World Bank. And we weren't, at the time, political correctness was not very much in vogue. So we had very loud comments on the type of approach the bank was using, talking about bankability, affordability, all the words, the key words, And so quite a number of us were critical on these issues. So we expressed loudly our opinions, and the bank or the organization were not really impressed. But in a way, I believe we had some small impact, and in the following years, the bank, as you know, changed a little bit its perspective. What is interesting, looking back to this meeting and to the times when we set up N-AERUS, which I did for this conference, in fact, what is interesting is that at the time already, when we started N-AERUS, things in the world were already changing. The developing world was changing, and the developed world was also changing. We weren't aware of the change which was taking place. In particular, we weren't aware yet of the consequences of the ICT revolution and the connected globalization of the economy and of the world in general. So in a way, we were sort of late in looking at what was going on. We know by now that, as I say, things have changed. In particular, I would ask you to put your attention on two aspects which seem to me to be particularly important in the change. The first one concerns the Global South. When N-AERUS was set up, the discourse was essentially, and books and articles, was essentially that the city in the developing world was a dual city, where dual would mean dual economy, dual society, and dual space. Since then, as I say, it seems to me that things have changed quite considerably, and societies and space in particular, maybe not economy, are no longer dual in the global south. Societies and space have changed, have become much more complex, articulated, differentiated, a sort of, even if it is not very large yet, but it has increased a lot since the times N-AERUS was set up, a middle class, what I refer to usually as a consuming middle class, has appeared, has emerged, and this has changed in an important way the panorama of the society and also politics in the developing, in the global south. The other aspect, on the other hand, is that also in the global north, if you want to refer to it, things have changed because, as we all know, instability, which is the key word this conference is using, uncertainty, instability, informality have become a, I would say, a common, maybe it's not a structure, but a common feature of the city, also in the global north. So the world has changed a lot since the end of the last century, and it is obviously changing even more. And I don't know whether it is more rapidly or not. For this reason, let me make one first statement or way of thinking. N-AERUS, as you know, means network association, because we needed to take into account the two most common languages at the time among the researchers in Europe, French and English. Network association of European urban researchers on the South. The S at the end stands for South. My question is whether by now N-AERUS should drop the S at the end of its logo, because this difference between South and North has been waning, in my view, and maybe we should revise and reconsider, the focus of the network. This is my first point, which I hope some of the people who will take the table will address. Before I leave the word to Jimena, let me also make some comments, say some words about this uncertainty, instability, which the conference is addressing, because I have some questions, some doubts. Well, first of all, we can say that instability is one of the main traits the world is experiencing these times. Right now, these hours, we are experiencing an incredible status of instability in Italian politics. Absolutely amazing, and nobody can understand what's going on. On the other hand, however, if one looks back to the history of Europe, talking about Europe because I don't dare to talk about other parts of the world, if one looks back at the history of Europe, one can only say that instability has been a main trait, a specific feature in the history, in the whole of the past history, moving from one war to the other, from one pandemic to the other. So instability is not really a very new feature of other world. Europe has moved from crisis to crisis. I myself, I consider myself very lucky, because I was born right at the end of the Second World War, and I haven't experienced any war during my life. Very lucky, because all the generation before mine had gone through not even one only war, but even more than that. So we have gone through a very long period of stability. Maybe the younger of you don't know exactly, not aware of the French expression "les 30 glorieuses," which means the 30 years after the end of the Second World War, when the North, the European countries in particular, and the American countries experienced a very high level of development, which went on among cyclical crises until I would even say even today, maybe the pandemic is changing something. This is why I feel that the very fashionable notions of resilience and its close companion sustainability, in my view, are highly ambiguous concept. But they are very fashionable, as you know. There is a very recent document produced by the Global Mayor's COVID-19 Recovery Task Force. I don't know whether you're aware of it. States that our goal is to build the 40 mayors from, I would say, the largest cities in the world, from all over the world. They met and they drafted this document where they state that our goal is to build a better, more sustainable, more resilient, sustainability, resilience society out of the recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. The problem with me is that resilience and sustainability are vague, relatively, I would say highly undefined concepts. The Webster Dictionary states resilience is the capability of strained body to recover the size and shape after deformation caused by stress. The point is whether recovering what it was is what we should really aim at. And in case, what we should recover, but most of all, for whom? And this is rarely mentioned when somebody talks about resilience, mention of, for whom, what and for whom. Maybe we are not in a state of uncertainty. What I tend to think, on the contrary, as many others do, by the way, is that we are possibly entering a new normality, not uncertainty. And instability, that's the other aspect which I would like to touch upon. Instability combines with what seems to be the second specific trait of our times, interconnectedness. We don't need to spend many words on it, but let me just say a few things. Again, no doubt my generation has experienced the highest level of interconnectedness ever achieved so far, where by interconnectedness I mean relations plus mobility. We know that ICT stunningly increased networking, whilst low-cost travel bolstered mobility. We also know that the pandemic has given a boost to the former, to networking, as we are experiencing right now, where the latter, mobility, has somewhat collapsed for the time being. I spent a couple of days last week in Venice for the first time. I'm based in Milan, by the way. I spent a couple of days in Venice last week. After 3 months, I could not go there. And of course, Venice was a very different Venice from what it was 25 years ago when we met. Nobody around. What we saw in the video you showed, fantastic video. And of course, Berlin, like Venice, or Venice like Berlin, are very beautiful venues because there are no tourists, there's nobody around, you can enjoy. But Venice, I believe, much more than Berlin, by the way. Venice is a very sad city. Is in very difficult conditions, and one realizes that tourism is the only, for the time right now, tourism. Without tourists, Venice is a sort of, I wouldn't say dead city, but a very different city anyway. Streets and squares that were traditional places of encounter become deserted spaces following a course COVID-19 has merely expedited and possibly brought to an end in many cities. The interconnectedness which has grown so rapidly is having as you know, a strong, interesting, if you want, but also dramatic impact on our cities. We know that the inner cities, the downtown areas, the historical cities are being impacted dramatically from this ICT, e-commerce, essentially e-commerce, but also smart working, all these things. What consequences this will produce on the urban environment is hard to detect in the future. Perhaps the imaginative power the introductory text to this conference relies on is the right answer. Imaginative power.
Mm.
But I have to admit, I do not know what exactly it means.
Yeah.
As somebody stated, I'm almost done. As somebody stated, inventiveness may be the force of the have-nots, but power is the strength of the haves. And we cannot forget this. For this reason, second observation, I'm not really confident imagination is a tool one can trust in order to achieve what planning is conceived for, which is a more democratic and equitable urban society. If I am allowed to come in later on again, I will comment a little bit on what planning is, or on how I see planning and its role under these circumstances. But now I leave the word to Jimena, that will frame the situation in a larger perspective. Jimena.
Thank you, Marcelo. being Latin American of origin, I will be a lot less positive than Marcello, and certainly not Eurocentric. Latin Americans have not enjoyed all those decades of peace and development. We have had to suffer decades of imperialism, of coup d'etat, of the grabbing of our natural resources. We are seen in the world only as a source of natural resources. So we are subject to the worst impacts of imperialism in our region. In other regions, I may say that the partnership between the European Union and the United States has created and supported wars all over the world. So peace for Europe, peace for the United States, and disaster for many regions of the world. Anyway, I want to start by remembering a graffiti on the streets of Montevideo. It said something like, when we had the answers, when we knew the answers, they changed the questions. This is one of the ways of expressing what uncertainty is. You know, even if you have had answers, questions were changed. I would say more questions were added because the old questions are still there. And some of the new questions right now have no answers. And our duty is to try and find and develop answers for the new questions. Certainly they are questions or problems that go beyond design and urban planning, but that impact our habitat. These are the monsters that Gramsci warned us about when he said that chaos and uncertainty meant that the old world was dying and the new world was struggling to be born. He said, this is the time of monsters. So monsters are all those wars, all that development of some areas in the world by dispossession in other areas of the world that Harvey tells us about. Many of these monsters certainly have urban impacts. The hell, the multiple hells in cities that Calvino was talking about. These are the monsters, these are the hells, these are the uncertainties that keep us in a situation of chaos. Oxfam has just told us in its latest report on poverty and disparities that the world's 10 richest billionaires, and by that they mean those that have 1,000 millions at least, all men certainly, have collectively seen their wealth increase by 540 billion. So it's 540,000 millions over this period of crisis, over this period of monsters, over this period of hell within the latest crisis that is the pandemic crisis. Not yet recovered from the financial crisis, we have fallen straight into this pandemic crisis. But the billionaires, the multi-millionaires, do not suffer from this crisis. On the contrary, they profit. Transnational capital, with no accountability to us, has become hegemonic. It subverts democracy, destroying and weakening our national and local institutions, even global institutions like the United Nations and all its agencies, subverting and destroying them, controlling economic systems, decentralizing or delocalizing production, making labor even more precarious, exacerbating disparities, dictating how we live, what we believe, as well as the shape and size of our cities, piling up all those hells Calvino warns us about. So, my dear colleagues, expect to live in chaos, a changing chaos, for a long time, because the vocation of capitalism is to rescue itself by always changing, to make sure that it will expand its ability to grow in wealth. That's what we can expect. I'm giving the bad news first. After Marcello does his second presentation, I will try and give better news.
Yes, thank you very much, Jimena.
But we have to always keep this bad news in mind. Otherwise, we would always be given these wishful thinking solutions, like Marcello was mentioning when he addressed the issue of resilience and sustainability.
Yes.
Resilience, yes.
I have a question to you, because I mean, I think your speech is not so different from the both of you, because Marcello also is saying that he don't know how this resilience looks like. It's more like, and I think there's something which I have a particular question when I'm hearing to you, because I do believe, and in particular you, Jimena, you have experienced a lot of chaos, right? So being enrolled already since 50 years in different, let's say, social movements, starting with Unidad Popular by the president of Allende, and then moving into Madrid, and they're working in the exile, and then broaden your experience with different, let's say, sectors, but also with different organizations on trying to understand, firstly, what is right in terms of when it comes to, let's say, find solutions to work with the more poorest ones, right? Which also involves also kids and women itself. And therefore, I would to ask you, because Marcello was saying also that this kind of binaries that we kept on talking about, the global South and the global North, they are not really countable any longer. So we have a little bit also to change this kind of frameworks. And I would like to ask you, Jimena, what do you believe that you have learned having worked in, let's say, the global South, Chile, also Madrid, and then in the United States, and with different organizations? What can we learn from our planning disciplines or what are your experience that you would like to point out?
Okay, thank you, Paola. Yeah, of course, we are agreeing with Marcello. I am agreeing that the wishful thinking solutions don't work anymore. And I would also like to point out that I agree with him when he suggests that you shouldn't continue working only with the global South, but you should continue also with the global North, because there are many Souths that are lodged in cities in the North. There are many South situation happening in cities in the North. And many of the issues that emerge from the North impact the South. So much, take migration, for example. Much of migration have come about because of this development of the North by dispossession of the South, or by global warming. And it's been proven that it's the rich countries that produce more global warming than the South, because they consume more and because they use more fossil energies. So I'm agreeing that North and South should work together in your case, because one interrelates to the other, impacts the other. And we are not here to discuss the chaos of my life, of course, which came from external factors. Starting point from the United States, who would refuse a socialist government that came about not by revolution, but by democratic means, and a socialist government that was sticking to the Constitution and sticking to democracy. And that was such a bad example that it had to be exterminated. So that's where the chaos in my life started, and exile was not a piece of pie. And then other things followed that made chaos or change or uncertainty the framework of my life. But my solution was to understand the bigger picture, not to think that I was the guilty party. Also not to play the victim, but to, with dignity, proceed with the tools I had. Fortunately, I had lots of tools, like an architectural degree and an urban planning degree as well. And that helped me a lot. That degree provides the ability to be very flexible and to respond to different angles of the impact of society. So I was always prepared for change and have managed. So that's to give just a brush of what my chaotic life has been. The point that I wanted to make is that urban planning and design solutions only are not feasible. So there's the need to understand the broader context, the need to understand more issues, more sectors, the need to understand other scales, micro scales, middle scales, national scales, but most certainly global scales, to be able to sort of envisage what could happen next or how to plan for that. Just as an example, there's a global issue of tax havens where the rich put their money, or at least put their business addresses, so that they don't have to pay taxes in all of our countries. And that means our public services, impinging on our urban settings, have less funds from the city governments or from the national governments. That's just one global issue. The other global issue is, for example, the vulture funds. Vulture funds are those transnational capital investments that go where there's a juicy opportunity. And now cities have become those juicy opportunities, when they sort of run out of other opportunities, cities have become one of those juicy opportunities. Vulture funds are investing in Europe, in our cities, on public housing. They have taken advantage of neoliberal policies that have privatized almost everything, education, health, and they are privatizing public housing. At least in Madrid, it's happening. Public housing have been sold to vulture funds. What happens next? Vulture funds evict the old population and renovate a little bit, and then publicize these fabulous apartments for fabulous rental prices, and people get excluded again. So those are global issues we need to understand. Otherwise, we will never understand our local issues.
Can I interrupt you for 5 minutes?
Sure.
I'm getting here a lot of questions from also the audience to you.
Since I'm speaking, I don't manage to read them.
Exactly. So the first one you can read, Jimena, is that Jimena, the very first statement by Jimena is so correct on the point that you are making on that this kind of global capitalism is somehow is this kind of way to work with us in this way that you are pointing out. But there are also other questions for you that maybe we can hear so that we can also invite the broader audience to be part of this presentation with us.
Fine, Paola, but bear in mind that there is a second part of this of my presentation, at least, where I expect to give better news.
Okay, so then let's go for the better news, and we keep on collecting the questions, please.
Well, not so good at this point, because I hadn't finished. You had interrupted my bad news. So there's still a little bit more bad news to come.
Okay.
The only good part of it is that we have now some new certainties, which are not particularly good. For example, we know that climate crisis causes are anthropogenic, meaning it's our fault. So there's all the possibility for us to correct it, should we want to, or should we be allowed to. Climate crisis causes are anthropogenic. They are not an act of God. Health crises are interrelated with climate and financial crisis. That, since we are experiencing a pandemic, is very clear to us how health crises are interconnected with climate. If anybody has any doubt, I can expand on that. Neoliberal issues, neoliberal policies on all issues exacerbate this intertwined crisis. This is a multiple-sided crisis we are facing now. Neoliberal budget austerity and deficit control is now being understood as a limitation to face the crisis. And at least the IMF and the European Union, that used to be so strict on that, especially on us from the South that were in debt and had to comply with their conditionalities. These two institutions are now starting to say that austerity and deficit control need to be replaced by the old Keynesian policies. So that's good for us. It's not that it's going to solve the causes, but it's going to help us put more band-aids on the wounds. And we don't know, it might be temporary or it might be here to stay. The fact that we can run deficits and that we are not forced to comply with austerity policies. Another certainty, I have mentioned it before, that development by dispossession doesn't work because there's a boomerang effect, and migration is just one of those examples of those boomerang effects. One clear certainty is that we are all in the same boat, both regarding pandemics, migration, and war. Another certainty is that individualism fails, even for the few, because pandemic and disease does not respond to class structure. We do know, though, that the many pay a much higher price than the few, even in the health crisis. Okay, that would be hopefully the end of my bad news. I don't know if Marcello wants to come in now before I give the good news, or how are we going to proceed?
Marcello, we don't hear you.
My other message would look at something much more on the ground, bringing our focus on what planning, urban planning, what I think urban planning is. So depends whether your good news are at a higher level, or should I come in with the planning perspective, urban planning perspective?
At a higher level, Marcello, what do you expect? At a higher level.
Now, you go ahead with your large view, and then I'll try to come down. Let's be short because I think we are running out of time. Is that right, Paola?
Exactly.
Yeah,
we
so
should have 5 minutes left.
We are in Germany, even if we are not in Germany, but we are in Germany, so we should be,
Okay,
you know,
okay, good news.
You come from Chile, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I live in Spain, so forget it.
Sure.
Well, there are some values that are emerging that envisage opportunities, not that there are opportunities right now. Solidarity versus individualism, even global solidarity. Human rights, including nature rights, versus charity and a utilitarian view of nature rights. Nature has rights by its own self. There's a philosophy that is an old philosophy and development way that has come up to the headlines lately, that is sumac causai. This in Quechua means good living. It means better living, not living better than your neighbor, and not living worse than your neighbor, but better living for all, with dignity and plenitude, in harmony with Mother Nature. Sumac causai in Quechua. Most of the indigenous population of South America are starting to follow this or unearthing this philosophy in order to improve development. Bolivia, Ecuador, they don't always succeed, and they're also subject to coup d'etat immediately, because this philosophy is not the philosophy that global capitalism likes. Green New Deals, subordinating the global financial system to the interests of society and the ecosystem. Participatory democracy versus representative democracy, meaning that it's not only that you go and vote, but you stay there overseeing the action of government and supporting the action of government, questioning the action of government. Universal basic income. So far it's being mentioned, developed, studied, but it hasn't been implemented. Circular economies, where we save a lot of natural resources and we save ourselves the burden of a lot of waste. Global citizenship versus migration criminalization. Now is the time that we fight for these things. I'm sure there are many other of these good values that are emerging. Now, in the good news side, let me tell you a little bit about how epidemics have impacted on cities. This sounds a bit weird that epidemics could be a good news, but historically, sanitary regulations preceded urban regulations. Planning and urban architectural innovation have had an important role with dealing with epidemics. So it goes both ways. You may all remember when John Snow, by mapping Broad Street in the mid-1800s during the cholera epidemic, managed to identify the source of the Vibrio cholera in the water system in London. And that led us to better sewage disposal and to better water supply. Not that we didn't know how to do it. I have been in Mohenjo-Daro, a city 5,000 years old, and I have drank water from the water system, and I have seen their sewage system. So we knew how to do it. Only the Industrial Revolution had no interest in making people's life better until the cholera epidemic sprang up. So a good thing came out there. In New York, there was a terrible tuberculosis epidemics because New York was concentrated in a very small portion of land. I'm talking about late 1800s, early 1900s. So New York City developed and expanded the metropolitan transportation system. So the city managed to expand the tenement houses where people lived and died of tuberculosis, managed to find additional space to build better types of housing. Sometimes new cities are created because of epidemics. There was a yellow fever epidemic attacking Grand Bassin in Côte d'Ivoire in the mid-1800s, persistently yellow fever. And since Finlay had still not identified the Anopheles, he had identified it by the end of the century, this Cuban doctor working in the Panama Canal. People didn't know what caused yellow fever, what caused malaria. So Grand Bassin was abandoned and Abidjan was created, a whole new city because they were running away from an epidemic. What will come out of our COVID epidemic? We have no idea, but it's our job to see that what comes out is a positive thing for the population. Cities reflect who we are as global and local societies, both regarding the pathological aspects as well as the opportunities. Where economic interests of the few prevail over the rights of the many, unfair, segregated, unsustainably sized, congested, unhealthy cities will be created. Megalopolis, we have to bear in mind, are the instrument for global capital to profit more. In order to have better cities, a society surpassing natural limits certainly will create a disaster-prone city. In order to have better cities, we need to start creating better societies, strengthening the role of governments, recovering democracy, real democracy, not the fake democracy they're always selling us, and acting systemically, thinking systemically, and acting systemically on all issues, both locally and globally. That is our current task.
Thank you very much, Jimena. I'm getting from the colleagues the message that we are in time now to close the session. So I would like to pass also over the microphone to Marcello, so that you can maybe also emphasize on the understanding for the planning, on what also Jimena started to do to understand how we can frame us, in particular from our disciplines, to this kind of crisis that you were saying that they were always part of our, let's say, urban developments in Europe in any case. And as I also understand, Jimena, well, that's always part of humankind's development. And a good thing is that you were saying is that we have to be together. We have somehow to learn from each other to cope this crisis, because this will not be, or this is not a local crisis. Actually, it's a global crisis, right?
Okay, I'll try to say a few words, bringing down, lowering the level of reflection taken by Jimena, which I share totally, but I'm sure that some of our the people listening to us wonder what they should do as planners. N-AERUS is addresses essentially people from the planning profession or research or whatever. So what I wanted to say is a third sort of remark on the perspective that this conference has taken, which in a way links to what Jimena was saying. Jimena was referring to a global solidarity. I will go down to a bit more limited type of solidarity, but very briefly, the idea behind the conference is this uncertainty, and if you start from uncertainty, you come up with this resurgent interest, as the conference confirms in a way, resurgent interest on uncertainty, instability, informality, which I have seen coming up in the past few years, more than few years. I say resurgent. I say resurgent because what astonishes me in a way is that a number of things we knew, we heard back in the, let me say, when you were not even born yet, in the 70s, there were people, you probably know them or have heard of them, among them John Turner, Walter Mangin and Charles Abrams, people who had been working in the barriadas, favelas, whatever, and they had understood that the barriadas, favelas, slum, squatter settlements, to make it very brief, were not the problem, they were the solutions, as I used to say. But recently, beginning of the millennium in a way, a number of researchers, again, essentially from the north, have come up and have rediscovered, I would say, the advantages, so to speak, of informal settlement and in general of informality in front of the uncertainty one has to deal with. Even architects, renowned architects, as you know, Rem Koolhaas, for instance, the urban think tank, I'm sure you're familiar with these names, but also Anania Roy or an Iftchel, a number of people I'm sure you're familiar with because they write and they've written, sort of came up somewhat enthusiastic admirers of the flexibility and adaptation of the informal city embodies. And here come also what I see right now, not only in Italy, in Europe for sure, in general, what I call the new localism. Again, Imena mentioned the fact, she didn't mention the new localism, but in a way, she advised us that the localism is not sufficient or maybe even contradictory. This new localism, there's one thing going on in Italy, but I know also in Barcelona, in Paris, and maybe in Berlin, I'm not sure. At the presentation we had at the beginning, somehow, the 15-minute city. Are you familiar with this notion? The 15-minute city. We have to build or to organize better, because we no longer build cities in Europe. The city is there, it's not growing any longer. We have to reorganize our cities based on the idea that everybody should have access to services and to work and to transport within 15 minutes from where it lives. It's this new sort of localism that we should try to achieve. As I say, the new localism heralded by planners in many European countries recognizes the merits of the governance mechanisms, the governance, so to speak, but it's a governance mechanism operating in most countries in the south, in the informal settlements, the governance mechanisms of the informal settlements. And they come up saying, again, that think tank, the urban think tank or Rem Koolhaas or others, saying how not beautiful, how good it is for the city of our age. I have very strong doubts about that, because there are two aspects. One is important but specific. Let's call them the informals with an S at the end. The informals that have appeared, as also Jimena mentioned, that have appeared in the cities of the north, many informals. They are very different from the informals in the south, because the informals of the north are very often, I would say, the informals of the north are add to the functioning of the city in the north. they do not replace the malfunctioning of the city as in the south. They add to the city, to the functioning of the city. And very often they are even supported in different ways, regulations, even funding by the government. So the informal in the north, which has appeared clearly, as I mentioned even previously, but it is very different from the south, from the informal in the south. The second aspect, which I think it is very important to keep in mind, my dear planners colleagues, those working as planners in the city. The second aspect is that this reemergence of the informality, of interest in the informality, and of the acceptance and even more of the informality by these researchers, it seems to me, it doesn't simply seem to me, it is, I would say, it has a very weak, if any, political content. The core issue behind the advantages, the supposed advantages of informality and localism is how instability, flexibility, adaptation, and similar notions actually generate a more just and democratic city. If I go back to the 15-minute city, which may be a good idea, but it is certainly a good idea for those who already have access within 15 minutes to the different services. Where I live, I am surrounded by 8, how do you call them, supermarket, 8, not 1, 8. And obviously in the periphery, there aren't any. So the problem is, where does planning go? What has planning to do? And even though we may forget it, the essence of planning is to make a more just, by redistributing the resources available, a more just city, and in so doing, a more democratic city, and in so doing, to make all residents citizens. Jimena was also mentioning this. So planning has to do with, it doesn't have has to do, it has to support or to look at these one objective, to make all residents citizens by making the city a democratic city, by redistributing money, resources, which doesn't mean financial. It means
yes,
provide services for everybody, and taking into account, and this is very interesting and very challenging in a way, taking into account that the new technologies which are available now or will be available in a few years, they are changing totally the scenario of the urban scenario in general, particularly from the mobility point of view. So the 15-minute city doesn't make much sense to me, because in a few years we will see mobility technologies that will allow us, already now, will allow us to move freely from one place to the other. Not to mention I don't want to mention the serendipity of living in the city. I want to just close saying that what I am convinced that the issue is not so much planning for uncertainty. It is more planning in uncertainty for certainty. And in this context, the public, the state, the government, call it whatever you want, is absolutely crucial. It's not informality, it's not localism. It's not leaving to the residents. Of course, residents are important, inhabitants are fundamental, but the public has to steer the process, and the process has to look at the redistribution of opportunities, let's call it that way.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marcello. Thank you very much, Jimena, for this opening. I think you opened up a lot of topics that we hope that we are able to somehow deepen into them during the conference itself. So we invite you, of course, to be with us and also to see us. We will see us then again also to the finals that we are preparing in every evening during the conference in itself. So thank you very much for having you with us. And I would like now to close this keynote and to have only 2 minutes, I would say, and then to start with the first session that will then be guided by my colleague, Jakub Galuska. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And I would say 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And Marcello, I think somehow we see your screen, which wouldn't be. So I think that's not the. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Perfect. So I think that we really planned 1 minute, 5 minutes breaks all the time. However, as all nice conferences that happen in reality, we also are a bit late in the virtual world. I think that's nothing to worry about, but we need to rush a little bit. So I would like to very briefly introduce you the leads of the first session, who will now take over and start the presentation. So let's welcome Professor Fana Shishrangyani, who is a professor at University of Witwatersrand, the School of Architecture and Planning. He comes originally from Swaziland, but have been educated exactly there, South Africa, and finished his PhD in Oxford. He published in numerous urban planning journals about African urbanism and planning theory. And also we welcome second lead for the session, Lukas Elsner, who is representing actually Habitat in Technical University of Berlin. He was involved in research into transportation, but most recently into research into commodity chains. And they both represent WITS-TUB Urban Lab project, which is associated with N-AERUS, also actually supported our new website. So let me welcome them and give the voice to. I see Lucas. I don't see Fana.
He's also here.
Yes, he's also here. So we need to get Fana on the screen as well.
See me?
Yes, we do hear you, but we do not see you. And Lucas, you kind of stalled in the main screen. Oh, great, Fana. We can see you now. Perfect.
Does it work for me with the video? If not, I'll turn it off.
I'm switching off my video and let's see how it works.
Well, yeah, thanks a lot, Jakub, for the very kind introduction. Yeah, we'll keep the introduction quite short. Fana and I came to coordinate this session as we're both involved in the project that Kuba already mentioned, the WITS-TUB and now UNILAG Urban Lab, which is a DAAD-funded graduate school. And Fana is involved as a principal investigator on the side of the University of Witwatersrand, and I'm a project coordinator at TUB. And thus we've been intensively engaging with issues of pedagogies in the urban disciplines in recent years. The WITS TUB Urban Lab is a graduate school focusing on sustainable urban development on the African continent. And it's a collaborative project between the three universities, TUB, WITS, and the University of Lagos, which is represented today by the Taibat Lavanson, which will be in the roundtable this afternoon. And it's a project that not only supports and funds students or early career researchers and facilitates exchanges and dialogues between the partners and also across the continent, but it also aims to develop and engage with ideas to reform planning, education, urban management education in the light of the challenges that African cities are currently facing. And it also addresses and critically interrogates systems and structures and hierarchies of knowledge production and how higher education works. And well, like all of our colleagues, we're also facing the challenges to translate like this kind of dialogue and exchange and teaching to remote and digital formats. And thus we're very much looking forward to engage with our colleagues' works and ideas. And we're very happy to have like 4 highly interesting presentations in this session.
Thank you, Jakub, and thank you to Lucas for that short overview. I just want to try and contextualize the talk for the various the coach of the session. And we are focusing on the theme, learning, education, experimental teaching, and systems integration. The session is certainly part of this broader urgent question, as Paula Pititelli put it. The urgent question is, how do we plan in a world of uncertainty? How Marcelo Balbo actually grappled with the question of uncertainty and arguing that it's probably a new normality. This question, whichever way you look at it, arises in the midst of a number of global crises, some of which were outlined by Kuba, this young racial inequality, patriarchy, and so on and so forth. In Africa specifically, we have had even more, such as drought, economic slump, even locusts have actually attacked us. And not to mention the scourge, COVID-19. This is happening while we're actually grappling with the question of rapid urban population in the African continent. The peri-urban areas have grown quite mammothly. In the meantime, we don't have the legislations, the capacity, the legislations to grapple with the challenge. The capacity is limited, lest I say no capacity yet in other areas. And so the question, learning, education, experimental teaching, and systems integration. That's what we're looking at. And the question that really pervades through is to look at answers. Unlike answers, the questions are changed. We have responding to these issues. The first one, Lucas is going to
Anna, maybe you could turn off your video. The connection seems to be quite bad.
Okay. All right. I don't know if you had the last part. I was saying you will introduce the first speaker, Otis. She is an associate professor at the Development Planning Unit, Bartlett School of Architecture. She holds a PhD in urban planning and Policy from the University of Illinois in Chicago. Thank you very much. Catalina, please.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. I know that we have very limited time, so I'll try to be quick and jump directly into my presentation. So I will be speaking today about critical urban pedagogy. And what I'm going to be presenting is being part of a research project that I did recently. Particularly, I'm interested in understanding how the practices of city co-production and how people actually produce from scratch their neighborhoods could be a key element or an entry point to actually question and enrich our pedagogical practice. So the main question that I'm using for this presentation is how does Convite, and I will explain later what it means, as a neighborhood upgrading practice can teach us about precisely critical urban pedagogy. And particularly, I'm interested in the links that critical pedagogy, urban learning, and Southern practices can bring together a new understanding or a refreshed understanding of how can we think of learning outside the classroom and understanding and expanding the notion of who are the learners in a city setting. So I'm positing today this concept. My proposal is to understand critical urban pedagogy as a link between the urban, understood as the plural sphere of collaboration and collective socio-material struggles, to the potential of the critical, as it refers to the force that shapes the disjuncture between the actual and the possible, in a rejection of the status quo that further systems of oppression, and to pedagogy that describes the strategies for learning rooted in existing practices of city making in search for an alternative spatial imagination for the present and the future. So for illustrating this, I'm going to refer to particularly to the experience I had working in the city of Medellin. I've been researching for a very long time how the city of Medellin has been enacted as an urban model of how to address informality. When I was looking at how the narratives were built around the transformation of the city, oftentimes the silence main core collective practice was this one called convite. A convite is understood, let's say, in the idiom of the place, as these practices of neighborhood upgrading or neighborhood building through cooking and collective action. So you can see some of the images that are found as the core social aspect in the production of informal neighborhoods, and how this particular way of producing cities is rooted in solidarity networks, networks of empathy, and very importantly, this collective cooking in the public space. I see the convite, learning from Tanya Winkler and the discussions about decolonizing planning, as a part of what we could understand a resistant text. She says that resistant text resists dominant narratives in the ways that they are unfamiliar or entirely foreign to the untrained eye. They resemble a form of epistemic disobedience that produces an uncomfortable and often acknowledged incompetence, right? Oftentimes what is totally ignored by the planners and who ever narrates the transformation and the so-called success of the city, ignore this essential part of the generation of neighborhoods. So based on learning from that experience of city production, the project was trying to address 4 axes: togetherness, urban recipes, cooking, and collective action. Based on that, we generate what we call a network of urban storytellers, because one of the key aspects embedded in the practice of the convite is precisely the exchange of knowledge through storytelling, and that, in a way, fuels the transformation of the neighborhood itself. And in a way, it's the bridge with the knowledges of the different generations that are immersed in these processes. This project also tried to, let's say, capture the knowledges of these different urban storytellers that were coming from different backgrounds, from the director of UN Habitat in Latin America to the community leaders that are struggling against evictions in the city. We tried to put together a different narrative and collect a set of different stories to tell the story of the Medellin transformation. And also in that process, we devised a pedagogical tool to explain how to use storytelling for urban learning. And in doing so, we found, let's say, 4 key lessons that convites can teach us in terms of how we think of pedagogy, and in this case, as I was arguing, a critical urban pedagogy. Understanding the kitchen as a learning environment, and in this case, the kitchen is this is placed in the public or the common space. Understanding that cooking is an affective act that connects to the memory of ancestral family recipes and the different landscapes where the food comes from. And I think something that is very interesting, that is also rooted in these decolonial debates, and Silvia Rivera-Kosikansky remind us, is that we need to kind of repoliticize the everyday life actions, and in somehow understanding that, for instance, in the spaces such as the kitchen, even if it's let's say the private or more domestic one, or these that is the open public space, is where we produce the thinking that actually foster collective action. And particularly in the COVID crisis, these community kitchens, ollas populares, have been the quintessential aspect that has sustained many of the population in informal neighborhoods. By learning from this idea of the collective cooking, we try to devise different activities and methodologies for cooking together, kind of as a precursor activity to create and generate affective bonds among the participants, and trying to bring and work together in terms of, in a way, creating more affective bondings with the spaces and the urban transformations that we were trying to capture. We use the idea of thinking or framing all the participants as urban storytellers. Here, for instance, you have the former Minister of Housing from Brazil. She was part of our participants, and she was very generous in sharing her knowledge also with us. The other lesson we got is understanding stories as learning devices. So in a way, we were thinking that particularly we need to think about stories both of people, places, institutions, individual and collective, as one of the key, let's say, data that we need to understand the meaning and the narratives that have been that are shaping the practices of urban transformation. In that regard, we were drawing also from the literature and planning about the use of storytelling in a way that they set bridges between memory and imagination, and they help us to translate in tacit knowledge to visual narratives as well. And here, of course, we were drawing into the precursor work of Leonie Sandercock in that regard. We use different methodologies for understanding also what were the untold stories of the city's transformation by using visual narratives and different visual methods. Also creating visual urban alphabets, trying to contest and understand the multiple meanings that a lot of the buzzwords that planners use, and how can we collectively try to make sense of the different interpretations of these key words. Also addressing memories of change and how historicizing the change of the city and in a way criticizing the very presentist approach of urban policy mobility, for instance. We try to address, for instance, issues of how is the evolving and mutating nature of urban conflict, and how that is intertwined with how informal settlements have been transformed, or also have encountered limitations and drawbacks for that process. The third lesson we got from understanding and learning from convites was that we can think of the urban recipes as part of the collective storytelling. And here we were very concerned in how to bring forward a critical take on this idea of the best practice, and how a lot of the practitioners are always trying to get the recipe. So we also thought that the idea of the recipe is a very common format that everyone could understand it. So we were trying to bring this idea of using recipes as collective storytelling to contest the official narratives of the city that many times, in a way, silence urban knowledges and the stories of the main producers of the city that oftentimes are neglected in that process. So somehow what we were trying to do in this process is creating a counter storytelling proposal for understanding the transformation of the city. And for doing that, we were engaging also in this idea of this pedagogical strategy of cooking urban narratives and trying to understand what is missing from the recipe of the city, what should be captured. So somehow using the idea of the recipe, we were also imagining different paths of urban transformation, bringing together the multiple knowledges that were part of this process. And in doing so, we were crafting collectively stories and trying to understand and learning from the narrative arc and trying to get to illustrate the key aspects or the key tenets of neighborhood upgrading through the eyes of different characters that were created by the participants. And finally, the fourth aspect of lesson from convites is also what is the power of communication, and how then the urban learning that is passed across generations that are involved in these moments or spaces of self-construction can be understood also now with the imperatives of the digital communication. So we use and dig deeper in this idea of transmedia storytelling, trying to understand how we can amplify the voices and the stories that we gather and be part of this ecology of media and the different platforms as an essential part to expand and find different avenues for expanding these stories, but also how can we connect that as part of a broader repertoire of urban learning between cities, right? Oftentimes, in part of my research, I have found and oftentimes these cases of so-called best practices gather a lot of interest, and at the same time trying to inform what is how the urban policy shapes somewhere else. So part of this urban learning also occur across cities. So using this idea of the transmedia storytelling is helping us also to think across different settings and context. And in doing so, we were exploring also how to involve different audiences, how to go beyond the usual suspects that discuss urban issues, and what other channels and what other formats shall we use also to expand and trigger conversations and debates with the idea in mind that what we engage with, or that we need to frame planning as a co-learning process, and therefore all the means and all the strategies are also connected to the different formats of communication that we have at hand now. And for doing so, we did create this transmedia platform, creating immersing on digital stories. And here we crafted these, let's say, partly imagined, partly real landscapes with particular characters, some real, some fictional, to illustrate some of the key messages around Islam upgrading or neighborhood upgrading, and how then we could understand how to mobilize the stories across different platforms and formats as part of understanding this in a way more wider process of critical urban pedagogy. So just to conclude, because I know we were asked to be very quick in the presentation to give more space for the discussion, I could say that urban critical pedagogy, of course, faces the struggles of revealing kind of the political economy of urbanization, and at the same time, the contingent possibilities to decolonize northern universities and southern universities alike. However, if not committing to reshape our pedagogies, instituting possibilities for epistemological and reparative justice will remain elusive, and the efforts to build translocal solidarity networks could be jeopardized. So I think, I hope with that, these ideas to kick off also the discussion later. Thank you.
Fana, I don't think we hear you. We don't hear you. You need to unmute yourself.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Catalina. Thank you so much for the fascinating, very rich presentation. I think in 10 minutes, you've really taken us to Convite and to see the kitchens, the local, innovative local action. And you made us understand how storytelling is actually an innovative process of learning. And the kitchen itself, it's a learning environment. Now, Lucas is going to introduce the following speaker, and we will reserve time for questions and answers at the end. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for the fascinating presentation. The next speaker is Catherine Ewing. She's a senior lecturer in the urban design program in the School of Architecture, Planning and Geomatics at the University of Cape Town. She holds a PhD from the Mackintosh School of Architecture from at the University of Glasgow. And I think her presentation seems to fit perfectly with what we've heard so far. And I think it will be super enriching for the discussion afterwards. And it will be opens potential for great dialogues between the presenters. So Catherine, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. I'm just getting myself sorted here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think that my presentation also takes the angle of very much seeing from the South and in the spaces of learning in Gugulethu in Cape Town. And I suppose this work also comes together after 10 years of practice on working on a program known as the Violence Prevention Through Urban Upgrading Program, and the coming together of learning with students, and also what we call the Citizen College or the Citizen Academy on the ground. So in 2020, we started a studio called Gugulethu Hope, and this was a studio that was initiated by community members from Gugulethu who approached me and said they would like to build a public space known as the Wall of Hope. So almost in contradiction with itself as well, the wall and the hope coming together in some kind of quite wonderful ways. So that was almost the starting point of what then I then brought back into the urban design studio, where I am the convener of the urban design program at the University of Cape Town. So that just to locate ourselves. I think, however, what 2020 brought to the forefront of this was almost and I almost like to call it the intersections of possibility, and building on from what we had in our opening keynote addresses. So I see this as three particular perspectives, and it's quite nice to follow on from Catalina's presentation as well. Is that there's very definitely kind of, there's definitely this notion of a decentering of the academic and the academy. And this studio brought this to the forefront, where there was a definite transition in identity. And also this became more apparent in the disparity in access to resources, in moving from a situation of working on the ground to a situation of moving into an online system. This also kind of changed who the egos of the academics, and also kind of reshuffled the space, time, and context concepts within the academy. So I see it as a time to reset and reframe, where collective knowledge goes beyond the academy. And this studio was it started with the engaged learning, in which became a space of learning that connected to a space of practice. It also, 2020, brought along this idea of unlearning the ways of learning and breaking down the academic walls of the classroom, and also the way we teach and how we teach, and the expectations and how one assesses. So the fundamentals of that. So that's just to kind of frame the work in which we were working. The context of Gugulethu sits in the Cape Town metropolitan area. The studio was based in two parts, and part A discussed the neighborhood, and part B zoomed into a unused railway station known as Nyanga Junction to the south of Gugulethu, and adjacent to an informal settlement known as Lotus Park. So we developed a series of what we called progressions, which started with the idea of explore. So explore was the coming together of the youth representatives from Gugulethu and the urban design students. And the beginnings of that was a series of engaged sessions, both site explorations, focus group workshops, social mapping exercises. And that was the main focus of the Explore that then allowed us to go into this notion of disruption, where we could disrupt these ideas, but through designing. And at that moment in time when we had the disrupt and a workshop that I'll explain, we hit lockdown. So our discovery into the design world became quite a mind shift, suddenly into the digital world, but actually was founded on the exploration and the disruption progressions that allowed us to be able to move forward and build up these progressions into the final kind of process work at the end. What I did want to say was that so we considered part A very interactive learning, and then part B switching to almost what was an emergency online learning, with a very different approach to how we then allowed for check-ins, collective action, and reuse. So this was a collaboration not only of community members, but it was a collaboration of different studios within the architecture, planning, and geomatics department, and combined with my research over the last 10 years. So the coming together of all of this that was intended to end in an exhibition in Gugulethu, but which never did, but is still intended. So the first one in terms of Explore was taken to a series of what we considered Gugulethu walks and Gugulethu talks. So this was the coming together of the youth and the students in discussion, debate, observation on the ground, which is a lot harder to actually get in reality than actually one can put on a screen as such. We worked with 2 fieldwork tutors to be able to guide us through this process, and very much that idea of collective knowledge from the ground. Disruption took us to took us all to the academy. So we were all then engaged in the studio with the youth representatives, as staff, students from an interdisciplinary nature. So we expanded our studio and expanded the collective learning. So here we brought in our tutors and our mentors and our students and our youth who led the workshop. But what was really important was the workshop was to change the way we were seeing it. And we started with 3 particular challenges. And rather than starting with all the negatives, and I think that that's already what we've spoken about this morning, is that we leapt into this idea of dreaming. It was about a public space, and the students and the community members needed to start dreaming. We then did a rethink to try and understand what that means, and we put a series of risks and uncertainties onto the table that actually made a rethinking and a clearer solution basis. And then what we did at the end is that we brought the 5 groups together and created a network of public space using a large 3-dimensional real-life model. And that was part of the model that then allowed the students to actually take this process into design mode. So here we had a series of cycle tracks, new youth centers and radio stations that had come up through the process. So the part A was group-based interactive learning, where the students came out with a series of digital works that then became their reference points to be able to move into part B, which was the remote learning. Here we actually joined urban design students with landscape architectural students into small teams where where we worked on Zoom rather than in the studio setting. So very distinctively upsetting the way we were used to doing things in a studio setting. But I think out of that process, and I've had to be quite quick in the presentation of this, I think there were there were 3 learnings in each part. And the part A reinforced that idea that the participatory and the co-design processes that were part of an engaged learning process formed the foundations for where we could actually continue the process. So the evidence-based understanding of a local context was particularly important. Which often is never discussed is the idea of how does one actually carry out such spaces of learning for students. And it's very complicated, cross-budgeting, tapping into other mechanisms. I was part of an engaged scholarship, a community of practice, which we managed to build on, so even outside of the disciplines as well. In the remote world, I think teamwork and collective review became very important, but yet we needed to celebrate individual work due to the incredible difficult access to resources and data and technology that was experienced by some of the students. What we did not manage to do was to bring back the community members in such a way into the studio, but we then continued teaching with them later in the year. An interdisciplinary nature is fundamental in anything that we do. But also this allowed scenario-oriented design outcomes and placing it fairly in the digital world. And I think in conclusion, that became quite a turning point for us in the work as a very practice-based studio to actually fully understand what that meant. In 2021, this has sparked off the community members taking on the digital world in a totally different way, where they will be taking us through urban walks and urban talks on the ground through live networking. So a very new way of learning for all of us to fully actually realize what does it mean in terms of context, time and space in a Cape Town setting. And with that, I'm going to thank you for this opportunity to present.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you for the interesting, striking presentation. Without much ado, in the interest of time, we are going to move on to the next presentation. The next presentation is given by two authors. The first, Lorena Melgarco. She is a postdoctoral researcher at the Department of Urban Studies at the University of Federal of Minas Gerais. And the second author is Ana Paula Baltazar dos Santos. She's professor at the School of Architecture at the University Federal Minas Architecture. They are going to be presenting on thinking planning education in the South through decolonial lens, building an anthropophagic method to approach vulnerable communities in Brazil. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes, good. So thank you for the opportunity. I'll be presenting for both of us, and we are going to be talking a little bit about our approach at two of the research groups that we have at the School of Architecture at UFMG in Brazil. And we've been working with urban communities, so rural at the rural-urban interface for some time now, and we're focusing on that every day. And we try to address how current Ibero-America theoretical framework blurred our view of communities with the preconceived abstract universal assumptions of power relations. We've been trying to some approaches to enlarge our theoretical framework to avoid these assumptions, and also to take into account the micro-local specifics. And we take inspiration into Oswald de Andrade's Anthropophagic Manifesto, where he questions Brazilian cultural dependency and says that Brazilian culture should stop ignoring its roots, both indigenous and African, and be freshly reinvented, eating and then digesting foreign knowledge and then using to our own benefit, right? As a method, it assumes the richness of intercultural encounters, but avoids the dependency on foreign culture. At the same time, we've been delving into a decolonial turn to help us to develop a theoretical framework to understand marginalization from our own perspective. And by doing that, it helps us to shift our methodology and academic practice, recognizing the colonial legacy of planning and the impacts in planning in Brazil. And we believe that it's very important to sensitize planners towards a critical decolonial practice to engage with communities. But how can we do that? How can we make good use of limited data raising time and develop a tool to voice social spatial contradictions without ignoring the theoretical lenses? And how can we develop tools together with students for what has been traditionally talked about as field work? So how can we sort of overcome that perception of field work? And our response was to further investigate actor network theory as a meta-method. ANT proposes to look at connections between humans and non-humans and to develop this, or try to develop an unbiased network with no imposition of our own constructs of reality, right? Relations raise from a careful description of this network, but that does not mean we should neglect the existence of a macro social system that interacts with the micro-social, as this quote highlights. But building a social spatial network means to leave aside our structural assumptions and allows us to look at space as an actant. And that's sort of refreshing and challenging because it gives us room to explore some relations found on the site that do not often fit into the macro scale approach. However, once we do that, we still have questions that we have to address, and ANT alone cannot respond to them. So we turn to our usual theoretical lens to reframe research questions according to the network outcome. And that's where critical urban theory comes to play. So ANT and critical urban theory, they are often seen as antagonistic. While critical urban theory looks at the macrostructures that actively influence the production of space, ANT refuses this conforming fabric and argues that reality is socially constructed. This means that for ANT, power lies on asymmetrical interactions between all sorts of actants, both humans and non-humans, observed in a microscale. And critical urban theory will explain these power relations on the basis of the macrostructure, such as the capitalist mode of production. So N-AERUS will provide us with an effective tool to quickly map a locality without the prejudgments of values that we have in the relationships of these eventual conflictive parties. But it lacks tools to generalize. And critical urban theory allows us for in-depth analysis of coexisting conflicts on site, but has a difficulty to encompass particular elements. So maybe back to the classroom. We already worked with ANT to discuss controversies in space, but we felt that when students used only ANT, they still lacked tools for further critical investigation. And students, they also voiced to us that they felt critical theory was too abstract for them to try to understand the everyday of the communities. So we tested our method in a 15-hour module. So it was a very small module, like an optional module in the course of architecture and urbanism. In this module, the undergraduates, they investigated the relationship between spatial practices and digital technologies in urban communities. So they were giving a topic that they should look for. And they were also giving a choice to use either ANT, critical urban theory, or both, or combination of both in their exploration to the community. And for the interest of time, I'll focus on one group that used both as an example of the method. And unfortunately, I'll have to simplify it. So please just bear in mind that's a simplification of the whole process. This group, they visit N-AERUS, which is a quilombola community in the state of Minas Gerais in Brazil. And the community was founded by Arthur, who was a son of an African slave brought in Brazil in the 19th century. As other urban communities, N-AERUS is opening up to the outside world. Technology has played a very important role, and also younger generations who now leave the community to study and work. So there is a sort of an influx of different practices that, of course, affects and challenges the traditional spatial organization of the community. So if I go back to the students' work, they decided to depart from a loose use of ANT, as they say to, as I quote them, to understand the community and not assume what one wants to explain, as it masks the most interesting questions about the origins of power and organization. And initially they built a preliminary network by using Post-its, and they were putting the Post-its in a sort of a big piece of paper. But because there were so many Post-its, they couldn't compute all actants and relationships. So they fell into what they were exactly trying not to do. They ended up making assumptions based on their own standpoint. So we pointed that out to them, and they went back to ANT to understand local elements and micro relationships. And then they delved into this tool that's called Gephi, and it's an open source platform to create a model of network, which shows nodes according to attraction and repulsion. And they could start to see a series of social relations that were not clear to them before, especially regarding levels of local engagement of the different generations. Of course, it's already to expect that local generations or different generations, they will have different relationships with traditions, for example. So we're going to see that, I don't know if you can see, but in blue, then it's the younger, let's say the younger generations, and in red, sort of the older generations. And in orange, we can see the relationship between the two, sort of the interface with, let's say, the external world, if we can say so. With newer interfaces or more recent interfaces sort of leaning towards the younger generations. And that's not difficult to imagine that would happen, but what was really interesting, and I just want to point that one here, is that by doing that, they started to understand that this disconnect went beyond just a generational issue, the disconnect with tradition. And they then, because they were able to map that, they started to understand that in the 90s, there was a child labor law that was passed in Brazil, where so then children cannot work anymore, right? What that happened in N-AERUS community is that they were used to learn their tradition through labor, working with the older generation. And because the law will get people arrested, of course, children started to work. So there was this disruption that happened through an outside element, let's say, that changed the internal laws, right? And this is just one little element that could help them then go back to the critical urban theory and try to understand what are the impacts of, let's say, laws and policies in the everyday of the community, right? But they did not see that before they were able to map those relationships. So maybe just to conclude, this idea, of course, this is a very a small example, and that's one thing that we want to keep exploring. But we think that we are trying to develop this method that can challenge the shortfalls of our own theoretical production and our own process of sort of creating a localized theory where students can also draw from when they are doing their theoretical work. And that extends to the way that we teach future architects and urban planners, because we have to deconstruct ourselves as well. And these, we just wanted to show one possible way to approach research and to acknowledge the inevitable coexistence of these conflictive parties without prejudging them, and dig into local evidence to understand what are the contextuality of it. And with this one, I would also like to finish this presentation and thank you all.
Thank you so much, Lorena, for the great presentation and for the super interesting insights on how to bring those antagonistically seeming theories together in those teaching projects. The last presentation we'll have in the session is by 3 colleagues from the University of Nigeria, the Enugu campus in Nsukka, and the presenters are Peter Odo. He's an architect and lecturer at the Department of Architecture and also a PhD candidate. Andy Nkemjika, who's also an architect, lecturer, and PhD candidate, and Annie Kingsley, who's also an architect, lecturer, and PhD candidate at the same Department of Architecture at the University of Nigeria. And they're going to talk about their experiences in adopting building information modeling as a tool for collaborative design in architecture education in Nigeria. So yeah, looking very much forward to the floor is yours.
Hello. I don't know if you could hear me.
Now we can hear you and see your presentation.
Okay. Okay, so I can start. Thank you. Okay. My name is Architect Obi Peter. We will be presenting on adopting BIM as a tool for collaborative designs in architecture schools in Nigeria. The sub-theme there is we're trying to evaluate the impact of BIM on the students designing the schools of architecture. There's just me and my colleagues, the authors. We're all lecturers at the University of Nigeria. The outline of the presentation, we're going to have an introduction, methodology, then the conclusion and recommendation. So a brief introduction. In the practice of architecture, students are always taught to produce drawings on paper, and those paper drawings were used on sites to construct buildings. That has been the practice of architecture prior to technological advancement. One of such advancements that have really changed the landscape is building information model and BIM. So BIM helps architects to design and work in a collaborative and efficient manner. If you look at the screen, we have 2 images. One is showing the traditional method of presenting works in architecture. And the second image there is showing how people can work using BIM. So the comparison between both of them is clear with the image. You could see that in the screen below, it's more collaborative because you could see the floor plans, the elevations, the model of the building all within one setting. But in the other one, you had to present different sheets of paper in sort of a disjointed manner. So BIM is actually becoming the standard form of practice in architecture. So it's important that architecture schools look for ways to incorporate it into their curriculum. So that's basically the aim of this paper and the impact of BIM on the students' design. So basically, I would like to take us through how mentorship works in many schools of architecture in Nigeria, a case study of the university where I work. So I just try to break them in steps so that it will be easy to follow. At the start of the semester, students are given a design brief to work on, let's say, a design of a shopping mall or a museum or something of that sort. So initially, what they first do is to go out and conduct preliminary research, case studies, and then design codes and the rest. So the first week, you are supposed to bring that back to the lecturer. Most times it's being done on pen and paper and presented to the lecturer, who makes comments, and then the student go back and then proceed to develop site analysis and design concepts. And then they bring that back. It's been looked at and then returned back to the students. The next will be the floor plan and the functionality. If you look at the steps, I repeated floor plan and functionality twice. It's not a mistake, it's because most times the focus till almost at the end of the semester is on the floor plan and functionality of such buildings that the students are designing. So, and the reason is because of one of the reasons we suspect is because of the manner of presentation, because students are always trying to get done with one stage of the design before going to the next step of the design. So they feel like they need to sort out the floor plan and functionality first before moving over to the elevations and then talking about any creative elements they want to add to the building. So these are the challenges. Let's go through them quickly. The first one is that students don't come with all their works every week to show the lecturers. So because it's cumbersome to always pack all your sheets to the studio, or if you don't work in the studio, if you took some home. So when lecturers are there for mentorship, they just notice that they only see parts of the student works. Then, due to the fact that the mentoring, most times the floor plans and the form of the building and the creative powers of the students are not seen simultaneously. Students' ability to create very creative forms is minimized. So they are just focused on how to make sure that the building plan is functional, and at the end of the day, with how the end result comes out, both the students and the lecturers may not be satisfied with that. And poor communications, that leads to poor communication between both students and the mentors. And while presenting their semester design project, most times the mentors will say something like, I've not even seen this elevation before. And that's because we spent so much time on the floor plans. So BIM, building information modeling, it has some advantages why we are looking at incorporating it into the training of architecture students. One is what we call bidirectional associativity. So if you use tools like private architecture or ArchiCAD, mostly we use private architecture here in University of Nigeria. When you make a correction to the student work, let's say you want to adjust where the position of a window is on the floor plan, you could see the effect of that on the elevation and on the form of the building, moving a space. So with that kind of mentorship, students are able to see how to improve on their creative aspect while also working on their functional aspect of the building. Are able to see the 3D model of the building early on. So if a student has an idea of what he or she wants to create, or where he or she wants the building to go towards, it helps the lecturer to guide the student towards that. And then communication is much more clear. It increases productivity because students can work faster when they work on the system and when they work with their laptops. And they present digitally, they interact with their lecturers digitally, they can send them PDF versions of the file, and they can send images. And so it helps also to confidently share information with lecturers. So with this in mind, we proceeded to test how BIM will be accepted or the impact it will have on the students. So I myself, I lecture from second year to final year student, 400 level student. And from the second year, we lecture on computer application in architecture with those courses included AutoCAD and Revit architecture. So they study AutoCAD at their 200 level. From 300, they move to Revit, and the 400 level, they also study Revit. We use the framework, the IMAC framework developed by earlier researchers. It's involved illustration, manipulation, application, and collaboration. So you first show the students, they gradually improve their mastery of the software as they increase in year. So secondly, we encourage students to now carry out design using the softwares they've learned in their final year, after they've learned it for about a year plus. And then we are able to assess the designs they produced to see how the use of the BIM tools have affected their creativity and functionality. This is some of the results of the students' work. This a final year students design multi-level car park, and the presentation of this design, the design functionality and sustainability was achieved because the student was able to maintain the form and also use BIM. So the impact was a positive one. This is another student's work. It's young design. And then this another student's work. This is a residential building. So, so from the assessment conducted, we saw that there is a clear improvement. The functional solutions, the sustainable solutions, and creative solutions were increased compared to those students who didn't work with them. So we had some challenges because most lecturers are still against it, not because they don't see the advantages, but because they felt that the basic way an architect should be developed is that they should learn to work with their tools, with their hands first. They should be able to draw, and then maybe after graduating from the maybe bachelor's degree, maybe in their master's session, they should be able to now be exposed to this kind of tools. But the market for hand-drawn buildings is no longer there. Immediately you leave school, you should be able to be using these tools for you to even get a basic job. So the students were very pleased with the introduction of the software. They reported improved confidence and ability to work faster during their presentation. So our recommendation is that BIM can be very effective in architecture education in Nigeria, and we should look for means and methods to adopt it into the curriculum, and hopefully maybe the accreditation terms should begin to add that as a prerequisite for accrediting universities in Nigeria. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, it was highly interesting, and I think it touched on a few issues that could be super interesting to further discuss in the light of the other presentations, such as like how to communicate architectural designs and expert knowledge, and also the challenges related to implement changes in curricula in the light of quite strict and inert structures at architecture and planning schools. We have now time to for questions for all the presenters and for discussion. And I was told that Catalina unfortunately has to leave quite early. So if there's questions for Catalina, please let us know.
Yeah, you can also put your questions on the chat line so that we can pick them up from there.
I think there is a first question, right?
Yeah, there is already one in the chat.
So shall I answer to Javier?
Yeah, maybe I'll just briefly read it out loud for everyone.
Yeah.
He's asking Catalina and Katrin about how communities were selected, Katrin and Catalina worked with, and how they react to the idea of doing co-research with students.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think perhaps I didn't have enough time to clarify. The presentation I did was not involving directly students, but was rather a research process. So in that case, we were not bounded to the logics and the timings for requiring universities, which sets a different set of challenges, but also potentials. And the particular actors that we partner with were based mainly organizations that have been working with me, but organizations, institutions that work around neighborhood upgrading, and communities three communities or community leaders that work in 3 neighborhoods that have different degrees of consolidation. So their approach in a way was complementary, and there was the possibility of exchange also of the experience they have. So basically, I was not only talking about community leaders and particular neighborhoods, but also the multiple layers of multilateral agencies, network of local governments, such as the UCLG people, or the Global Platform to the Right to the City. So we really had a dialogue across the scales, and I think that was the richness also of the engagement of bringing together these different perspectives of city making. So I don't know if that answers the question, Javier. Katrin?
I'm just wondering also if you could maybe talk about how the work that you were doing was challenging. What did you do to challenge what you call official narratives, about cooking and so and so on? And perhaps you can also talk about how you feel this kind of a really rich approach can be brought in, perhaps mainstreamed in planning. And I think this is a question I'm also posing to the second and third presenters, if they could just talk about how they feel these approaches they've adopted can be mainstreamed in planning, because I think BIM is already something that it's within school, but if you could comment on those two. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, I think those are very interesting, difficult questions. I don't know if mainstreaming would be the way to go necessarily. Not sure really sometimes what mainstreaming means, but I think it's something that at least have enriched the ways in which I'm connecting and building what we now call learning alliances. So now I think the framework that we use for connecting and creating coalitions across actors comes through the lenses of this idea of learning alliance. And I think more than mainstream, I would say that it's a matter of bringing these very myriad actors into a singular process where they feel, participants and co-creators of that. And I think spinning off this project, we were able to actually create a coalition of organizations to put together a decalogue about Islam upgrading in pandemic times. So I think laying this, social infrastructure of people that are kind of like-minded has been very useful and beneficial to keep working even after this particular engagement. And the first question was, what were the shortfalls or the challenges for?
How did you challenge the official narratives?
Yeah, so we brought into the set of participants also city level officials that have been in charge of many of the interventions in the city, and also the Office of International Cooperation, which is kind of the gatekeeper of what is told about the city. And I think the way in which we work in trying to create an atmosphere of respect and also of celebration, I think using the cooking as a starting point really changed the power dynamics within the group, and bringing this idea of the visual narratives of the untold stories, told by the people themselves, and a lot from the standpoint of conflict, and how do you do kind of peacemaking from a community perspective, and also issues related to the role of women in producing the neighborhoods. That was never kind of part of the official narrative. And I think it came through these exercises of collective storytelling, the need to actually put forward that. Of course, there were some tensions and necessary conflict, but it was part of also acknowledging difference. And I think that was part of the enriching kind of co-learning process that we engaged with.
Thank you, Catalina.
Yeah, I'm very sorry, but I'm hosting an event like in 2 minutes. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been very, very interesting, and I hope to catch up in the following session. So thanks a lot.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Shall I quickly comment
Yes,
also
please.
to the question? So I think the question was how do we select communities in this particular instance. I've been working in the context for the last 10 years through the violence prevention through urban upgrading programs. So I have met different representatives of the community over time. So it was a very much a trust building over many, many years that actually the community approached me in terms of upgrading a public space. So the two representatives that did approach me were also used to working with architectural students from the university. So they sort of had a feeling of the type of work, a design studio type work. But I think what we emphasized and what we tried to do is work with the youth. So the public space was intended for the youth, but it was also trying to create a new form of learning, a platform for learning for not only the students, but so we had this exchange of knowledge, an exchange of also working between the context of Guguletu and working on campus. So the youth then came and worked in the studio with us. And we were at a point in time where we were just about to continue that process when we hit lockdown, where we couldn't kind of take it any further. So in this instance, it was a slightly different than us selecting a community per se, but it was also after 10 years of working in the context. So just a very brief comment to that one question.
Can I ask something?
Thank you.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a direct question to Catherine's comment?
Yes. And actually, it was also a question to Catalina, but she's not with us anymore. So my question, first of all, thank you for your presentation, the four presentation, but especially the first one, I found many resonances with my work in Italy. So my question somehow follows up on what Pana asked and the last words by Catherine. So in my experience, I realized that when you start doing this as an urban researcher or researching in urban studies, like engaging with other communities and with stakeholders that usually are not considered, like kids, you become somehow unplaceable in our neoliberal academia. So that's why I like when you said that it's very important to break down the walls of academia. And it's something that academia needs like hotcake. So my question is how you managed to bring the outside classroom inside the academia through your experience.
Yes, no, I think that was really important for us to actually, in some ways it was trying to level the playing field, but of course we would always be out of balance because the students are always the classroom is always so controlled and it has guidelines and timeframes. And even if we're on the online platform, it's still governed by those conditions. Whereas, kind of engaging on the ground was far more, and I want to say the word uncertain to kind of build on exactly what the conference is. And one has to learn how to allow for disruptions in one's life. But it was also that everyday notion. So the community brought up this idea of mapping everyday culture. So then the students started to map everyday culture in the university campus. And they started filming how they used spaces. So it was also a reflection on how people perceive certain conditions. And it also goes to the north-south conditions as well. The academic, breaking down those academic walls in terms of timeframes and how we teach and what we teach, and allowing people to come into that platform is as important as going into a context.
Thanks.
Thank you. Lorena, do you want to add something to Fana's question?
Yes, maybe quickly. I think that it is a bit of when we think about how we're educating planners, right? And how we also have to unlearn the way that we make theory and the way that these theories, they underpin our thinking as professionals. So I think that when we are thinking about methods of approaching community, even if it's on the, let's say, producing theory itself or producing a theoretical account or analysis of a community, we are trying to get students to unlearn about these preconceived ideas. Like when we look at marginalization and think, oh, yeah, they are marginalized because there is a capitalist mainframe that defines that. And yes, there is a very important role. Capitalists play a very important role, but how can we sort of move beyond those big assumptions to go into the community? And so as a planner, how can you sort of also move beyond all these constraints of thinking, go into the community and understand, instead of taking rushed decisions, if we may say so, when approaching especially unidirectional responses, right? That happens a lot in the planning system. So I think it is a way of sensitizing maybe as a previous step when they go to planning practice and have to really address those issues.
Thank you. Karen, was your question also partly answered by that, or do you want to briefly add a question?
Oh, it was. Thank you very much.
Great. Is there any more questions? We would have a few more minutes. Is there any more questions from the audience?
Perhaps I would have one question.
Yes, please go ahead, Kuba.
Yeah, we from the first three presentations, we clearly see there is some rooting in the thought about the coloniality and the ways it can relate and support planning for uncertainty. I think we touched upon that a little bit. I also wonder in regards to the fourth proposal, how this highly technical, in a way, solutions and softwares, how they can also feed into the colonial teaching, and how they can trickle down from planning for quite quite let's say well off parts of the society to basically the majority, which still might be in completely different contexts. Is there's a way, to somehow creatively use it? Maybe it is used. I just base it on the renderings that were targeted more, at more sort of situations which are not as uncertain, I suppose. It's just a continuous planning which happens for people who can afford to have time and probably resources as well. So that could be my question, I guess.
I would maybe briefly add, thank you, Kuba, thanks a lot. I would maybe briefly add a question or to the fourth presentation, because I was wondering, you mentioned that building information modeling also allows for a better communication of architectural designs and ideas. And I was wondering how that maybe allows for a better involvement, or how, if that's like a thing that's relevant to you, an involvement of non-academic stakeholders in the design process, and to open that up, this purely technical process, and open it up to or allow for community engagement.
Hello, I believe you can hear me. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. And from my understanding, from where we are trying to tackle the problem from, I think when you look at BIM, first and foremost, when planning for uncertainty, collaboration is very important. And why I took the approach of analyzing this paper in this conference and also presenting it is because the first step towards an effective planning, if you are going to plan for uncertainty, it's to make sure that you do that in a collaborative environment. And teaching students to work with BIM, for example, is one of those collaborative environments that you could use to enable them to work more as a team. Here in Nigeria, we still have this disjointed method of addressing problems, even from the classroom. So one of the challenges is to begin to encourage students to work together and to work more with their lecturers, to work in a way that they can share ideas and work through those ideas. So what we are trying to do is to create a platform for that. Well, I may not be solving the problems as sophisticated as the other presenters, but I think it's a step-by-step process. So if people can actually begin to see that, we could study these tools and it will help us work collaboratively. Now, if you are very good at BIM from your BSc, let's say from your first degree, going out into the market, into employment, you are able to work better with let's say the engineers and the quantity surveyors, because information is properly managed, and it will help to create avenues for sustainable and eco-friendly solutions and cost-effective solutions easier. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that's my line of thought. Thank you.
Thanks so much. There's another question in the chat for Lorena from Barbara Liepitz.
Should I answer it?
Yeah, I think we have a few more minutes.
Yeah, I think we have time for one more question. Yeah, sure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe thinking about how we engage with the communities, right, that we worked with. In these specific projects, students were requested to find the communities themselves. And they were also requested to do a quick visit in a way. And the idea was that they could have this first understanding, grasping very quick tools. So the discussion, I think, from this module is exactly how do you understand communities when we can't engage with them? And it's a real problem, right, in planning. Like, it is really good to have the engagement, and then we have other longer disciplines, and some of the engagements with other communities, for example, they come exactly as Catherine was talking about, like the community comes to the university and they know there is a space for working together. In this case was more like, how can we develop these tools when we have to quickly understand the community? A longer module, because these were a 15-hour module, a longer module would include more of like let's say this as an initial phase, but then also a relationship with the community that needed to be developed, let's say, previously. So in this module, for example, I just presented this one, but another group, they engaged with a community that's a matriarchal community that's called Noiva do Cordeiro. And this one, because we have a long-lasting relationship, and then we have, let's say, papers published, we have this discussion going around, we could also see how they ended up drawing from our own conclusions that we were challenging at the time, exactly because of the material being available. So, and we did not attempt, so it was not an attempt to, like, it was not a design, it was more like a, let's say, a problematization. So we wanted them to problematize the impact of internet in this rural-urban interface, so the rural-urban communities. I don't know if I answered your question, but that was not too much of a collaboration in that sense, but it was maybe a tool developing quick module.
All right, thanks so much, Lorna. I think we should wrap. Jakub, how about the time?
Okay.
Yes, we should wrap up. If you have some comment, then please go on, and then after we'll
all right,
short lunch break.
Yeah, I just to wrap up, I want to say whether we're planning for uncertainty, or as Marcelo put it, planning for new normalcy, it's really challenging and requires creativity. I think we've had 4 very rich, fascinating presentations that came from Colombia, Brazil, South Africa, and Nigeria. They were very insightful, taking us across the globe to understand various forms of innovative local projects that bring pedagogy, the urban, as well as critical analysis or critical thought to the process. And they're very fascinating indeed, and they bring the element of interacting with local communities and as well, and or with students. I think they've given us some new vocabularies, new concepts, new approaches and insights, and look forward to reading their papers. I think the key word for me was learning, that I had right through in the various interactions that these projects reflect on. Stories as learning devices, that was, I think, quite insightful. Learning with communities, what came into my mind also was Marcelo's emphasis on interconnectedness. Learning and self-reflection, the third presentation, how interacting with the communities, the communities themselves began to discover something about themselves. And then lastly, the 4th presentation, learning using IT, BIM, in architecture. I just thought that was very rich and gives depth to the discussions at hand. So I want to say thank you very much to the presenters, and thank you so much to the people that raised questions and put forward comments. Thank you so much, and all the best for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentations and for all who joined us in the session.
Perfect. So I will join in well, thank you, but thank you for you, Fana and Lucas, for moderating the session and planning it. I think there are nice, very nice linkages between the keynote dialogue, 4 presentations now, and also a rich commentary that we had now. However, now it's time to start the lunch break, and since it's a virtual conference, we have a comfort of actually starting on time afterwards. So we will start sharp at 1 o'clock, and I suppose that's going to work better than in reality, in real world, if we would be sitting in a specific venue. And then the next session will concentrate more on implementation practicalities of planning and developing projects, which include experimentation. So somehow we move from teaching, and I hope there will be connections also between those 2 spheres. Thank you again, and see you at 1 o'clock. Back after our very short break. I'm sure people will be still joining in a couple of minutes, but we should slowly get started. So now we're moving to the session number 2, experimenting. But before I go into details of the session and introduce our panel leads, just a housekeeping note, a reminder. Please, whenever you're not speaking, turn your cameras off. So we don't have problems with the connections. And if your connection for some reason fails, you can always go to YouTube channel, and it's also possible to ask questions from there. We'll organize the session in this way that the first we'll have all of the presentations, and then we'll gather the questions, and they will be answered commonly by the whole group of presenters. In that regards, I think all is clear. So let me each introduce our session leads, who will then move on to the presentations and explain a little bit what we had in mind with this session. Firstly, Dr. Oliver Lach, that you can already see. He's been involved in multiply engagements linked to sustainability transitions. He works in Wuppertal Institute, in Urban Electric Initiative, Mobility Initiative, and also collaborates with Technical University of Berlin. In the past, he worked intensively with UN Habitat, and also advised to the government in Germany and New Zealand. And our second colleague, we expected Debashish, but he unfortunately had to cancel last minute. But fortunately, we have a very nice replacement, Lander Bosch, who is representing UN Habitat. Debashish is also from the urban mobility section, and Lander Bosch, Dr. Lander Bosch, also collaborates with that unit. He holds a PhD in geography from University of Cambridge. And I think it's the right moment to pass it to you, Oliver and Lander. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Kuba, and welcome to our session on experimenting. We'll have quite a nice mix of presentations from different case studies and living labs, experiments from Brazil, from Kenya, from the Philippines. And this will allow us to do a deeper dive into what it could be, because the beauty of an experiment, a pilot project, a living lab, is always to get a better feeling of what an innovation would look like. Of course, we are now in sort of the biggest experiment and living lab of all time in the global lockdown due to the COVID-19 crisis. So that, of course, has massive implications to people's mobility behavior in particular, but also socioeconomic aspects, how people work and participate in society and economy. And in that, of course, there are some opportunities that one could sustain, and of course, some perspectives that, what can we do better when we come out of this crisis? It has sunk in that, and that may be different from the recovery from the global financial crisis, that recovering from this crisis will go hand in hand with climate change mitigation, with a more sustainable approach to development, in addressing health issues and addressing social inequality. Of course, this is just evolving at the moment, and we will get a number of very nice case studies. We will start with a case study from Brazil, and have then following one from the Philippines. So we will start with Tasio Guillem. Oh, long names with a very short name that I have. I'm so sorry. Caballero Vidana from the University of Sao Paulo. And we'll hear a case study from measuring benefits of urban heat adaptation from Sao Paulo, Brazil. So if you have your presentation with you, go ahead and start.
Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. Let me. Can you see this presentation? The presentation?
Perfectly. If you can turn it into like full screen mode, that would be super.
Here? Okay.
Perfect. Floor is yours.
Thanks, Oliver, and thanks for the introduction. I'm Tasio. I'm a master's student in urban engineer from the graduate program in civil engineer at the Escola Politecnica of the University of São Paulo, and Alex is my advisor. Our paper is about measuring the benefits of climate adaptation measures in a stream in the city of São Paulo, Brazil. So São Paulo is located in the southeastern region of Brazil with 12 million inhabitants. It is the most populous city in the country. The climate has two different seasons, hot and rainy in the summer, and the winter is mild temperatures and dry. The average temperature is 25.9 degrees Celsius. And like many other cities around the world, São Paulo is experiencing heat waves more and more frequent and intense. Between the years 60s and the 70s, there were 15 days with temperature above 31 degrees Celsius, characterizing heat waves. While 2010 and 2014, there were 40 days with temperature above 31 degrees. The most vulnerable group is to high temperatures are the elderly due to the difficulty in controlling body temperature. And many about complications of circulatory and respiratory system. Almost 15% of the population of the city of São Paulo is made of people over 16 years of age.
Tasio, sorry to interrupt. There was just a request. If you want, you're welcome to turn on your camera, then people can also see you while presenting if you want.
It's because my internet can.
Sure. Then we better just focus on.
Yeah.
For now, it works perfect.
Yes. So, yeah. During this period, we have 7 heat waves with 70 days of heat, and almost 5,000 elderly people died due to circulatory and respiratory system. The area we will be treating, it is in the Ipiranga stream basin located at southeastern region in the city and covered three districts, Jabaquara, Vila Mariana, and Ipiranga. How can I? Okay. So how can we mitigate the impacts of urban heat? Well, here in Brazil, we try to implement measures like increasing green areas, and we had some experiences with construction and adaptation of the buildings and using special pavements. but we don't have many revitalized rivers in the city of São Paulo because of the occupation of the city. And although we know these adaptations measures, the objective of this article is to estimate and quantify the environmental, social, and economic benefits promoted by the revitalization of a body water, in this case, the Ipiranga stream. So why the Ipiranga stream? Well, Ipiranga stream, mainly in the mouth, has problems with flood problems. And the Ipiranga River, it's emblematic for the city, not for the city, but for the country, because it was where the independence was proclaimed in his banks in 1822. So next year will be the bicentenary, and several activities are scheduled, such as cleaning of the stream and reopening the Museum of Ipiranga. In addition, the area has lack of green areas and several floods occurring in the basin. And there are one trench there is revitalized in the Botanic Garden of São Paulo, that it's affluent of the Ipiranga stream. And the revitalization of the Ipiranga stream would continue the case of revitalization of this basin, okay? So an overview of Ipiranga stream. In this upstream trench, informal occupations discharge their sewage into the stream, deteriorating the quality of the water. There are two areas that the Department of Infrastructure built to contain the floods in the mouth. And this trench here, we pretend to make the revitalization. It's near the Botanic Garden, and it's between the Immigrants Highway in a gallery, a subterranean gallery. So a method we use it for the measuring is the heat resilience tool developed by the C40, a group of cities that deals with climate change control measurements, and by the consulting company Rainbow. The platform is Excel-based too, and they use the literature review on the impacts of climate adaptation measure. Analysis and modeling were performed based on this information. The tool shows pathways.
As you have a look at the, be mindful of the time.
Okay, sorry. So these are the input data with the two needs, like the name of the city, the evaluation period, it was 20,000 and 2050. The action of detail, it's the area, 8,000 square meters. And the minimal temperature thresholds for mortalize is 30 degrees. And we choose two scenarios. The optimistic is RCP 2.6, and the actual meaning it's like 8.5. And the other data I take from the GeoSampa and from the public system of health in São Paulo. So the results of the two scenarios were like in the optimistic scenario, we had a reduce of 70 days of heat, and we can see here that adverts like 14,000 and economic impacts 41,000. And the other scenario, 8.5, we have only 2 days of above now, under the temperature, and 20,000 people averted deaths, and economic of $27 million. And the conclusion is that the tool is easy to use, it's friendly use, but it's necessary to know the problems of the city and the mitigation purpose. And it's highly recommended to the city to have available data and organized form. And the tool provides to enable substantial drainage system instead of the conventional precast plumbing in concrete form, the traditional forms, ensuring more sustainable and mild city for the residents. Okay.
Obrigado, Tazio. Thank you very much for
Great, thank you.
the presentation.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
In the interest of time, I suggest we take all questions together at the end and we move on to the Philippines now, to Leonora Perchado Gonzalez and Dina Magnaye, who are going to be talking about greening the infrastructure through urban biodiversity and its post-COVID-19 implications. If you're there, Leonora and Dina, please go for it. Thank you.
And as you know, you could switch off the camera. Oh, perfect. Just for sake of the connection.
And Tazio, you need to stop sharing, then the others can share.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good day. This is a shared presentation by the authors, given 4 key areas. Before I move forward, let me first define green infrastructure as given by Norton in 2013, that green infrastructure refers to the network of designed and natural vegetation found in cities and towns. And normally, these cover parks, recreation areas, residential gardens, street trees, community gardens, and also emerging new urban greening technologies such as rain gardens, green roofs, and green walls. And Manila City possesses a network of parks and green spaces. In fact, there are 55 parks, plazas, and historical monuments found in 2 districts of the city. And this table presents the 21 urban green spaces that were covered in the study. So the first district covered 5 parks and monuments, while the next district, which is District 5, covered 16 parks. And the biggest among these park is the Rizal Park, where we have our the monument of our national hero, Luneta Park, with an area of around 58,000 square meters. And the other big parks we have in District 5, the Arroceros and Fort Santiago. The Arroceros with around 23,881 square meters, while Fort Santiago would have around 49,000 square meters in area. The site analysis done by the primary author revealed the following, that these 21 urban green spaces in Manila City, the main activities are jogging by nearby residents, also biking and skateboarding. I think this is very relevant now given the pandemic. No? Generally, the parks have historical monuments. The lampposts abound in all the parks, and most of them are powered using non-renewable resources. And urban green spaces are usually intended for recreation, both passive and active, and also as a venue for community assemblies. And there were also observed informal settlers who are occupying some parts of the park. And there were also identified parks with few standing trees and ornamental plants. And it was also noted that impervious concrete pavement ranges from 45 to 95%. In terms of the species diversity, an actual inventory of the species in the area indicated that around 66,576 trees were recorded in the 21 urban green spaces, and usually these comprise of hardwood, and there are also exotic species found in these 21 urban green spaces, and these exotic species are also called as the invasive species that are continuously spreading and compete with the nutrients needed by indigenous and native species. The urban biodiversity assessment of the urban green spaces of Manila City indicated the following: that first, the parks have poor to very poor conditions, largely due to unavailability of maintenance budget and sufficiently trained personnel to maintain and manage the UGS. In fact, the budget of the park is only 0.22% of the total budget of the city, and there was absence of silvicultural practices such as pruning, thinning, and other activities that would involve cutting of trees. Another condition that was observed is that the trees showing the most damages are those planted along the perimeter of the urban green spaces, and the trees have already penetrated the concrete foundations of sidewalks, and some trees have grown under power lines, and their crowns closely intertwined to power cables. Another observation is that there is absence of adequate ground cover and grasses in the parks, and the high ratio of built-up area made up of impervious materials within the park grounds that contribute to urban heat island effect. There are not enough vegetation to absorb storm water, especially during heavy rains and typhoons, and the soils are heavily compacted from day-to-day use of park occupants. Another observation is that ecological waste management within the urban green spaces is not properly implemented, and waste management within the urban green spaces being not properly implemented, there were plastics and other rubbish that were thrown by pedestrians and park occupants that were observed to be in the area. Another observation was that the planting of compatible species was not observed, and this leads to some allelopathic effects that are noted in some trees. And especially these are associated with exotic species such as the hard trees that were counted in the area. And these tend to compete with native, indigenous, and other species of trees in the area. Another observation was the presence of informal settler families in almost all the parks managed by the local government units, and the informal settlers still locate in parks even if these are officially considered as one of the danger areas. And the urban green space initiatives of the city involved the crafting of the park's pedestrian corridor master plan to address the conditions that were observed during the study. And among these initiatives would include the expansion of Forest Park that will link the City Hall with the biggest parks, that will provide pedestrian-friendly area, the development of Esplanade, the preservation and conservation of park, the planning of nature laboratory that will allow students to learn about biodiversity, and also the intention of the local government to foster active social and physical activities that will minimize health risks. So this is a representation of the plan of the City of Manila in coming up with the Parks Pedestrian Corridor Master Plan. Let me turn you over to my co-author, Dr. Gonzalez.
Good evening from Manila. Let me share with you some of the findings from my 3.5 years of research on mainstream on urban biodiversity conservation as a strategy for greening the urban infrastructures. In the light of COVID-19 pandemic, urban biodiversity conservation and protection plays a very critical role in the total urban development and recovery planning, not only from a health perspective, but also in terms of better urban living environment. This ushers to a new normal through a sustained effort at mainstreaming urban biodiversity in local development planning. The following are measures for a post-pandemic recovery planning with respect to urban green space. First one is preserve and enhance existing natural amenities in the cities, which is highly encouraged currently in Manila. It's among the 9 cities of the National Capital Region which failed to comply with the WHO standard of green open space requirements. Despite these parks, the presence of these parks, Manila City has the highest deficit that required 26 more parks, the size of our Rizal Park or Luneta, to comply with the WHO standards. The preservation, protection, and restoration of natural amenities can be undertaken through native forest restoration and tree planting under the National Greening Program of the Philippine Department of Environment and Natural Resources. The growing of native endemic species is also highly encouraged. The second one is to promote an urban development model like the compact development model that significantly considers ecological attributes. This allows green spaces to be equitably accessible to the public during the pandemic. Parks have to be developed within at least a 10 to 15-minute walk as practiced in our neighboring cities, Asian cities like Singapore and Hong Kong. Third one is to establish more open and green spaces as part of a network forming greenways and green belts. In highly urbanized areas such as the cities in Metro Manila, the growth in urban spaces can be realized through the transformation of abandoned infrastructure such as utility corridors into biodiversity corridors or public walkways, while bike paths can improve access and ability, which actually surfaced during the lockdown when most transport came to a halt. The fourth one is to preserve historical and heritage character of the community as part of urban biodiversity initiative. Manila City takes into account the COVID-19 pandemic in crafting the Manila Tourism and Cultural Development Plan from 2020 to 2023. The profile, which was prepared to include the characterization and GIS representation of the different types of hazards and vulnerabilities for the city's tourism hubs and the cultural heritage properties and sites. The fifth one is to institute governance and institutional mechanism supportive of urban biodiversity from a resilience lens. Public-private partnerships have to be encouraged in parks and green space establishment, maintenance, and management. Institution of governance should be coupled with the intensification of social and behavioral change communication interventions to raise the level of awareness, consciousness, and active involvement of people towards heightened greening and protecting the richness of biodiversity in the cities. Sixth one is to increase national and local budgetary support for urban biodiversity projects and activities. Maintenance of green spaces should be prioritized in the local development investment program, as this can be translated to valuable savings in healthcare costs and related economic losses during the pandemic.
Leonora, as you continue, might I just remind you of the time, please?
Yeah. I'm almost done. Tax incentives for companies and industries who would actively engage in urban green space management can be offered to increase the supply of public parks and open space. The last slide. We're now talking about articulating the urban green space policy framework. These are the major strategies for the pandemic recovery plan in terms of green infrastructure planning. This constitutes the policy framework for greening urban infrastructure through UV conservation. First one, protect existing GI through greater penalties for destruction of trees and unauthorized cutting, especially of endemic species. The second one is heat maps, which is relative and a novelty in our cities. These posting heat maps needs to be activated and widely displayed through electronic boards, websites, and brochures or in any available digital platform. The residents can then appreciate the value of these GIs and can in turn influence decision makers, policy makers towards increasing budgetary support for green infrastructure. The third one, of course, setting 3 canopy goals as part of local development and land use planning, which ushers in a needed to be pushed for greening infrastructure through UV. This is to restore some of the benefits of urban forests and benefits and remnants that were lost in uncontrolled and urban development. Posting of heat maps, as I mentioned earlier, and then of course funding, most importantly. It remains a major constraint in GI development in the Philippines. The Environmental Guarantee Fund, which is a feature of our environmental impact assessment system, is a potential source of budgetary support for GI planning and implementation. The pandemic is proving its viability for opening more streets for pedestrians, especially during the series of lockdowns, where public transport, as earlier mentioned, was suspended. People resorted to walking and using bicycles to allow movement for work or for essential activities. This largely supported our call for low-carbon society. In this regard, the new normal under pandemic recovery scheme needs increased sidewalks as well as pedestrian crossings to be redesigned to accommodate more people and address health protocols such as social distancing. The COVID scare and other business restrictions triggered the flourishing of online shopping and food and other essentials delivery as the new normal. It's imperative, therefore, to allocate spaces for drop-off and delivery within the major streets system. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Great. Thanks
Yeah.
a lot for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
For all presenters, keep in mind you want to do 2 things. Allow all the others to present as well, and keep something exciting for later on if there are questions.
Yeah.
Moving on to the next presentation, thank you very much. I would like to call for Giulia, Maria, and Apollonis from the Politecnico di Milano.
Yes.
And their presentation on the Greenway network proposal as natural-based solution for Limassol Cyprus. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Apollonis is going to share the presentation, so we can start. Can you see?
Yes, we can. Or it's coming up at least. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, here it is.
Okay, great. So we're going to show you this experimental project that we developed together with Professor Giulia Zorzi of Politecnico di Milano. The proposal is about a green network inside the cultural heritage urban city center of Limassol in Cyprus. And we are going to show you how we try to develop the concept of urban resilience in a real case study. So please, next slide. Okay. Urban resilience is defined as the measurable ability of urban system and inhabitants to maintain continuity through shocks and stresses and to adapt to a changing scenario. This is a very ambitious goal that can be pursued through many different strategies and actions, but among these, we think that nature-based solutions are a very powerful tool because they provide the intrinsic complexity of nature and they allow us to face a complex situation, complex problem and changing scenarios. So we try to use this strategy. Nature-based solution has also been introduced within the European Union research framework since many years, and starting in 2011 also a lot of experimental projects start to be developed. This proposal belongs to one of these projects, that is the IADES project, and we also refer to a previous project that is the N-AERUS that already worked on the same case study we are going to show. So mainly, our project IADES has to deal with the 2 big fields of research. On the one side, the resilience and sustainable reconstruction of cultural heritage, and on the other side, facing and adapting climate change and other environmental hazards. We try to connect these 2 fields of research with the connective elements of nature-based solution and green infrastructure. And among the many possibilities of nature-based solution, we focused on 2 opposite approaches. On the one side, the big scale approach of greenways and green corridors that of course have a very huge impact within the urban environment and provide a great benefit, and on the other side, the opposite and, let's say, minimalist strategy of pocket gardens and parklets that are really suitable to our case of study because of the lacking of available space. So we are going to show how we concretely develop this project following the logical order. So starting with the selection of the area of study and going on with the performing of spatial analysis to understand the density of urbanization and the ongoing transformation of the area, an environmental analysis to assess site-specific risk and climate change scenario, and finally our proposal, so the strategy for a green network. So I leave the stage to Apollonius.
Hello from me also. Introducing the area of study, the city of Limassol is located in the island of Cyprus in the Mediterranean Sea. The port city is in a vital position regarding trading routes and commerce, and due to the dry weather of the island, Limassol is an important touristic hub through its heritage. Following that, the map shows the urbanized areas surrounding the historical city, highlighted in the center of the map. The points of interest located in the central area, and the agricultural and protected areas that are located in the outskirts of the city. As we can observe, the city stretches along the coast, and while the main natural elements are very few, and the city is surrounded by residential settlements on each side, except the western coast where the Turkish Cypriot settlements were located in the small industrial complex that is now abandoned. Focusing in the study area, as we can observe, the historical center includes the central commercial area of the city. Indeed, the historical center is a vastly used area from tourists and locals, as the presence of commercial, public facilities, cultural monuments, and heritage sites indicates the importance of the area. Meanwhile, the public spaces are very few and fragmented, while the green spaces are almost non-existent, and the car appears as the predominant element of mobility in the site. The ancient castle is the heart of the historical center, and after the regeneration of the square, acts as a hub for all the surrounding activities. Following that, the recognition of the residual spaces is also important, as these would later be the spaces for transformation, and these include some underused spaces like parking lots and empty fields. The study area has been under transformation with several projects taking place, from the regeneration of the castle square and the Mall of Seafront to the introduction of the Technical University of Cyprus, while other transformations include the Garilis River Linear Park, residential and commercial developments in the western coast, and the new coastal road introduced as part of the Sustainable Mobility Plan. And finally, one of the major attraction points currently in the city, the Limassol Marina. The Garilis River Linear Park was introduced as part of a wider green network proposal deriving from the N-AERUS initiative spreading across the city of Limassol. Located in the western part of the historical center, the park has been one of the few nature-based solutions introduced and has been welcomed by the citizens. Continuing to the proposal of the Sustainable Mobility Plan for the historical center, it proposes an ambitious transformation for the pedestrianization of the whole area, with the exception of a few one-way streets. Quoting part of the conclusions, though, the average Cypriot's attitude to their cars, which are unlikely to give up without a fight, suggests that their behavior have to change in general. For the environmental analysis, we had to take into account the trends and the emissions in Cyprus, as shown in the graphs. Even with the decrease observed, the number of accidents is very high compared to the rules set by the European Union. Very important is also the increase of number of warm days in almost all Cyprus. The severity of the increase in temperatures can also be seen by comparing the annual temperature distributions between the periods of 1986 to 2015. Over the last couple of decades, the greatest part of Cyprus has suffered from high temperatures, and the largest part of the population residing in the three major cities suffered high discomfort and serious socio-economic issues. Another issue has been also the noise pollution that can be observed in the historical city center. Based on the results of the presented report, Cyprus needs to take additional measures to reduce annual emissions in order to meet its commitments on the targets set by the European Union. Moving on to the final part of the presentation, coming to the strategical proposal, the solutions proposed to form the approach initiated by taking into account the existing open spaces and significant points of interest. By taking also in account the proposals of the Sustainable Mobility Plan, we can create a project that can keep the functionality of the area for the present services and the accessibility. Furthermore, by highlighting the main points of interest from cultural to religious to educational and municipal, provides us the opportunity to form a viable strategy that includes all the activities present. And as recognized before, the residual spaces can provide opportunities for the introduction of new activities based in natural solutions to enhance the proposed green network. For the initial introduction of the main activities axis, we take into account all the elements present, and by also considering the existing commercial activities, the green network is formed in the streets that regularly welcome an influx of people during the week. The secondary activities axis completes the proposal for the green network, as these spaces would be vital to providing the homogeneity and inclusion for the area that the proposal strives for. Finally, we can observe the spaces that form a green network that includes attraction points, transitional spaces, and pocket spaces for providing necessary breaks from the urbanized city. The activities proposed for the transformed streets will see the introduction of pedestrianized greenways that offers the flexibility of multiple typologies of spaces. This will be distributed based on each section of the axis and its surroundings. That includes permeable paths and greenways formed by local trees and plantations and water collection systems. For mitigating noise and air pollution, bicycle lanes were necessary and for the mobility and open flexible spaces for the local shops to utilize.
So to conclude and sum up what has been said so far, we just want to leave you with this comparison among the current state of the center of Limassol and possible implementation of the strategy. Of course, this is just the first step of a project that must be implemented in many different phases. We hope that this project can go on within the IADES European project. Already in this first step, we plan the engagement of some key people from local institutions, but the objective is to enlarge the engagement, including also local population and citizens. And also we talk that this first step is still interesting because Limassol is a city with a lot of features and issues that can be recognized also in many other cities, mainly in the Mediterranean area. So also this first step, this proposal can be taken as an example for other similar situations to really adapt strategies that usually require larger spaces in a context that has no large space to implement such strategies. So that's it. Thank you so much. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria and Apollonius. That was really, really insightful. Again, questions that will be taken at the end, and a brief reminder that you can pop them in the chat already, so we can take those together at the very end. From Cyprus to Kenya, where Emily Martin will talk to us about motorcycle taxi electrification in Nairobi. Emily.
Thank you, Linda. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon. So my name is Emily, and I wrote a case study on experimentations to electrify motorcycle taxis in Nairobi, Kenya. And I will give you a very brief overview of my research. Why electric mobility in the first place? Transport electrification has been recognized as a low carbon strategy by international organizations, such as the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the UN Environmental Programme, as well as literature on transition, transport, and energy. One main benefit identified is decarbonization potentials linked with the electricity mix, how clean it is, how high is the share of renewable sources in it, as well as other co-benefits such as air and pollution and reduction of air pollution and other pollutants and energy security. Other sustainability variables include the end-of-life management of batteries and possible modal shift induced by the transition to electric vehicles. in the global north, when we talk about electric mobility, we think very quickly about electric cars, but the bulk of electric vehicles worldwide are actually electric 2- and 3-wheelers, mostly in Asia. In sub-Saharan Africa, until recently, there were nearly no electric vehicles, but that has started to evolve over the last couple of years with small fleets and pilots. Many of them cover motorcycles, as motorcycle taxis have sharply risen over the last decades, and with them environmental emissions. For instance, in Kenya, registrations of motorcycles have increased the fastest among all vehicle types since 2007. In Nairobi, specifically, the modal share is still limited, but is increasing very rapidly. And there is a sort of a dilemma. On one hand, there are these motorcycle taxis called boda boda in Kenya and Uganda, are recognized for providing accessibility and answering mobility needs, as well as opportunity for revenues for drivers. On the other hand, they also, as I was saying, pointed out for the environmental emissions, carbon emissions, and other toxic pollutants. For instance, in Kenya, they pollute more than cars because of the higher numbers. Another problem is also poor road safety records and detrimental impact on other modes such as walking and cycling. So what interested me was to look at the state of these electrification experimentations. How advanced are they? Who are the actors leading them? What are the benefits and co-benefits identified? As well as, are there any uncertainties linked to these experimentations and transitions? I conducted a literature review followed by a survey with motorcycle taxi drivers, 83 of them, about 1 year ago, and followed by some structured interviews with experts during a period of 1 year. So what I could uncover is about 7 startups and organizations involved in these electrification experimentations. They are not operational yet, so they are still at stages of conceptualization, prototyping, piloting, and at least 2 companies intend to launch operationally in the next weeks and months. There is also a project that is led by the UN Environment Programme together with the Chinese company TLG, and 1 portion of the electric motorcycles will be deployed in Nairobi. In terms of actors, the research showed that the leading actors are newcomers, electric mobility startups, small companies that are supported by national public institutions and secondary stakeholders. For instance, the engineering department of the University of Nairobi, donors, international organization, NGO, 1 incubator. And these leading actors, electric mobility startups and national public institutions, they have a close and frequent dialogue on the electric mobility policies that they want to see emerging. In contrast, the transport providers, in that case, boda boda drivers, owners, as well as their representative organizations, were not so involved and more ambiguously. So, for instance, some startups contacted drivers or representative organizations mostly to collect data, but not all of them did that. And I could not identify connections between public institutions and representative organizations on the specific topic of electric mobility at the time of data collection. In terms of benefits, quite interestingly, literature focused a lot on potentials for decarbonization with other types of co-benefits. And in that specific case study, I identify a strong focus on potentials for microeconomic gains for drivers. So this finding both with drivers and with experts. So these potentials come from the shift from fuel to electricity, as well as reduced needs for maintenance, because there are way fewer parts in electric vehicles than in conventional one. So this suggests that it could fit within a concept of low carbon development, reconciling mitigation and development. To give you a few figures, for instance, with the drivers, 35% of them identify improvement potentials against 6 none. And most of these identify improvements were economic ones with these savings, as well as higher efficiency, price stability. And there were environmental opportunities identified, but much less frequently mentioned. And with experts, again, this dominant narrative of saving for drivers, well ahead of other dimensions such as e-waste and batteries, job, air pollution, and so on. However, what was interesting is that after the interviews, I asked the the expert to fill in a questionnaire and to give some ratings on opportunities, risks, and so on. And they ranked actually the reduction of air pollution the first opportunity, and the reduction of carbon emissions the third one. So it was not something that they were not aware of, but it was not something that they were discussing very extensively. Most of the experts were very positive, actually using very, very strong positive adjectives about electrification. However, I could identify quite a lot of remaining uncertainties on how it's going to take place. For instance, let me give you an example, charging infrastructure. There is a diversity of options that are being mentioned. For instance, it can be charging at home, it can be charging in public spaces, it can be battery swapping, meaning it's exchanging a depleted battery, an empty battery, with a fully charged one. And it can be done by a dedicated staff. So here you see it's a picture from Kigali, Rwanda. It can also be done by the driver himself or herself. Here a picture from India. And there is a diversity also of spaces where that deployment could take place. For instance, the stakeholders mentioned fuel stations, shopping mall, kiosks, new battery shelves in case of battery swapping, boda waiting places, called stages in Kenya. So there is this diversity. And there are a lot of other uncertainties and open questions that I detail in the paper, especially on urban planning processes and policies. So I think that on one hand, it's very classic to have this process of trial and error and to have this diversity of solutions in social technical transition processes and experimentations. On the other hand, there is also perhaps a risk of a makeshift e-mobility if there is no guidance on quality and safety, for instance, on charging standards. And that's something that was identified also during interviews. I also wanted to know if there were some contestations of these experimentations and transitions, because they are frequently entangled with experimentations and transitions. I could not find contestations with driver. There were those who knew about electric motorcycles were rather and quite positive, quite strongly positive. But again, it's not a very mature process, so let's be also cautious with that. Interestingly, I identify more interrogations on the side of urban planners who are not so closely involved in this process for the time being. The first one is a fear of rebound effects. So saying if there are these economic savings, then maybe we'll attract more drivers and then increase the supply of boda services. So on one end, that could potentially lead to conflict of sustainability goal. On one hand, the decrease of environmental emissions. On the other hand, maybe an increase of motorcycle taxi supply that maybe do not fit in the opinion of some urban planners on what is a sustainable urban transport system. And the second one is going beyond the case of motorcycle taxi. It's asking the question, which vehicle should be electrified in priority? So at the moment, the electric car taxis and the off-road vehicles, safari vehicles, are the vehicles the most advanced. They are already operational. And for instance, minibuses are the less advanced, while they cater for a very important share of mobility needs in Nairobi. So this is, again, this is a time of data collection, and that can change. But yeah, there were some discussion raised on that. So to conclude, I think that it's really the beginning, and it's a very promising and engaging area of research. And I argue that we need to continue looking at potential impacts, using different level of analysis. So for instance, first one, the multi-level perspective, looking how this niche can impact different dimensions of transport regimes, including as well as spatial analysis that is sometimes a bit neglected. And secondly, to look at possible conflicts of sustainability goals. And here I would like to quote Gilles et al. 2017 saying that disagreement and contestation are central to low carbon transitions, and that actually analysts should consider how best to accommodate these conflicts instead of ignoring them. So I think in the case of boda electrification, we should continue looking how that can fit within a sustainable urban mobility paradigm, especially looking at intermodality, how we can improve connection between transport modes and linkage to collective transport modes, as well as how can that be framed within a road safety improvement target. So that was a very brief overview, and I will be very happy to answer any questions you may have.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Emily. So indeed, so just that we can prepare and don't forget the questions, drop them here in the chat box, then we can dive right into the questions after we had the presentations. Thank you very much, Emily. Very interesting case study. And the next one will be focusing on human-nature relations in mapping as a performance practice. And I would ask Muriel Mijecevic, Maud Canisius, and Paula D'Alençon to start their presentation. Welcome.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for having this opportunity. Miriam and I are presenting our joint research projects that is in collaboration with Paula, and Paula will join us afterwards for the Q&A. This is a proposal in which we present our suggestion for a cartographic practice that includes other perspectives. And this is what we concluded after going through our own artistic research projects that consists both of the Screamscapes project by Paula and on the impossibility of drawing a river by Muriel and I. And in these two projects, we go back to the core of mapping of cartography and ask ourselves what's the process of creating representations of our world could be, and how to create tools and frameworks for this. And this is all like an experiment and an approach of opening up the discussion. And yeah, in this sense, or we started with this idea of a map as a representation of the world, which is always a selection of what you encounter. It's always a reduction of the world. And that is fine to a certain extent if you, yeah, like in this overflow of information, need certain statistics and information, like when navigating. But it becomes critical and questionable when we use those reduced representations of the world, when we try to make the decisions that concerns us all. So in environmental policy or in the urban domain, where many interests come together and where possibly not all the interests are represented. So in our process, we're searching and reflecting on how to include everything and to discover what this everything might be. So instead of looking at the reduced space, the small part, we search for stories that include the majority, but wishful thinking, everything. So the one part of it are the local stories, which include many of the local particularities on social and geographical configurations. And yeah, by respecting those, metaphorically, we build bridges and we connect many of the stories and layers together. But it's not only about the human aspects and or those quantifiable human aspects. It's also about representing the non-human other. It's about representing the neglected, the unknown, maybe the mystical, the mythical. It used to be common, for example, to have this scene maps where dragons and other creatures were represented to sort of indicate also the experience of this big journey and the experience of the unexpected. And I think in our practice that we'll shortly talk about, we change this predefined and therefore limited mindset of the quantifiable human perspective and change it into an open view and be prepared for the unexpected and be prepared to discover all layers out there. So compared to this sea monster map, the map of the case study that we were invited to within the framework of the Urban Imagination Seminar and co-organized by Transit Slovakia and the Goethe Institute in Bratislava, we examined the gray area that's in between the two bigger bridges on this map on the south side of the Danube. And this is an area that's described by investors. And there again, it's about this, how you represent the place is a very powerful tool because investors describe it as a place of nothing. So as a place that is waiting to be developed by them. And this is something where we went to and where we developed steps into for discovering the other that's out there, that what is nothing can be. So in this way, we're attempting the impossible. It's mapping the different narratives and relations that the project developers didn't wish to see or didn't choose to include in their representation of the place. And there we followed Umberto Eco, who formulated in his Drawing a Map of the Empire on a Scale of 1 to 1 and Why It's Impossible. He formulated some steps of how to draw this impossible empire map. And so in our steps, we formulated how you can approach a mapping practice that includes the river and all its multi-layered narratives.
I continue here, and I hope that it worked with the slides, that they were all visible. So these are the steps we derived from our process, and I will go through them now one by one. It started by immersing yourself, and that means that you really leave this outside position of a mapping process and become part of this environment. And in our case, we were stepping into kayaks, and what you don't see from the outside is the force and the current, and you really feel it once you're inside of it. And it's also a change of scale that you experience your own body in relation to this very, very big stream. And
just on a little, keep track on the time, that we have some opportunities to talk. And definitely you can leave something for later as well.
Okay, so then we asked in the second one, so we see that it's not just a blue line, but there's much more that belongs to a river, which in this case we looked at with hydrogeologist Anakidova, where once a fluvial forest is not fluvial anymore. There are boulders on the sides which cause the stream to become very fast, and it's typical in cities where they scrape away their own gravel bed, and habitats and niches for other creatures are destroyed. A very difficult exercise for everyone, but very necessary. And as Donna Haraway says, it's not about finding or discovering, but constructing the social relations. We invited participants in a workshop to take on different perspectives, in this case, depending on the number of feet, different beings, and putting themselves into their shoes and see what relations would they have with this river and the space around it and among each other. And it's also important to have other people join this process, because it's not just a matter of what one person could tell, but many having a discussion about together later. And then you see maybe the place from the mosquito perspective as a resource of fresh blood or other things. We started already in Bratislava, but continued this conversation later in Berlin at the House of World Cultures, where we were thinking about how to include the river itself as a subject. And Jimena de la Barra mentioned it this morning in her keynote, that one of the good news is the fact of, or this thing of nature laws. And there's this, in New Zealand, the river Wanganui, which has become a legal person. So what would it mean if the Danube became a legal person? How would we look at it? And as a transnational person crossing 10 countries. And we had this conversation together with Tiago Oliveira, who's an anthropologist from Brazil, who spent a long time at the Rio Negro, and with Xenia Chiaramonte, who's a jurist. So it was not just the visual representation, but also the legal representation. And we had the Danube as a live stream, being part, not just talking about the other, but with the other. And in that sense, we kept adding to this map, and layer by layer, and it's a non-finished process, as you can imagine. So the conclusion, in a way, is to keep going, and we also invite others to keep going, because even just this small segment of the Danube, you can have an endless process. But it's not just about being this one place, but to be repeated in many other places as well. So we would like to invite you to do this, and awaiting your questions.
Thank you very much, Muriel and Maud. And as a geographer, of course, the seeing cartography this way is particularly fascinating. Thank you very much for that. Moving on, last but certainly not least, Beatrice Balducci, again from the Politecnico di Milano. Yeah. We'll be talking about a safe space, architecture, and preparedness in the era of uncertainty. Beatrice, feel free to share your screen.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, now I share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, good afternoon, and thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. I am Beatrice Balducci, a PhD candidate in architecture at Politecnico di Milano. And today I'm going to present a safe space, architecture and preparedness in the era of uncertainty, where I selected a set of projects, a set of case studies drawn upon my ongoing doctoral research that I think are interesting, because in a way they represent a kind of experimentation in themselves, and they give us some suggestions, some ideas that can be further experimented by design in the future. So the COVID-19 emergency reminds us that we live in a world of uncertainty, where, to quote like the most overused sentence by Donald Rumsfeld, unknown affect the way we live and the way we design. However, dealing with risk in a very general sense means to always deal with a condition of uncertainty. If we think, for instance, of an earthquake, we know that an earthquake could happen, but we don't know when, how, and where exactly it could happen. So what I think it's interesting from a design perspective of the lack of approach of preparedness is that it does not seek to prevent the occurrence of a disastrous event, but rather it assumes that the event will happen. So it addressed the protection of the critical and lifeline infrastructures in order to maintain safety in a time of emergency. So in a way, it considers a disaster not as a fracture in time, but as a part, as an event in the biography of a space which lives its continuity through change. So dealing with risk and preparedness means to dialogue with the possible catastrophe that can never happen or can anytime happen. And that introduce into the project an idea of duration and change of state of the space, and also principles such as flexibility, duration, adaptability, and typological hybridization. So in asking myself, what does it mean to, from a design perspective, to be prepared, and what are the possibilities that underpin this kind of approach? I selected for today actually 6 case studies that are actually not located in the south of the world, but I think they represent they represent some interesting approach that can be exported then in other contexts. And they are dealing with 2 main risks, such as earthquake and floods. And I think I will go in deep in 3 of them, and then the other I will quickly describe the others. So they present different typologies, from park to a building to an urban furniture, different hazards such as earthquake and floods, different probabilities that the hazard could happen. They address directly or indirectly human safety. And moreover, quoting the famous Kevin Lynch, "What time is this place?" They are designed to address different phases of the emergency: the moment of the event, the phase of recovery, the one of reconstruction. Then they present different change of state, whether it's functional or formal, and a different approach to a catastrophe. So the first case is the disaster park in Tokyo. Japan is a very high seismic country, and more or less 50% of the planned earthquake occurred there. And in starting from 1995, when the Kobe earthquake struck the city and found the city unprepared, a culture of preparedness started to take root. And at that time, the government decided not to rebuild very densely the city, but to leave some empty spots, some voids to be transformed into evacuation area in a time of emergency. So a new typology came to the fore, the one of disaster park. And today, Tokyo counts more or less 37 disaster park. So the park is designed to change its state, to be adaptable, to have a kind of multi-temporality. So from a public infrastructure in the everyday life, a park, to a refuge in the face of a disaster, to a camp in the recovery phase, and then to a social anchor in a way in the reconstruction phase. So a series of lifeline infrastructures such as power, water, and energy, so those systems that are considered vital for the existence of an environment, are drawn as dual functional elements from the very general scheme to the very detailed one. For instance, an invisible and potential campsite informs the general scheme of the park, and also the, for instance, natural and mineral parts arrangement of the areas. Also, the benches are designed to be transformed into kitchen, and this is a specific typology of benches that are called kamado one. There is an off-grid lighting system that illuminates strategic paths, and everything is thought in that way to be prepared to be transformed into an emergency park. So what I think is interesting in this project goes beyond its own architectural quality that is actually quite poor, but it is rather linked to the idea that it seems a space designed to respond, to embody both the present condition and a very precise potential future. So if an earthquake occurs, the park is able to be transformed into an emergency camp. If an earthquake does not occur, the park is a public park, is embedded in the social life of the inhabitants. So even this is a kind of very pragmatic answer to the need for safety. Each element dual functionality illuminate one possible translation, spatial translation of preparedness that can be further investigated. In this regard, in 2017, the research group Urban Risk Lab at the MIT proposed a possible declination and development of a disaster park with the PREPAB. The PREPAB is a lifeline infrastructure called reflexive one, so dual functional, in the shape and in the scale of a sculptural piece of furniture that can graft existing open spaces and transform them in playground in everyday life, and in anchor for recovery during the emergency. And this project introduces, I think, an important and super complex issue and topic in dealing with preparedness, There is the one of culture and cultural embedded system that's increase in a way the resilience of a resistance of a certain community. In a context of emergency, in fact, due to the urgency of intervening, the site specificity is often neglected in favor of technocratic and functionalistic solutions. So people displacement and standardized solution characterize the landscape of post-disaster context and can generate subsequent vulnerability. And in 2016, the same group, the Urbanist Club of the MIT, developed in Nepal, the PrepUp Nepal in the Kathmandu Valley that was struck by an earthquake in 2015. So the project is an adaptive reuse of a specific local typology that is called Pati. That is a traditional open-air pavilion with a very, very simple plan, one hall with a porch, in front porch, that is located at the corner of the main street of the small town and is the place where many people access water because piped water is not provided in each household. So they decided to retrofit this typology anti-seismically, just this one, and to redesign it as a space adaptable to different scenarios. So in the everyday life, the Pati remains a public water infrastructures and to serve as a water tank, more or less. In the disaster and recovery phase, it becomes an anchor around which to center a recovery camp because it is an infrastructure. And in the reconstruction, one becomes a kind of repository of the architectural traditions, and as well as the morphological node where to start a possible reconstruction. So I think that the project is quite interesting because it's on strategic level in a way. So the idea to identify local recesses, local architecture, in this case, local infrastructures to protect that become a kind of wrinkles in the context, anchors around which to settle in a time of emergency, and spaces from which to start in the phase of reconstruction. Now, I think I will skip this, otherwise I won't fit within the time. Okay, so we observed 2 cases that translated into the space in a kind of very pragmatic way, an emergency management plan. So they can be read as a kind of problem-solving projects. Nevertheless, in facing a potential emergency, there are other interesting cases that do not oppose to the destructive forces of nature, but rather dialogue with them. So it is the case, for instance, of this park, the climate park in Copenhagen by Tredje Natur. The hazard address here is the flood, and the safety address is, of course, the safety of humans, but more indirectly. So it's the safety of the built environment, and then, of course, the human one. And the project embodies flood water as an intrinsic element of the space. It is actually a very known project drawn upon the Rotterdam Water Square. And the park is a water tank, so a critical infrastructure that is structured in 3 pools that can activate one at a time to collect water depending on the strength of the flood. So again, we can observe that the project works with multiple scenarios, and the space completely changes its state. So from a dry and mineral swell in the everyday life, where pools are multi-purpose hole where to play, to a liquid landscape, a kind of artificial lake in the face of a severe flood. So here, the potential future address it's something weird because it's something that can never happen, can happen every day, every 10 years, every 100 years. So the space dialogue with flood in a kind of elastic way, from a park to a pond, from a pond to a park. So of course, earthquake and floods, as well as pandemic, they are different disasters, they are different conditions. But what I think is interesting in this approach is that the destructive forces of nature concur in shaping the space. So it becomes not destructive, but constructive. And I think it's a kind of interesting approach. And Rem Koolhaas once said, in a climate of permanent panic strategy, what is relevant for a city is not the methodical creation of an ideal, but the exploitation of the unexpected, the accident, the imperfection. So I think that this very famous last project can be read in this sense. This is the poldering project in Netherlands by West 8. They are addressing the flood risk, and instead of providing banks and barriers, it provides partial control inundation that ensures safety of the area. So again, the disaster shaped the space, generating a dynamic landscape that can be lived actually here across by the bridge. So it introduced the possibility not to control precisely a potential catastrophic future, but to respond to uncertainty with a certain degree of uncertainty. So to conclude, we observe different cases that address different future, and they present different possibilities. So in the disaster park, we saw that dual functional approach. In the prepub, a reflexive infrastructure declines at the scale of a urban furniture. In the prepub, we saw how important is the site specificity and the grasping of local recesses, especially in contexts such as the Nepal. And then the climate and the poldering park introduces the idea that the destructive forces of nature can be also constructive ones. So to really conclude, I would like to read this quote by the visionary architect Livelihoods, who wrote, "What is needed now are new ideas and approaches that go beyond the defensive reinforcement of existing structure and open up genuinely new possibility for architecture in relation to the her continuing process of transformation." Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It's wonderful. We succeeded with one experiment already, that we stay roughly at least a little bit within the time. So we do have a couple more minutes for some questions. And I think I saw one in the chat already. Apollonis had a question for Emily. Why don't you go ahead and you can ask it yourself, and then Emily, you can respond to it directly. And invitation, you know, I mean, Lander and I, we can come up with some questions, but they won't be as, you know, even half exciting as yours. So please do go ahead. First Apollonis, then Kuba, I see you raising hand. So you can also just raise your virtual hand here in the Zoom as well. Apollonis.
Hello, again, my question would be, electric vehicles generally currently require a substantial infrastructure network for charging stations, either for cars or more.
You may want to put your microphone slightly closer.
Okay, sorry. Now is it better?
A little better.
Okay, thank you. But also for thinking large scale, the power network of a city is not designed to accommodate the necessary requirements. What would be the way to apply even a small scale network of electrical vehicles, referring to a transforming city which is currently in development? Because from my experience, for example, from my city, Limassol, applying an electrical network of cars would substantially reduce the power network. Or even in a city like in Milan, which I live now, for example, during the summer, even with air conditioning and fans, you have power cuts in the city. So it's a substantial change that has to come to a city.
Thanks a lot, Polonius. That are very interesting questions. I think we could go on for a couple of hours on it, but we'll try to be very quick. I think the first question is, you raised the question of the capacity of the grid, and as you were mentioning, you talked about cars. And I think we need to be very careful, and also as urban planners and transport people, we also need to see that it's also about electrification of public transport and smaller vehicles. So for instance, if you have a much smaller batteries as an electric bike or an electric cargo bike or an electric moped, then you require less energy. Of course, like electrifying the whole fleet of cars, it's especially private ones, would require a lot of energy, and it's not really what people wants to have in literature, in policy reports, and so on. So I think we also need to be aware sometimes in the debate of buyers towards what's happening in the global north. I think we need to look, the conditions for different vehicle types are very different. So for instance, you talked about cars. Cars go from A to B, C, D, whatever, they are very, very flexible. So you need to have a very large network. For instance, in the case of Kenya, the boda boda waiting places called stages, the motorcycle drivers, they revolve in a radius that is very limited. So meaning if you start with that place, you can already do it at that specific level. But again, that's the question is, do you want to do it at the stage? And that's a fascinating question. I think that would be quite interesting also to formalize and integrate in urban planning. But some other people say, no, let's use fuel stations, for instance. That seems like maybe the easy solution, but also maybe having less impact on motorcycle drivers. So I think that we need to, it depends on type of vehicle of types, it depends on location, exactly as you were saying. All these questions require a very thorough analysis of either enough energy supply, that's the case in Kenya, but that might not be the case everywhere, How important is the access? And that's, again, it's a question also of social justice. For instance, drivers, if they live in informal settlements, do they have access to energy? And that's also, for instance, in the region where we have these swapping stations, because then you make sure that there is access to energy at that location. There is the question of reliability of the grid, of renewables, and so on. So there are a lot of criteria that need to be screened. Yeah, and I think also, just maybe to finish, for the case of Kenya, what's quite interesting is that, and many people do not know, is that the share of renewable energies is 86.8% of the grid in 2019. So very, very importantly. But again, it's a very broad question, large topic, and I don't want to take all the time. So if you have any further question, you can also reach out to me per email. And I leave the floor to further questions.
Brilliant. Thank you, Emily, for that elaboration. Kuba, you had your hand raised, and I see you put on your camera, so go for it.
Yes, I did. So I have a question to Beatrice. Thanks for great presentation. I think it somehow this question also relates to other presentations. What we heard before, maybe in the first presentation and second presentation, what struck me that in this process of let's say upgrading the space to be more climate proof, there appeared an issue, let's say, of informal settlers who appear in the spaces which are not designed for that purpose. And I think there's a huge tension in that regard in all kind of transition processes. Like, people need to access the space, but on the other hand side, it's problematic if they live in the river banks. So I think it links to your presentation in an interesting way. You showed examples of multifunctional space, which is helping people in the case of disaster. But on the other hand side, we also have spaces which are clearly will be affected by disaster, but people want to use it as well beforehand. And I wonder did you investigate, this reversed kind of situation in which actually you don't leave an empty space, but you occupy a space which clearly will be affected once by a disaster. In which way you can do that so it's not that problematic? I think it's a very. I would be very interested about your feedback.
Okay, I don't know if I understood properly, but so you are asking like, so I presented the space, some spaces that are multifunctional space where the people get recover, and then I presented also some other space that actually are not inhabitable, and due to the climate crisis and so on, will be more and more not inhabitable, right? Yeah, this is an interesting question. I mean, this is something that I tackled several times with my research, because it depends also on the position that I have. Like, if I have a kind of anthropocentric position, so the safety of the humans, or if I move a little bit back and I say, okay, something probably will not be inhabitable, and so maybe we can just understand that maybe we cannot live there, but we can take something from there. For instance, I give you a very practical example. So a part of my PhD would be like a test-based project. So I'm dealing with the context of Italian area in Norcia. So it's a very seismic area in the Apennine Mountains of Italy. And there, what happens in the last earthquake was that a huge part of the land was struck by the earthquake, and a river underground came up and destroyed everything and affect the animals and affect everything. But what they discover later is that that river, because it was underground, was like super rich about biodiversity and so on. And so it can be a resource. So it can be something that you can, in a way, transform into a resource in a different way, not to live there, but you can use as a kind of infrastructure that can allow you not to live exactly there, but at another point. So I don't know if I answered to you, but I'm moving like in that kind of direction. So something that can be like, translated in another way, not just for humans and to live there. But I don't know. I hope I was kind of clear.
Yeah, thanks.
All very big topics, of course, that we could spend hours on.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it looks like our session time is over. You may have seen in the chat box that Tazio wrote that he had to leave. So if you want to follow up with a question to him, do that. I guess you could also use the chat box for any more clarifications. So thank you to all the speakers. Thank you, Lander, and thank you, Kuba, for having us. And I guess we are handing over to, oh, wait a minute, is there a break? So a break is coming up next, right? Kuba, over to you again for the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Oliver and Lander, for very nice moderation and also keeping us to keep time. That's really great. And indeed, now we will have a very, very short break, and I will be handing over to Paola Alfaro to moderate the in-between spaces that happen. And thanks a lot for all of the presentations. I'm sure we'll continue discussion in other configuration.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye, colleagues.
So we say 3 minutes.
So we have a break of 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
10 minutes, you said?
No, I said 3
we
minutes.
10
I
minutes.
suggested even
Exactly.
shorter. But
3 minutes. Okay, good. Then we say 3 minutes. Thank you. Bye. Everybody, I would like to welcome you to the third session in this conference. I would like also to welcome Josephine Vogtal with us to see where she is actually here. I just saw her already. And then also see if second session panelist already arrived, Ana Maria Duran. Ich schaue.
Aber ich sehe Anna
ja,
nicht.
Ja, okay, gut. Nein, die sehe ich auch gerade nicht, aber ich würde jetzt so that's delaying the session in itself, and maybe we start already to explain what the session about and that I think the first thing could be interesting to explain is that regarding to the program, we divide the session parts. Firstly, collaborating in a more broader context of projects which are trying to do this kind of collaborating approach, let's say, also on the research on acquiring data, and also to work in a broader sense also with environment and climate change. And for tomorrow, we are also continue with the session on collaborating, the session 3, and we will then more focus on the aspects of production health and also on the idea of the commenting. So today's session is then about knowledge co-production, and in particular knowledge co-production then for the environment. And I would like to welcome in this context the session's moderator. We will have with us Josephine Vogtal from the University in Stuttgart. Maybe you can open up your screen so that we can see you. And I would like to have a look if already Ana Duran is also with us. No, I think she's not here. I can hear her. So Josephine, if you don't mind, hello, welcome. I see you. Can you hear us?
I just texted her, Paola, but I didn't hear anything back.
Okay, you can hear us now? Josephine?
I can hear you, yes. The connection is not very good, but I can hear you.
Ah, yeah, perfect. Okay. Fantastic. So then I would like firstly to present you, and then I would like to pass over then to the session moderating to you, and I let Anna Duran can make it with us. So far I cannot see her, but we hope the best that she can join the session with us. So that it is planned. So Josephine Vogtal, thank you that you are with us. Josephine Vogtal is a senior researcher at the Department for International Urbanism at the University of Stuttgart. She briefly worked as a senior researcher at the Habitat Unit here at the Technical Berlin from 2009 to 2014. She studied architecture at the Technische Universität Berlin, so in the same university, and Bell State University. In 2014, she completed her doctoral dissertation with the title Embodiment of the Urban Relational Space in South Chinese Megacity Guangzhou at the TU Berlin. Josephine Vogtal teaches in the International Master Program Integrated Urbanism and Sustainable Design in the postgrad urban management courses at the TU Berlin, the so-called Urban Management Studies, and has been teaching master courses in architecture and urban design since 2009. She has a wide range of experience from working as a consultant to be at multilateral agencies on urbanization and development policies in the Global South, as well as in architectural offices. She's a German MC member of the European Network Interped, Coast Action and Project on Interdisciplinarity in Urban Studies and the chair of the International Advisory Board. She is a member of the Deutsche Gesellschaft für Asienkunde, DGA, and the Urban Knowledge Network Asia UKNI. Thank you very much, Josephine, to have you with us. So I would like to pass over to you to make the moderation of this session with us. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Paola. And also thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this session together with Anna. We planned for Anna to give us a little impulse lecture at the beginning, but yeah, maybe we can keep it for after the presentations, as long as she didn't join us. And before I start, I just I briefly wanted to clarify one thing, because we planned for 6 papers and I only saw 5 presentations at the drive. So just briefly want to check that Maria Palestino and Cristina Visconti are here as well.
Yes, hello.
Okay, you're here. Great, perfect.
Yes, I'm here, but I think that could be that the presentation didn't arrive.
Okay, no problem, as long as you got it.
But I can send it again.
I'm glad to hear that you're there.
I'm here.
Don't worry. Okay, yeah. Perfect. That means we got 6 papers in this session. You each got roughly 10 minutes to present your papers, and we will go through all 6 papers first and have a bit longer discussion at the end, depending on whether Anna shows up or not. We can extend that time. I'm really excited about the diversity of papers that we will have today in this session. And I'll suggest that we start with the one on neighborhood planners in Beijing by Li Fan, Tang Yan, and Uwe Aldrock. Are you with us?
Hello, Josephine.
Hello, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
So I don't know what is the creator. Should I share the screen or do the?
I can share the screen.
Okay, I think that's easier.
Mm.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I will send you a chat once you got 3 minutes left.
Okay.
Yeah?
Mm.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. I'll figure out. Sorry for the.
Do you need help? If you want, I can also open it and share my screen.
Or I can do it in this way. Yes. I think it's not full screen, but it's still readable.
Okay, great.
Okay. So thank you very much. And thank you for the great opportunity to present here. Our topic is collaborative planning. So I choose this with the case study of neighborhood renewal planner in Beijing. We call it a responsible planner. I will explain why it's called a responsible planner. So we have 3 authors from Professor Tang from Tsinghua University, Beijing, and she is one of the responsible planners in Beijing. And then we have Professor Architektur. Unfortunately, he couldn't come, and then I'm here. So our research is based on a theory of collaborative planning. We understand that it is an interactive process of consensus building. The outcomes is not predictable, as the goals are not predefined, but more discovered in the course of problem solving. So more attention is paid to a general procedure ethic than the substantive content. Anyway, so to evaluate the success of collaborative planning is if it helps to build the capacity of self-governance. So our argument is the collaborative planning, the result is not that which result is the more professional or the best one, but the process of collaborative planning help to build the capacity of self-governance in the local community. So I will use our case study to present our results. What is a responsible planner? It's actually a community planner. It has different names. In Beijing, it's called a responsible planner, and in other cities, it's called neighborhood planner. It is a planner designated and paid by district government to serve communities at sub-district level. So a responsible planner is not responsible for design or planning, but for consulting, communication and coordination, review and supervision of urban design projects. So in many cases, because a planner is a responsible planner is working in inner city, so the planner often facilitates neighborhood renewal program. As in inner city, there are not much new projects like in greenfield in suburbs. How to collaborate for housing renewal? A neighborhood, a responsible planner helps to investigate through questionnaire survey and workshops with the residents and develop draft plan for discussion. facilitating funding application, because if they want to renovate their neighborhood, they need to apply funds from the ministry. So a responsible planner helps the local community go through all those technical issues and to discuss with them what they want to exactly renew. And then a planner. So a responsible planner doesn't practice plan itself, but more investigation. But he can develop a draft plan for discussion. So it's also optional. And then apply funding. After they get approval, they contracted the communities contract an external planner through bidding or invitation. And then finally, the end plan. So the final plan will be developed by the external planner. But the whole process, a responsible planner is working with the local communities and working also with external planner to develop the whole renewal process. So you can see here a responsible planner working closely with the local communities. And then after state approve the project, and then responsible planner works with external planner, and then finally is the external planner who designs the final project plan. So come back. We have two case studies. One is in, we call it the S neighborhood, and the other is in Z neighborhood. They have similar in size, residential structure, location, ownership structure, but they are very different in self-governance capacity. So we want to compare what has this collaborative planning process brought to the two different communities with different self-governance capacity. In their neighborhood, they have strong self-organized management, and in S neighborhood is weaker as self-organized management. So they have different basis for self-governance. Here I'll present some designs, some optional design developed together between the responsible planner and the local communities. So they have some small, like micro renewal plan for open space between two buildings. So there was originally parking, used as parking, and then a very landscape-oriented design developed by responsible planner. Also in the neighborhood, this was original photo, and then a responsible planner developed a very landscape-oriented renewal plan. However, in S neighborhood, where self-governance capacity was not as strong as in the other neighborhood, they didn't have much their own opinion, and then they agreed totally 100% of the responsible planner. But in their neighborhood, they have their own concept, and they rejected the plan by the responsible planner. So they want a more car parking oriented plan. And then in the final process, an external planner who developed the final design for their neighborhood, which is much more parking oriented design. So this is the final version of the renewal plan of the open space between the two buildings in the neighborhood. So although it might not be the most beautiful one, but it's the result of collaboration process. So our conclusion is the outcomes of the collaborative planning are not predictable, and it's not important to assess which design is better than the other design. Rather, it's important to accept and respect it as a common result. In the end, the capacity of self-governance has been improved. So one example is in the S neighborhood, where not so much self-governance capacity before, they didn't agree to collect a property management fee before the collaborative planning process. In their neighborhood, they have their self-governance management, so they collected property management fee themselves and they use it for cleaning or car parking management. They have no problem to pay for public service. But in S neighborhood, they didn't agree in the beginning. There was a questionnaire survey to ask them, are you willing to pay for the public service such as cleaning or parking management after the renewal? So 26% of residents were not willing to pay. But after collaboration process, there were more residents were willing to pay for the public service, and they are more organized to managing their neighborhood. So that's our research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lifan, for the interesting presentation on this new role of planners within the framework of collaborative planning. I kindly ask Anna Kodemo to continue with her presentation. Hello, Anna.
Hello, hi.
Hi. And I want to encourage all of you listening that if you have questions that pop up as we go through the presentations, you might want to already post them in the chat. That allows me to pick up on them later on in our discussion at the end of today's session.
Shall I share? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Can you see it? Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Anna Kodemo, and with my colleagues at the University of Trento, we are developing a research project called the Trento Urban Transformation. The aim of the project is to propose innovative and adaptive tools to be integrated in the planning tools of urban planning tools of the town. Due to the instability and the continuous changing systems and dynamics in the cities, the research is investigating and experiment novel approaches based on cooperation, creation of awareness, and flexible tools in order to be updated and modified over time in the future. Moreover, the research constitutes the scientific support for the revision of the general regulatory plan of the town. The plan considers the societal challenges and aims to promote solutions driving towards resilience and sustainability. According to the European guidelines and European documents, the plan should be flexible, place-based, and have inter- and transdisciplinary approaches in order to interrelate different sectors. The study is carried out in Trento, which is an alpine town in north of Italy, well connected to the Central Europe, thanks to the Brenner corridor. It's well known, Trento is well known for its rich natural landscape and for the high standard of quality of life. For this reason, it's an ideal context where to experiment innovative tools. So the proposed plan is called the LEAF plan, and it is based on three new paradigms. The first one is the shared urban fiction, which is an interpretation of the traditional participatory processes by enabling co-creative tools during the phases of planning and design. So this tool intends to enhance the knowledge between experts and to improve the inclusion of inhabitants. The second paradigm is the plan as performance, which represents the need to combine urban quality with technological innovation by introducing the results, the expected results of the plan in terms of ecosystem services. Finally, we have the plan as a narration, which represents the capacity of listening, welcoming, and considering the inhabitants of the town. The plan is based on adaptive instruments by working with challenges and not anymore with objectives. For this reason, 5 main challenges were identified, and they are then implemented in 68 strategies that are related to the Urban European Agenda of 2016. The first challenge is Eco Trento. So it's a challenge related to no land consumption, adaptation and mitigation of climate change, preservation of biodiversity and the natural landscape. Then the second challenge is welcoming Trento, which is a town that recognizes the presence of different identities and improves the sense of belonging by enabling integration of people, quality of community life, and also services for tourists. Then there is Accessible Trento, which is a town that improves the supra-local connections by promoting sustainable mobility. Then we have Smart Trento, which is a competitive and innovative town capable of creating connection and integrating research and production. And finally, Bella Trento, which is a town that evaluates the beauty of the urban landscape and also preserves the heritage, cultural and landscape heritage to improve attractiveness and well-being. The shared urban action is, as I said, is one of the 3 new paradigms of the plan. And related to this, the aim of the research is to enable cross-silo thinking, cross-city thinking, stakeholder involvement, and knowledge transfer in order to allow exchange between experts and also to overcome thematic silos. So this co-creative approach was implemented through a dialogue between municipality, experts, inhabitants, and researchers. The first is the dialogue with the municipality and the expert. It is based on the creation of a technical table as task force. So there were meetings with the representatives of university, municipality of Trento, professional associations, and during these meetings, 8 main topics were defined that were relevant for the town, and then in the meetings they were discussed between the experts in order to improve the knowledge between all the participants. Moreover, the dialogue with the municipality continued with the periodic updates in order to provide the scientific support for the revision of the urban plan. This was concluded in 2018 with when it was produced the strategic document for the revision. But the meetings and the updates with the municipality continued in order to continue this exchange between municipality and researchers on specific topics that they were defined as relevant. The dialogue with the citizens happened also in 2018 when it was published, the strategic document, and it was posted in an online platform, and the citizen for 30 days could give their feedback, send their opinions, and contribute to the 5 challenges that were defined in the strategic document. The results obtained, the contributions and the topic of the inhabitants represent the need to establish a dialogue between the municipality and the citizen that has to continue over time and not be just sporadic. Finally, the dialogue between the researchers is because the research group of train to urban transformation is a multidisciplinary research group that aims at sharing knowledge and expertise within different disciplines. For example, by producing periodic reports in order to share different views and explore different solutions for urban dynamics, and in order to overcome silos. So finally, among the research outputs, the impacts on urban governance is the production of the revision of the plan, which is a first little step, but it sets the base to be further implemented. And the impacts on urban policies regard the promotion of strategies, tactics, and devices that need to be flexible and agile in order to be implemented and changed over time. While the impacts in research is helped us to recognize the importance to promote inclusive techniques and to share decisions between participants. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this presentation on co-creation at the local level. I know that Anna joined us in the meantime, which I'm very glad to hear. Paola, do you want to briefly introduce Anna now, or?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
I can do this. Anna, can you hear?
I don't know how it is on your side, but for me, the connection is really bad.
We might have to...
My connection or the connection of...
Your connection is really bad, Paola.
Yeah, the connection is bad.
Okay. We can hear you now.
So then maybe we wait for a moment. There she is, finally. So let me try to introduce her, and you let me know if is my connection now better. Can you hear me well?
Yes, it's a bit better.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So good. Then I will. Fantastic. Anna Duran can stand with us, and I would like to use the moment to introduce you to the group, and then I also let the floor with Josefine to make the session chair of this session. So Ana Maria Duran Calisto is an Ecuadorian architect, urbanist, and environment planner who co-founded design firm Estudio Acero in Quito, Ecuador. She holds a Master of Architecture from Penn Design at the University of Pennsylvania and a liberal arts bachelor degree from Universidad San Francisco de Quito in 2015. She was hired by the Ecuadorian Ministry of Urban Development and Housing as academic advisor on the development of national contents for the UN Conference Habitat 3. Between 2013 and 2014, Duran Calisto was the national curator for the 11th Iberian American Architecture and Urbanism Biennale, curated by Jean Raido in 2019, Harvard University's Graduate School of Design and Editorial Gustavo Gil published Urbanismo Ecolatina, a project she collaborated on. Thank you very much to have you with us, Anna. And we keep on listening now the presentations.
Yes. Thank you, dear Paola, and I'm very, very sorry for the confusion. I did listen as I was walking back because I went to grab a coffee, just killing time until we could start. And you guys were already rolling. But I did hear the last two presentations at least. So I'll be taking notes. Thank you.
Good to have you with us, Anna.
So nice to meet you, Josephine.
Yes, nice meeting you. Finally seeing each other in cyberspace.
Yes.
So I suggest that we continue with the presentations and you give your impulse at the end, just as maybe a transition into the discussion afterwards. And I would like to ask Laura Puttkammer to continue with the next presentation. Laura, are you with us?
Hello. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, great.
Okay, great. Let me share my screen. Here we go. I'm trying to make it full screen. Give me a moment. No, okay. Right, so thank you for having me. My name is Laura. I'm not a researcher at the moment. I've got a master's degree in urban development and planning from the University of Manchester. And in the 3 years since I finished that, I've been working as a journalist, focusing on solutions journalism, urban journalism, and I'm also a consultant for participatory planning. And in the paper, I'm going to look at digital participation in the new world of COVID we're living in. And I will ask how we can turn that into a common good. And yeah, in the context of collaboration, I will look at how COVID has actually given us an opportunity to find new ways to shape the city in a more collaborative manner. So my research questions will look at how can digital participation as a common good create more opportunities of co-production, always assuming that digital participation these days is more widespread and there are more opportunities for that. And then I will see how these new ways of participation can possibly support the achievement of the goals set out in the Sustainable Development Goal number 11 that deals with cities. And I also want to look at the potential competence change in urban planning, away from a very top-down planning more towards a bottom-up planning, therefore making way for right to the city, based on what David Harvey and Henri Lefebvre say on the topic. So that will kind of be my theoretical framework. My main example, my case study, will be the block by block project that UN Habitat is doing. So what they do is they go to different neighborhoods all over the world and they co-create public spaces together with the residents. So they basically have an open workshop and they try to invite everyone, all ages, all educational backgrounds, everyone who lives there, all the residents. And then they use Minecraft, the computer game, which is very easy to learn even for people who might not be used to playing computer games. And actually one of the ideas is to have the children and the teenagers who participate teach the older residents of the area how to use Minecraft. And then UN Habitat pre-programs the current public space or central space of the neighborhood in Minecraft, and the residents are allowed to play around with that to improve it. You can see a little bit in the pictures on the right how it might look. It's part of the process. And then UN Habitat, together with the neighbors, tries to actually implement this participatory and common design that the neighbors created in the Minecraft workshops. And recently they've been trying to do this in a virtual manner as well. I know they're still experimenting. This does work a bit better in person, but virtual participation is an option here. And the idea is to actually turn the public spaces that a neighborhood has into common goods. And there's a few other approaches as well in terms of the gamification of urban planning. So in my paper, I will look mostly at how gamification can possibly make urban planning more accessible, allow bottom-up urban planning, and actually turn it into a common good. I will also mention an increase in citizen journalism, That's not just due to COVID, of course, that has been happening for a while, thanks, among other things, to social media. So I think that's another way of actually participating in urban planning and also disseminating knowledge. And then in the next chapter of my paper, I will look into the effects that COVID-19 is having or has had so far into participatory urban planning. So we've been observing an increase in digital skills, especially in older people or people who did not used to use the computer as much. I think there's an increasing acceptance for virtual participation. And there I will try to do interviews with UN Habitat as well to see how, particularly with their project of block by block, but also with other projects that can be proven. There's a lot of creativity and innovation just in terms of offering participatory urban planning on the part of some municipalities, but also NGOs and organizations such as UN Habitat. And then I will also look into the dangers of this new world of virtual urban planning with the participation of the public. So for example, the danger of a digital divide. What about all the people who do not have access, who do not have time possibly to halls and all these events? And I will also try and look into what's going to happen after the pandemic with digital participation. Do researchers think it's going to go back to the way it was before? Is this here to stay? Are there going to be more and more virtual offers of participation, or possibly not? So in trying to answer the question set out by this conference of how to plan in a world of uncertainty, one of the replies in my research paper will be that it does make sense to look into existing methods, such as the one set out by block, such as the one you can see on the right, set out by Lego Labs and a few others, to keep using them, but use them, improve them, and adapt them to new situations, such as our current world. And I'll also look at how it's possible in the future to focus even more on inclusive, low threshold, and widely accessible ways of participation in urban planning in order to turn digital participation into a true common good. And ultimately, that's supposed to support the right to the city and our path towards SDG number 11 through this kind of crowdsourcing, where you actually draw from the strength and the possibilities that communities give you. And that's it. I tried to keep it short. Thank you very much for listening. I did put in a link to my blog where I talk about participatory methods if you want to have a look. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laura. That was very on time, very interesting. I think we're all curious to see and learn more about your research as you progress. Yeah, I must say I don't see your comment in the chat, but maybe it's, I don't know why. I'm sure people would be interested in seeing that or in being able to.
I did have it on the PowerPoint. I will share it in the chat as well.
Maybe you can share it in the chat. I think that would be helpful. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, then I kindly ask Francesca, or I don't know, Diego or Paola, who of you will be presenting your paper.
Thank you, Josefine. There I see Diego. I think also some of our students should be with us, but I will start to make the presentation. I will share the screen with you. May I? So can you see the screen?
Not yet, but it's hopefully coming. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So we would like to present you a research project and research that we are actually doing at the Católica University with Diego and Francisca and also our students in the framework of the DFG CoPro project that I'm putting forward. And it is this question on how we can really understand how we can download plans into a local level in terms of this proposal that we understand, so that we have this bigger framework of climate change policies, and there's always this kind of question that is in the air, how we can bring this to a local level. So how we can work with this, and how we can also then in the second step make an attempt to have a climate-proof urban development with tools that we can find by urban management, but also by urban design. So this is Santiago de Chile. Maybe some key findings when it comes to climate change is one of the 10 most polluted city in the world itself, with a contextual problem being in a valley in itself and surrounded by the hills itself, that there is a lot of accumulation of heating in summer times, and we have also the problems of high degree on temperature also increasing in summer times, but also the strong and the hard rainfalls, which are somehow this strong weather events, which are also called by climate change analysis. So here are basically, this was the first thing that we did with our students, was firstly to localize with also social spatial data, which you see below in this plan from Santiago de Chile. We tried firstly to localize on a territorial way what kind of problems do we have in the city itself. So firstly, to mention is that this urban sprawl, which is always related to Santiago de Chile, is actually accelerating the climate problems related to the city itself, with the pollution, but also with this extended urbanization in itself. Then we have heat islands, which are also, and I don't know if you can see this so well here in this representation, but completely related with the vulnerable parts of the society itself, let's say with poor settlements, completely one-to-one related with heat islands, then landfills, which are pretty much related also with the area surrounding the bigger mountains. And as I also mentioned, the temperature index increased by over 1.5, nearly to 2 degrees Celsius, and flood areas, as I was presenting, and in particular also related with the river, which is crossing the city in itself. And a lower index of green areas, which I would like to emphasize in this representation, showing you that in particular in the wealthier districts here in this area, we are talking about a very social city with a high degree on social segregation and inequality. It means that let's say the higher income areas of the city, they have a 10 times more higher amount on square meters related to green areas than, let's say, in the more poor and basic settlements in the south area. This also counts to the equipment and concentrations in terms of how do you have parks, for example, and public spaces related with the concentration on the heating islands, where you can see also that largely the south is pretty much vulnerable when it comes to this kind of developments in itself. Then we look to the governance process related to the urban governance, that we can find in Santiago in itself, and we will find here the different levels of the governance, of the local governance in itself. And firstly, one thing is that we can say that we have a connected governance process in itself, saying that the state in itself have provided this big national plans on climate change protection and also on climate change reduced risk management. However, they are not so far implemented to let's say other parts of the governance itself. And on the other hand, we have a lot of efforts from different municipalities to bring out those kinds of, let's say, climate change projects and related with cycling projects, but also with greening projects. However, there is not a one united city administration in itself. And then we have also here in the lower parts, we have a lot of citizens and NGO initiatives somehow related to work on this aspect of climate change protection, in particular related with their own settlements, to improve their own living conditions. We know from the urban resilience discourse that if we want to somehow understand how we can improve our resilience, then we have to work firstly with a multidisciplinary perspective, which when we see this kind of setting that we have in Santiago de Chile is quite difficult. And on the other hand, we have to have this kind of multi-scale process, right? So these were the two main focuses that we were interested to do research on in our research. And we also made to this understanding of, let's say, vulnerability in terms when it comes, or let's say sustainability when we are talking about local groups. And here one of the most for us impacting research is done by the idea of the Palace for People by Eric Klingberg, who was also mapping the heating waves in the US, in Florida, and was also seeing that while really vulnerable groups, and here you see those ones who had the most people who were dying in that time, you could understand that not only the richer part in the north survived, and rather also the more vulnerable ones. And what was beyond this was this understanding that we have, and this is very much also already framed by Ostrom in itself, with this understanding of the commons, that we have a community which is taking care of a resource in itself, and there is a process, and this process ensures and reproduces these resources in itself. So basically what we started to do then in Santiago was to build up a matrix of different projects elaborated by interviews with different, let's say, people involved in this developments. And there we asked us who is involved there, and what kind of resources is shared or is ensured, and what kind of process we can understand on, let's say, on a vertical term, but also on horizontally, to overcome this kind of fragmented governance that we can find here in Santiago. So I pass over to my colleague, Diego Moya, who will lead on the presentation now.
We cannot hear you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Now I'm going to continue. Yeah. So yes, as a part of this research, we also build a map with the students by using the Abercrombie technique, to this potato plan, to identify these different initiatives in relation with climate change or demands about environmental problems or social environmental issues in the metropolitan area of Santiago. We try to understand how was the impact and the influence of these different initiatives and practices in spatial terms. So we did several interviews with different actors and stakeholders to understand how it was the participation in these different processes. We also shared this research with a group of researchers and scholars to have a feedback of our work, and also with the students. So next, please. Hola. So yeah, we analyzed several cases, but we are going to mention just three. The first one is the Mapocho Pedaleable, that is like Navigator Mapocho. Mapocho is the main river that crossed the central area of Santiago. It was the first landscape trace that the Spaniards used to build the city in its origins. But after years of urban growth, today is not much related with the surroundings or the urban surroundings. So recently, two students of the Catholic University started an initiative to reactivate the urban riverbed of the Mapocho River through a cycling route or cycling corridor. These academic projects also fostered a movement of cyclists that started to put pressure on the taking over of this riverbed to recover it as urban ecological asset and a public good for the city. Next, please. Yeah, so the interesting aspect of this project is which was capable all together with the civil movement to elevate this demand to the authorities, putting the recovery of this area on the political agenda. And we are going to see that this is similar in the other cases. In this regard, several institutions were involved, as the Ministry of Transport, the Municipality of Santiago, the Municipality of Providencia, and the Catholic University. This is relevant because this was not an original motivation coming from the government authorities. Indeed, something that was key was a civil demonstrations of cyclists according to an academic project, by taking over the riverbed to demonstrate that this idea was possible. So next. A similar case was the plan of integration of Cerros Islas, Island Hills, that in 2010 was born the foundation of Cerros Islas, an NGO that seeks to a recuperation of the different hills in the metropolitan area of Santiago in order to recover them as ecosystem services. The initiative started to gain attention from municipalities and also social organizations. Next, please. So Cerros Islas, although it was raised from a professional initiative, soon started to involve other actors that was related with the different impacts of these hills in these areas or municipal areas or neighborhood areas. The initiative started to foster different competitions for the ecological and urban recovery of different hills, in which participated universities and all other public actors. The innovation here was done according, firstly, to think about the metropolitan area from the chain of hills as a big structure of ecological assets, and then connect the different hills with their local population through the process of competitions or consulting. Next. Just to go to the last case, this is the case of San Borja Elevated Squares. The San Borja residential complex was one of the most emblematic projects of modern architecture in Santiago in the 60s, in the phase of the developmental stage of the national state. The initial project, as many modern projects, proposed many common spaces such as walkways, and elevated squares, according to the principles of modern architecture. However, over the time, these spaces began to be abandoned and degraded. And in 2010, a group of students from the Architecture School of the University of Chile, all together with some neighborhoods organization from this area, formed green walkways or pasarelas verdes, an initiative to activate these spaces as green public goods for the community. They put a lot of pressure, so finally they were listened by the authorities, and in 2015 a competition was organized to project the common areas in which dozens of architecture offices participated. Next, please. So in this regard, if we take these three different cases, we see the same methodological procedure from the project, and all the concepts or the label are related with this idea to share common resources in order to give a public good for these communities or to recover some areas for the communities. So this is the final map that we created during the course with the students, and in which we can also identify the different areas and the territorial impacts. So in terms of findings, next, just to finish. We found that many interesting findings. First, that local initiatives predominantly are located in communes with lower socioeconomic income and with larger deficit in green areas. There is a potentiality of knowledge creation through these activities, but sadly they are not really involved with more institutional initiatives. There is no a big link between institutional and local initiatives. As I said, initiatives come from constellation of factors of civil society, activists, NGOs, and other academic fields. These various forms of local organization are especially close, but in general, there is no links between them, between the organizations. Much of these initiatives responded to local processes that demand greater control or rescue over common urban areas, which represent local environmental interests or threats. So finally, in terms of the learnings, the general learnings, we see that there is an important need to integrate in a coherent vision way the multiplicity of these initiatives in terms of the metropolitan area. There is a need that in which this cooperation between different levels and actors can be materialized. The concept of common-based climate resilient response should be the guiding for policies, plans, and programs in relation to urban development, territorial planning, and climate change. There is increasing need for counting with more effective and reliable data about climate impact and urban ecosystem qualities in order to make more visible and more easily to grasp these initiatives. Finally, as a result, we need possible options for actions and ways in which imagination and experience and education, that's everyone knowledge and a space of possibility plays a decisive role. So well, that was our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paola and Diego. This is indeed a very interesting case. So I think it took us around a lot of issues that we will pick up in the discussion. But for now, I would like to ask Umut to share with us her presentation.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, thank you very much. Nice being here. I just briefly share my screen so I can start. Also. Okay, can you hear me and can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. I'll just start without losing much time. Maybe starting also saying thank you. I'm very happy being here with you. And as also Josephine introduced, my name is Umut Kinastuyar. I'm town planner and advisor, and currently I'm holding a visiting professorship at the University of Kassel. We are establishing a new department, Department for Sustainable Cities and Communities. So, and I haven't been here last, let's say, between 2016 and 20 in Germany. So I'm also back being in Germany and being connected with colleagues and friends again, and then share my experiences which I collected in my last longer stay in South Africa. And I'm going to discuss based on this specific project, but I'm going to try to put everything on an abstract level and discuss qualities or features of an VUCA environment. Like VUCA, maybe most of them already know, but it stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So the question is, like I felt it really fits to the top subject of this conference, how to plan or how to follow these ideals of co-production and co-design approaches in an environment which is experiencing not only one level, but various levels, these uncertainties and vulnerabilities. So although I'm going to discuss everything on a more abstract level, I just want to give a brief background about the project. This was a safety promotion through urban design program in Mamelodi in the city of Swan in Pretoria, which the target was to promote safety and health in general in a cross-cutting various disciplines of spatial planning, urban design, and social development. And basically, we also had in our approach various methods of participatory planning, participatory design, and foreseen very intense interaction with the community members, but which I'm going to come back discuss this as well. But basically, I can say this type of approach has very environmental deterministic focus. So it is expected that if we change the space, we can also change the behavior or induce kind of transformation. And obviously, the setting of South Africa is also this specific setting very similar to other townships, which is poor, informally densified, and socially marginalized. If I talk about the layers of vulnerabilities, we can see this like there are various levels which, for example, include the informality and precarious livelihoods on one level. And then there are environmental burdens in these marginalized communities and townships. And the communities are also stressed. And the stress is on their physical, but also psychosocial health. And the political environment, we can also describe this as an elusive political accountability, especially at the local government, and especially for the phase which I stayed there because of the disparities and also disconnect between the various levels of the government in terms of political party cooperation and representation. And basically, I'm arguing that all these participatory co-design and co-production processes are only applicable as far as the uncertainties and complexities in the structures of the communities and neighborhoods allow. And this is not only now after the COVID-19 pandemic, but also before that. And then, therefore, I was also very excited or happy to hear also the explanations today in the morning. We heard by Jimena, and she gave us very nice, actually, global framework to put our individual efforts in terms of planning and design. But I'm looking also at the maybe it's also hopeful future, and want to discuss what could be an adaptable process of design and implementation, an approach which initiates a transformation both in space but also in action. So I'm discussing this VUCA environment from various perspectives, and basically also through an analysis of the actors and their logic of action. And I'm looking at the economic aspects, obviously, the actors and the complexity of the stakeholder landscape, and political dynamics, regulatory frameworks, social cohesion, and also physical infrastructure. But my target is also to explore options for a process-oriented co-design and co-production, and that I'm asking myself what can be the key principles of an adaptable design and implementation approach which enables a transformation both in space and action. So very interesting in the case which in Mamelodi, in Pretoria, which, the area where I worked, we can summarize the economic vulnerabilities as with the keywords of informality and precarious livelihoods. So there is such kind of high economic insecurity and high pressure on households due to lack of employment and economic burdens. So people are even not only, it is not only the problem having little access to job opportunities, but also having almost no or very little perspective for the future. So especially for young people, they don't have really a perspective to be part of a labor market in the near future and labor market integration. So they are, for example, then some other kind of phenomena then fill in a gap. For example, which I observed was one of the local lotteries. They call it Machina, a kind of people, although they have very little, they instead of they invest this very little money which they have into a kind of lottery. So they are hoping and creating kind of a system of actually great hope and trust in a very unsure and unsecure economic gain opportunity, and they see this even more kind of feasible than any other option, getting a job maybe in the marginalized or precarious labor market. This is just one of the examples, but maybe we should actually say that these survival strategies in informal sector has a very permeable boundary to illegal activities. So all these illegal electric connections or commerce with stolen goods, this characterize the daily life there. Sorry, I need to get a sip. On the other hand, if we look at the political dynamics in local level, we see that this political accountability is also not real and also very elusive. So the basically ward councillors are most influential local leaders, and they also act as gatekeepers. Obviously, their actions are characterized by their political party identities and discourse, and they have a very authoritarian style of management, and they steer between the community. And also there is not a homogeneous community, but there's various groups of groups who are also conflicting each other. So the claim of the ward councillors or local representatives that they represent the whole community is actually not correct. And if we look to regulatory frameworks, we see the eclectic regulations. This is also very specific to South African case, but also the ambiguity in action. For example, the municipality has not a clear direction or role in a continuum between the development control to development facilitation, and they outsource of most of the planning and engineering services. This doesn't allow institutional learning and accumulation of the knowledge in the institutional level, on the institutional level, and the existing regulatory frameworks are mostly just too much complicated and does not reflect the realities. And again, the authoritarian management style based on performance cause a lack of innovation due to fear of making mistakes. So it is very difficult to induce kind of new behavior within the structures of this regulatory frameworks. And due to the unstable political representation at that era, I was there. There was also lots of blockages in decision making, and it was kind of difficult to see a golden thread in the actions of the local government. And in general, if you look actors, that we observe a complexity of the donors and other stakeholders, and this and there is a strong linear and environmental deterministic approach, especially from the perspective of the development cooperation projects, and high level of abstraction and planning and monitoring methods. So sometimes this ambitious co-production and co-design and intensive participatory actions doesn't really fit with the general program setting. Or at least there is a need for a very long perspective and more adaptable and responsive approaches. And at the same time, there are lots of also intermediary agencies like NGOs, NPOs, and they claim to have a mission of social development and act at the same time as service providers. And they are also in very highly competitive environment and for funding, and they are vulnerable themselves as well. And obviously, as a physical environment and infrastructure is also has features of a marginal township. This is not only because of the informal settlements, but also even partially in rather poor but formal social housing areas. There is also a high level of backyard dwellers, which is again giving a lot of burden on the existing infrastructure. And from the social cohesion perspective, I think this is also very important. And there is a high stress on physical and psychosocial health, which I observed. And the communities in these informal areas are as I said, they are composed of very diverse and conflicting groups. So, and there's a high tendency to vandalism in public sphere and very violent self-administrative justice. And this either to demand services from the government, this is kind of also has historical roots of this kind of, let's say, behavior. But also just internally to resolve some problems within the neighborhoods, the people just easily get the agitated and grab the tools or grab the ways of to self-administer some justice, which they think it is correct. And then sometimes this kind of behavior turns into self-harming tendencies. So they, in a kind of appraisal or any stressful or any conflicting situation, for example, a library or a clinic can be just burned down by some angry young people, mostly men, we should say. But at least we can see that some people, the people mostly see themselves as receivers or services, and this manifests sometimes in the lack of ownership in public space. And there's also a high prevalence of alcohol and drug abuse in the neighborhoods. I mean, this gives some kind of maybe rather pessimistic picture. But if we discuss this, I see these vulnerabilities and uncertainties in communities. They hinder this co-design and co-production processes, and these processes were broken or get distracted through vandalism in public spaces, facilities, through material theft, or due to poverty and dependencies in the members of the communities, and lack of social security in job markets, and burden on community cohesion. And this, there are also some unspoken expectations, obviously, and ambiguities, and the agendas, hidden agendas, and the agendas also change, may change during the processes of negotiation, let's say, among different parties. And program planning tools such as we generally use baseline studies, needs analysis, feasibility studies, etc., even the log frames, and they simplify obviously the complex setting, and sometimes they miss the intersectionality of vulnerabilities in VUCA environments. So they are sometimes not responsive enough and not agile enough. And also, as I already said, that the ambiguities in the project steering is also an issue if it is set in an environment, a more democratic approach, in a more authoritarian management style environment, there are also quite a mismatch. And I may conclude with some brief words about saying that this a participatory approach, including also co-design and co-production of space, needs also strong local partners. And this is not kind of cannot be induced from outside, coming from top to down, but a healthy community with strong local cohesion who is taking ownership of space is needed. And there is a need for a stable socio-economic condition, or at least a perspective for future, for integration in the society and economy. And accountability of actors are also crucial, I think. And interventions in space can only be impactful, I think, if they induce a societal transformation at the same time. And this needs to come hand in hand. And this needs time. This is the most crucial kind of component, I think. And therefore, we need also a shift from the product-oriented to process-oriented co-design and co-production approaches. And then I'm asking myself, what can be the key principles of a transformative, let's say, intervention? And such an intervention with an adaptable design and implementation approach, I think must be aware of a positive, must be aware of and responsive to existing multi-layered vulnerabilities and complex livelihoods strategies. It must take the processes of transformation into account and look at that very carefully, and then be responsive in any change in this process. And obviously, if we induce a transformation, we also change the power relations or bring up some maybe hidden conflicts on the surface. And I think such an approach must must open up new perspective and increase the problem-solving capacities of the actors on the site. And it must be long-lasting and build trust with people and intermediary agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Umut, for taking us through these diverse layers of uncertainties and ambiguities. We still have one presentation left. I kindly ask Maria and Christina to share with us your presentation before we go into a joint discussion and a brief input by Anna.
Hello.
Maria or Christina, are you with us?
I'm Cristina. I'm going to present. I'm Cristina Visconti from University of Bologna. And I'm here with Maria Federica Palestino, and we are... Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So, good afternoon. I'm really happy to be here to share our work with Maria Federica Palestino. In our presentation, can you see the full screen or not? Now? In our presentation of today, we are going to discuss as tools of co-production turned into a counter-visuality experiment that it was capable to give back the right to look to elements that often remain kept out of sight by mainstreaming climate resilient analysis. Exploring in an action research lab the neighborhood of Ponticelli, located in the east area of Naples in south of Italy, we had the opportunity to trigger a mutual exchange between scholars and inhabitants oriented to reshape resilience narratives towards an inclusive and common agenda. Here, first, we are going to show how the social construction of risk generated a chronicle state of violence, but as well resistance responses embodied for us in a community garden experiment. And second, we are going to see as counter-visuality tools make visible loss and damage and grassroots initiatives. And in doing so, they can be a strategy to generate community-based pathways for climate resilience. From our participatory work in Ponticelli, carried on in the framework of a research project focused on quantitative analysis of climate change effects at local level, we started to recognize as the neighborhood can be considered a case of slow violence. Here, in fact, the pressure of climate-related events is due to a plurality of ecological vulnerabilities and social fragilities that produce a chronic degradation. The social construction of risk is visible, in fact, in the fact that from a fertile agricultural wetland, the area has been transformed first in an industrial settlement, and then in a social housing district, in response to the earthquake of 1980 that treated Naples Historical Center. In these circumstances, 18,000 people were evicted and relocated in a new residential district in Ponticelli, despite the presence of the red zone of volcanic risk. This transformation then damaged the social ecological infrastructure and generated a fragmented and uncompleted urban modern plot. In this scenario of loss and damage, made by the marginalization and the chronic default of public policies in responding to the environmental and social degradation, we saw how it can be not applicable in urban climate change discourse that reflects, to use the words of Lanzara, a sort of positive incapability, conceived as a problem-solving or a technocratic orientation. In shifting such orientation towards models of urban planning and design for climate change, we apply co-production as a framework to not just include communities' knowledge and everyday practices, but to recognize them as a crucial insight to be seen and translated in effective empowerment processes. In this recognition, we assume the concept of negative capability as sensitivity, as a sort of sensitivity, a capacity of actors to accept their state of vulnerability and leverage it into a means for acting and sense-making. In our research, in our action research, we transform this action research in a sort of urban living lab, in which through the lens of local inhabitants, we can observe how much the provision of the local public spaces have been endlessly negated by the city. In our opinion, the feeling of being abandoned by the public institutions influence the social behavior in the face of publicness, provoking a different reaction by inhabitants and local organizations in order to informally provide it. This is what we call here informal publicness. It is what we have experienced on the field as a civic environmental engagement that unconsciously respond to climate change, to unexpected effects of do-it-yourself adaptation. This kind of initiatives have been developed in a community garden experiment that started with the reclaim of an abandoned part of a public park. Recognizing forms of grassroots response, we started to question on how use climate change as a strategy to increase neighborhood livability and social inclusion. This is why we decided to highlight the insurgency of a rural turn and help inhabitants to narrate this turn. What is crucial to underline here is that this rural turn we observed, it was due to the negative capability of a sensitive manager from the local public health authority who facilitated the creation of a community garden, the social garden of health that we can see here in the picture, as an activity for rehabilitation of drug addicts and their reintegration into working life through community gardening. The experiment went beyond this dimension to become a community hub in which more than 250 people are actually participating in a care of a reclaimed public space. So in our case, community resilience consists in bottom-up practices able to re-examine the rooted culture of inhabitants in an innovative way. In this sense, replacing the failed formal publicness with strategies tailored to the context revealed to be successful to reconquer public spaces. This is why the social garden of health for us can be seen as a paradigmatic of a contested publicness between formal regulation, public policies, and informal practices. In order to develop a counter-visuality process capable to give back the right to look to such segregated and excluded narratives, we focused in particular on two tools, collective storytelling and collective mapping. The idea of a collective storytelling born as a way to restitute the different perspectives that were taking place in the living lab, trying to couple people life stories, the current urban landscape, and scientific information on climate change. We use the tool of videos to record these multiple dimensions, generating a choral narrative capable to rewrite the story of the neighborhood beyond the rhetoric of the marginalization. This created, for both inhabitants and researchers, a space where became aware of the loss and damage, but as well of the negative capability as a potential to transform, to innovate and co-produce responses. The video in itself became a tool for community to be recognized as an active actor willing to take part to spatial decision-making, responding not just to climate change, but to decennial socio-environmental injustices. This first experience led us to implement co-production tools in a more structured way to complement top-down climate analysis with the bottom-up information that can be used in decision-making. In the framework of a climate resilient design workshop led by the Urban Climate Change Research Network, we developed a
2 minutes left.
Yes. A simulation on how integrates everyday risks and community knowledge within climate resilient planning. This resulted in a collective mapping experiment made available in an online participatory GIS platform. And this implementation gained finally the attention of the public actor, the municipality of Naples, that started to be engaged as well in the participatory activities. The research and the community were for the first time through the mapping in relation with the decision makers engaged in the ongoing elaboration of the recovery plan of Ponticelli. The collective mapping gave the opportunity, in fact, to co-produce a more solid tool to promote spatial counter-visuality that started to influence in a structured way a community-driven planning process. We can conclude that our experience demonstrated that in urban environment affected by loss and damage, local institutions have an important role in planning strategies that can include community perspectives and action. And so climate change can be considered a key to promote livability, that in our case it was neglected for over 30 years. In such context, in fact, planners and designers can't be problem solving or apply the positive incapability of most climate resilient discourse or agendas, but they can use counter-visuality as a tool to give visibility and voice to what often remain unseen. What we learn, in fact, is that through the mutual exchange of local experience and technical scientific knowledge, it's possible to increase the degree of expertise which is needed to contextualize an adaptation policy. And in the end, we can recognize how to set collaborative or co-produced forms of governance requires time, multiple interactions, and tensions towards forms of deep democracy. Thank you, and I would like to share the videos with you so you can see the documentaries that we co-produced.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible, Christina, that you set the link to the video in the chat?
Yes.
We are unfortunately running out of time, but I'm sure that people would be very interested in seeing it. So
yes,
it would be quite helpful if you could share the link in the common chat. And yeah, I want to thank you very much for the presentation. I want to thank all of you. I think it became quite obvious what a crucial role civil society organizations play in responding to some of the climate-related challenges, and how they create resilience through co-productive processes by various different means, such as gamification or claiming of space, or more analog means. If I'm allowed, I would like to take just 2 minutes for brief questions. I'm looking at Paola. She's frozen. So I'll take the time she's frozen to take questions.
Can I answer the questions I read in the chat?
Yes, so there was a question related to the parameters of self-governance in the 2 neighborhoods, and to what extent the different members of the community involved in the decision-making process
yes, thank you very much.
decided on what the project could be.
Yes, it's a very good question. Before I answer this question, I saw another comment from Marcello Barbo. Thank you for the comment. Because the presentation was very short, I couldn't give a lot of background information. So when the neighborhood was built, there was no family had a car. But today, every family has a car. So it's not for the, almost every family. It's very common. So the majority, I would say, have cars. So it's not only for small group of people who own the car, but really for majority people who own the car. And also, the problem of car parking, in our opinion of view, should not be solved only through this small piece of land, but should be integrated in a broader scale of urban quarters to balance car parking problems and the green space and other functions. So, it cannot be solved in a small scale of urban renewal. And then the question by Shaharin Anissa, thank you very much for the very good question. The parameters of self-governance, I didn't mention in each neighborhood, there is a neighborhood office. So this neighborhood office representing the communities. It functions like a small parliament of the communities. The capacity of neighborhood office represents what I was talking about, this capacity of self-governance. So after this collaborative process, the neighborhood office is more organized and they undertake more responsibilities for the daily management of the neighborhood. So that's if I can answer the parameters. So we wouldn't have very strict technical guidelines of parameters, but that would be one answer.
Great, thank you.
The second question, sorry. What extent or different members of the community involved in the decision-making process to decide on what the product would be? So there was a rule. Over 2/3 of the residents need to sign and agree on which items for renewal and so on. So there were certain rules. Thank you. That's all.
Because we are so short of time, I want to encourage you all to maybe stay in touch and share your questions in the chat, as most people will hopefully stay tuned later on also. And you do have the possibility to direct questions directly to the people who you want to post them to. But Anna, you might want to summarize and make a brief comment at the end before we move on in the program.
Someone turned my video off. I can't turn it on. I get a message saying you can't start your video because the host has stopped it. So maybe, somebody pressed something unintentionally. I'm sorry, I don't intend to be off.
Yes, you're back. Oh, but.
Oh, okay. I mean, I've been taking notes. I did see all the presentations, fortunately, at least the first one's on the phone. And what is interesting to me is to see that there's this common culture emerging within planning, architecture, landscape architecture, and all the design fields of co-production, co-creation, a recognition that local knowledge, indigenous quote-unquote knowledge is important to design and to the future. of our cities. And this seems to be a global trend, and that's what I'm most intrigued about. In terms of Latin America, which is the region where I focus most of my efforts, and I think we had a representation today with Paola and Diego Moya, who showed the projects that are being done in Chile. And I'm going to share, in lieu of the presentation that I was expected to give and I couldn't, I'm going to share an article that I recently finished for Casabella, because for me what is very interesting, specifically in Latin America, is that there's a lot of resistance to let the commons go. And I have wondered a lot why, because all cultures have had commons, every single one of them, and a lot has been written about how the emergence of capitalism to a large extent was achieved through the enclosure of the commons, and it has been a systematic dismantlement of common resources, common goods, and the substitution has been privatization or public appropriation, in the sense that yes, the public belongs to us all, but it's controlled by the state. So it's it's not the same. It cannot be equated to the commons. And this third order has been very strong in Latin America, because indigenous movements have resisted the enclosure of the commons with incredible might. And it is interesting to me to see how that resistance has permeated many of the actions in society as a whole, especially in a region that has a very weak distribution of resources. We know that Latin America has the highest Gini coefficient. It's the most unequal region in the world, even more unequal than sub-Saharan Africa. And we saw in the mappings of the cities, and it's similar in Africa, but not as bad. How, like Paola, you show that mapping in Santiago in terms of how even green resources are concentrated in the wealthiest areas, which are a very small percentage of the overall city, and between 30 and 80% of our cities are quote unquote informal, which means that they are basically disenfranchised, if you map the budgets of municipalities, and I think that's a pending mapping in Latin America. I haven't seen very many of those. But when you map the expenses of the municipalities in the territory, you will notice that very little resources go to the areas where the majority of people are actually located. That's why we have what Paola showed in her mapping. That's why we have less green areas, less equipamientos, as we call them, less venues of all sorts, less museums, less cultural spaces, less schools, even though the majority of children and youth are there, less hospitals, less health centers. So there's this continuous centralization of resources. And I feel that the community, to a large extent, and this was actually said to me by a very interesting Quechua lawyer, Flores Milo Simbaña, who has been studying the laws of the communal in Latin America since pre-Columbian times, through their several transformations during colonial times until today. And today we're still a colony. I don't think we're over the colonial times, to be honest with you. We want to think we are. We call it post-colonial. I'm like, are you kidding me? We're still a colony. But what Flores Milo told me, and I think he's right, he said that in Latin America, many people predicted back in the 70s the doom of the commons. They were like, no, the commons and the collective are doomed. They are bound to disappear. It's just a matter of time. The commons is obsolete. There's no space for it in this world. But he was telling me that quite the contrary has happened. That since the 70s, the commons in Latin America have actually expanded and strengthened. And I asked him, why do you think that is? And he said, it has to do with ancestral practices, but that's not the sole explanation. It also has to do with lack of resources. People come together, collaborate, are reciprocal and solidarious. And yes, I'm not denying that there are conflicts, as you know. Let me go through my list. As Umut mentioned, there are intercommunal conflicts sometimes. It's not easy. Not everybody agrees. Representation sometimes is not authentic, if you wish, is not full. But overall, you know, when people are facing conditions of scarcity, they come together and they build incredibly strong social networks of reciprocity and solidarity to compensate precisely for the absence. It's not an absence of the state. I don't want to call it an absence of the state, because the state is there when it needs to be. For example, in Amazonia, the state is very present because it has to extract resources. So when it comes to mining and oil extraction, the state is there for sure. And, you know, making sure it consolidates its rights over the subsoil. But it's absent when it comes to provision of services. And for example, in my own city, Quito, there are 72 Quitucara communes within the city. It's like almost these like bubbles of communal land tenure. But as Flores Milo Simbaña said to me, again, I have to quote him, I don't want to steal indigenous ideas and present them in, you know, as mine. Flores Milo told me, he said, well, the issue with the communes in Quito, with the Quitucaras, is that because they're communal land, they're exempt from taxes. And what that has caused is that they have, you know, been denied public services, because then the municipality often has said, well, you don't pay taxes, therefore you don't get services. And many of the infrastructures that we normally assume the government builds have been built through mingas by the communes themselves. So they have had, through collective work, have had to provide, you know, for potable water and other resources. They have had to build roads, et cetera, et cetera. So that's an interesting dynamic going on in there. But the communes, I mean, shockingly, they're not even in the cadastre of the city up to this day. So there's this, you know, this invisible. And in that sense, I think that, you know, just referring back to all the presentations that were very stimulating to me, but, you know, Maria and Cristina showed this beautiful example of counter-visuality, as they call them, of collective mapping and collective storytelling. I do think that that's very important when you work with the commune and the commons, because there's a lot of work to be done precisely in terms of territorializing the commune, making it visible because it is not, but not making it visible with the tools of the state or the tools of corporation, which are just looking for resources. Like real estate is interested in those communes, but we don't want their maps. We want the maps of the communities themselves in terms of what are their tangible values, the tangible and intangible values that they see, that they want to protect, that is important to them. It's a different type of diagnostic altogether. It's not the typical diagnostic that we learn to do in school. Yeah. And I think we also have to be very careful with the language of capitalism when we describe communes. It is not about environmental services. These are values to these people. They're not just about environmental services or merchandises, you know, or assets. It's sometimes about sacred values. It's about collective memory. So in terms, you know, so I think that Ian McCarty is a very useful reference within the world of design, in the sense that his method, which is used by environmental impact studies, but that we can also use to precisely to perform this kind of thick mapping, as they call it, right? You know, collective base, community survey is super important if we want to really shift planning in the right direction.
Maybe we end on that note, Anna, of shifting the development in the right direction. Since we are running out of time, I thought this was really a helpful wrap-up. Thank you so much also for putting the presentations into a more global perspective. I think that is very helpful. And I also think looking more into the interface with the state could be quite an interesting engagement that we might be able to follow up. The second part of the session will take place tomorrow morning, and I know that after that there will be another wrap-up, so maybe that's where we can pull some of the strings together. For now, I want to thank all of you for presenting your papers in this session, for sharing your interesting research, and to invite you all to the panel discussion, which will follow just now. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Great presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christine, to you.
Thank you, Josephine.
To keep us all together. And
thank you,
I would like to encourage, so I would like to encourage everybody to follow this session tomorrow. So there we will keep on discussing also from another perspective with Dagmar Pelger from Berlin and also from Luz Maria d'Alençon from Delft, so that we can also enter into this understanding of what is co-production doing when we do a comparison between the global south and the global north, which also would be very interesting to keep on discussing. But now I would like to take this kind of energy to our round table, to the next conversation, and please join and let us keep on talking about this very important topic in itself. But first of all, I think we have to do a break of, I'm telling you, 5 minutes or 3 minutes even it should be, and then we start with a roundtable discussion and with our keynotes. And thank you very much for having this discussion with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'm looking to my colleague, Kuba.
Yes, let's get started again with the last component of our conference today. It will be a roundtable which will be moderated by Paola and myself. And before we introduce our great guests, which I hope all are already with us, we will just briefly mention about the goals and structure of that roundtable. So as I mentioned, first comes the structure, then we introduce the guest, then each of the guests will be invited to make a short 5 max 10 minutes presentation and input, and then we'll go to the discussion. And broadly speaking, the discussion, of course, wants to relate to the topic of the conference, but dive in specifically to different sessions and find connections between what we've been talking about today. For that reason, also, when we will ask the presenters to introduce themselves and maybe speak a little bit about their own experiences, we hope they will reflect on specific sessions, and we already agreed that our presenters will start to discuss in an order of sessions to which they were kind of symbolically allocated, or that they would report on. And we will start with introductions, but maybe Paula, you want to add a little bit on the focus of the session still? If you
exactly. And basically, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you're a bit, maybe it blocks a little bit. Maybe if you turn off camera, that would be helpful, actually.
Yeah. I will turn off my camera just to briefly let you know that the focus that we would like to have in this roundtable discussion is about to understand the opportunities, but also challenges of the distinctive traits of knowledge and actions in dealing with situations of unpredictability. So it means that we learned today that there are different, let's say, methods to try to make this kind of coming together, and what we called in the beginning also the collaboration, and also was pointed out by Marcello Balbo and also Jimena Dravada today in the morning. And actually we would like to understand from our keynote speakers what kind of experience do they have on trying to educate, to experiment, but also to work in a systemic way from their own work experience. And we in particular took care to invite people who are coming from the research and from the practice to understand that there is this, that in particular for our planning disciplines, to work interdisciplinary and also trans is very important. So firstly, starts to introduce our guests to the audience, and then we will start with their inputs. Thank you very much.
Yes, let me introduce first Professor Barbara Lipiec, who works at the Development Planning Unit, University College London. Actually, if it's possible, it would be great if you could switch your cameras on, so we will be certain that you are actually here, all of our guests, because we're not. Yes, Barbara, I can see you. Rena, I can see.
Hey, Barbara.
And Taibat, are you with us? Actually, I haven't seen your. There you are. Perfect. Okay, so sorry for that. Let me continue with the introduction of Barbara. She's an interdisciplinary planner with a background in history and development studies. At DPU, she leads a Master of Science in Urban Development Planning. She's a conveyor of DPU's Urban Transformations Research Cluster. She cooperated in the past with lots of organizations within academia, outside of academia, somehow in between of both those worlds, including UN Habitat, Isandla Institute in Cape Town, as far as I believe, also in Johannesburg, and cooperated with civil society organizations such as Habitat International Coalition and Asian Coalition for Housing Rights. And let me also introduce our second guest, who will be concentrating more on issues mentioned in the session 2, but also overall on the whole discussion. Professor Taibat Lavanson from University of Lagos, where she leads ProPool Development Research Cluster, And she serves. I think you still serve as an acting director for Center of Housing and Sustainable Development, or you were serving that function. Yes, exactly. And also you lead VITS-DUB Unilab from the site of University of Lagos. So we can also say that you for years you worked in academia, but also across different sectors, focusing on proper development modalities. And Paola was now supposed to take over, but I am not sure if she is there. Paola, are you there? No, Paola is not there. So I would be happy if one of our great assistants could mention to Paola that she needs to reconnect. And in the meantime, let me introduce René Homan, who is an acting head of programs at the Cities Alliance Secretariat, hosted by the United Nations Office for Project Services. And he's responsible for the supervision of all operations at country and global level. He has over 15 years of work experience in multilateral and bilateral development cooperation, with a specific focus on inclusive and sustainable development in cities. Before being linked with UNAPS, he worked with World Bank and GIZ in advice concerning the projects in Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. He holds a PhD in geography from King's College London, and also a master's, which he got from universities in Germany. And I think we still miss Paola. Dorothea, so maybe, actually, are you here, Dorothea, as well? Yes, hello. And we're also getting Paola back. Perfect, right in time to still introduce you.
Sorry, I'm here.
Yes, I already introduced René, and so if you could take over from
exactly. Dorothea. So then it's on me to present Dorothea Kallenberger. Do I see her? She's with us.
Yes.
Good. So Dorothea is the cluster director from the project Sustainable Cities in Ecuador from the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, der GIZ. Dorothea is stationed in Quito, Ecuador for the last 5 years, leading a cluster of various technical cooperation programs in sustainable urban development. Her focus lies in incorporating climate finance and climate change variables into urban development and planning, and implementing the international agendas for sustainable urban development at the local level. Dorothea holds a BA Combined Honours in Political Science and Intercultural Communication from Anglia Ruskin University, Cambridge, UK, and a Master of Science in Latin American Studies from the University of Oxford, also from the UK. Since 2008, Dorothea works for GIZ in various countries, including Colombia, Serbia, and Germany. So we asked her in particular to make the contributions on co-production, but also on environment and climate change issues for this roundtable. Thank you very much. And apologies again for losing my connection. I hope it's going to be more stable now.
No problem. In the worst case, we can switch off some of the cameras, not all of them, but some of the cameras.
Yeah, but my voice not. Okay, good.
Not the voice. That would be hard without it.
Okay.
Could we then ask Barbara that you start and reflect, of course, on your work, on conference in general, but also specifically link back to the first session, because I know that you were concentrating on it.
Okay, thank you very much, Jakub. And it's really a pleasure to be part of this conversation, and thank you so very much for the invitation. I'm sorry not to be seeing you in person. I usually really enjoy the N-AERUS gatherings. I find them such places for really interesting conversation, and also always very much in a very generous spirit of sharing. So it's a pity not to be able to do that in person, of course, because there's so much of the learning and the sharing that takes place outside of the official sessions. But anyway, this is how we are. And I hope I'm not going to be interrupted by bad connection. So I was only able to attend the first session this morning, but also the very nice provocative statements by Marcello and I'm afraid I'm not going to be pronouncing the name properly by our colleague this morning. But I also will like to reflect more on the connection between that and between the first sessions. So I'll make a few notes about what was what was said in those first sessions, and hope to learn what was said in the others, thanks to what my colleagues will be reflecting on. So maybe just a few words to say about what Marcello and Ximena, is it Ximena? I hope I'm pronouncing it okay, said. And I think they both made extremely important points, which is to remind us that only very few privileged have been able to live with some form of certainty during the period of the Trente Glorieuses, and even fewer still have had this luxury since that period, since the oil crisis of the 70s and the various reconfiguration of globalized capital. So that planning for uncertainty, as they were both saying, is actually very much planning for normalcy. However, I do think that with the ever increasing pace of change connected to multiple climate crises, this is going to be facing uncertainty is going to be the fate of many, many more of us still in this context. So we do need to learn to get better at this. And this is indeed a daunting task for planning. If we imagine planning as a collective endeavor to try and do something for the good for the many, or as Marcello put it, with a degree of publicness in this context. So I really enjoyed actually the reframing of planning for uncertainty as a planning in uncertainty with some form of certainty, and to re-emphasize the focus on the publicness in this process. And I think Ximena had a slightly different focus on it, less on the state and emphasizing more those kinds of practices that are taking place outside of the state, but still trying to bring about some form of certainty and some form of betterment that is more attentive to those that are often invisibilized, that is more attentive to nature also. So the focus on summa causa, the focus on human and nature rights, etc., etc. And so the first session had a very interesting angle on this. How can we, before going into that, what also was really interesting about both of their comments was the ways in which planning needs to be located, needs to be aware of the multiple processes taking place on cities to really constantly have a multi-scalar perception as it tries to engage with very localized intervention in cities. So huge challenge, obviously. And within that, the importance of reframing learning, which was the focus of the first session, in order to try and shake the way in which planning so far has, in many cases, contributed to a status quo, which is clearly not beneficial for the majority of populations. And so what I'd like to do now is possibly to emphasize a few points that came up from the sessions this morning. And I think it would be probably just to kick out the conversation, and we can take it up afterwards. So I think what was really important from those four presentations, and what they all did, was very much emphasizing the importance of multiple knowledges that are required for planning, and for planning with uncertainty in particular. and with some form of publicness in mind. So they all raised the importance of the fact that one needs to have multiple knowledges that are constructed, but what they all did was to challenge this perception of where knowledges come from, and really put to the fore the question of who constructs knowledge, whose knowledge should be heard, different kinds of knowledge that should be brought into planning, not just the sort of expert-led rational form of knowledge, but actually aesthetic, emotional forms, experiential forms of knowledge. And they all sort of talked about the need of dialogue between these various kinds of knowledge. And interestingly also emphasizing that this dialogue may not always be consensual, but that it is an important and an absolutely necessary component of trying to reframe, re-steer planning in context of uncertainty, normal context of uncertainty. So this was a really important point. The second point that they all raised were, where does this learning take place? And I think it was really nice to have a juxtaposition of very different entry points, because we heard of knowledge taking place in the classroom, but also in the neighborhood. We also had really interesting presentation that challenged who are the learners? Are they the students? Are they the neighborhood residents? Are they the municipal officials that are being invited, or indeed are they the experts from international organizations that are being brought in to co-learn? Who are the teachers? So that again was really interesting to reframe this notion here of actually community groups being the teachers of students, community groups being the teachers of expert planners. And there was also a really interesting conversation here about the multiple scales of people having to co-learn together. And we can talk more about these transscalar learning processes that are taking place, and that where so much actually of learning about planning in context of uncertainty is taking place. And I'm sure we will come back to those. They also brought, I'm going to finish with two more points. They also brought attention to a huge variety of tools and processes to try and disrupt these ordinary ways of learning that up to now have tended to perpetuate status quo in planning. And all of them are cooperative, and many of them, what was also very interesting is how they borrow from different repertoires, right? So from use of academic theory to repertoires of knowledge that come from everyday process of solidarity and care, and processes of solidarity and care, but also processes of knowledge that come from usually undervalued moments and actors, such as women in kitchen, for instance, or those who are just in the neighborhoods. So really interesting here, really interesting question on the kinds of tools and processes that try and disrupt the kinds of learning process that we are used to label under learning for planning. And then finally, there was a whole series of questions about specifically about the university and its role as a learning institution, and the fact that as a learning institution and one that trains future practitioners, future planning professionals. Of course, the rest of the conversation had challenged the fact that there are many different kinds of planners who have not all been trained in planning schools through planning university, but really interesting questions here that we in the university are always confronted to, which is, of course, how does one try to innovate and try to respond to the necessity of developing the idea of planners as facilitators across multiple knowledges. How does one try and provide some form of training for this, given the often very strict constraints that universities have? And we had discussions around timelines, around budgets, but also, how much space is there for universities, which are often big machines, to actually agree that there should be lots of different kinds of people who should become tutors and who should join in the teaching process. So I'll stop now, but these were, I think, some of the main themes that I picked up from this morning's session, and I'm really looking forward to hear what was picked up in the following sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite Taibat to also reflect on what she heard today and expand, link to your own experiences related to the theme of the conference.
Thank you, Yakuba, and hello everyone. Thanks for this opportunity for me to share some thoughts on what has started as a really interesting conference and opportunity to share thoughts on this age of uncertainty that we find ourselves. The papers that were presented in the second session were very indicative of the need to rethink how our cities are planned, and then to understand that beyond even the COVID crisis that we are all experiencing at the moment, that there are other urgent crises that must be taken into consideration. And so the uncertainties that we find ourselves are intersectional, and we must address them as such. Across the four presentations, some of the things that I see are, first is that collaborations are key. A lot of, like I said, the issues are intersectional, and so they must be dealt with across disciplines, across scales, across various members of society. And it's also important, particularly for planners who tend to usually adopt the top-down approach. It's important for a bit of humility to come in and to embrace more of bottom-up or co-learning, co-production, because people really know about their communities and will work and are working, you know, to recreating these communities in the way to best cope with the challenges of the time. Another thing that came through across the papers is the issue of resilience. Resilience is a buzzword that has, you know, over the last couple years, and I see that thread running across the four presentations, the need for resilience, and beyond resilience, the need for resilience at scale. In thinking about how do we prepare for the disaster, or how do we respond to the disaster, how do we, you know, bounce back in a way that makes us better. That came across, you know, the four papers, from going beyond the energy crisis to looking at electric cars, to mapping or remapping communities, as it were, and the dismissed, thinking about the dismissed spaces and creating value for them through cycle tracks and replanning of those areas. Another thing that was quite important particularly at the micro scale, is the issue of innovation. And for me, I think it's important that we see innovation beyond the introduction of new technologies, and understand that, particularly in the context of African cities, where I'm more familiar with, that innovation must solve a local problem, and it must, you know, build on local knowledges. Oftentimes, innovation is an imposition of a tech solution to something that may not have been a problem. And so the case study from Nairobi of the introduction of the electric taxis is quite interesting. Innovation must solve a problem, and it must build on local knowledges. And more importantly, it must make economic sense. Perhaps in solving the climate crisis, in making transportation more efficient, if it's priced out of the reach of, you know, everyday people, then is it really innovative? And that means that in thinking through these planning solutions, we must do it in a way that is reflective of the local economies on ground, and also reflective of the social complexities and the social relations. From the paper on mapping, it's obvious that people matter and their experiences matter. And there are lots of learning opportunities when we look a little closer at how people live and their lived experiences, and understanding the cultural nuances in, the communities that we work in, beyond, like I said earlier, just the top-down approaches that we have been accustomed to. And so the key takeaway for me is that beyond innovation, we must look beyond, these innovative practices, and that in thinking about resilience, for post-COVID, in dealing with the climate crisis, in dealing with even the local challenges that we may encounter, as planners, that is important to think about the scale. The experience in Lagos regarding resilience, the Lagos Resilience Strategy, for example, was launched in February 2020, and it was largely, a city scale kind of plan that left so many behind. And so the implementation of that resilience strategy is somewhat, starting on shaky ground. COVID happened, and it was, difficult to build on the strategy that was. And so one of the things that we did during the COVID was to identify a local community that had, a different challenge, which was a flooding challenge, and see how, COVID may have affected them, and develop a community resilience action plan. And that was largely successful because, number one, it was led by the community themselves. They took the data, they, they identified their priorities, they established how they thought, those challenges could be resolved, and we went ahead to put it together for them, put an implementation and financial plan, and are supporting them with the advocacy. So it's important that in replanning the city, particularly at the scale, that the people who live in those communities take the center stage, or take the front row in determining how the city will be, the city and these local communities will be planned. What COVID has also taught us is that neighborhoods matter. Now that everybody has to stay at home, the quality of the neighborhood has, to a large extent determines your level of mental wellness, your level of, comfort and stability. And so, in replanning the city beyond the top scale, city-wide paradigms, is also important to look at the micro-scale neighborhood level interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Taiba. I would like to the word now to Dorothea Kallenberger to firstly make actions on. I do believe from 3 points she can make a contribution on learning, but also on experimenting, but also related to the environment and co-production. And I would like to give the word also to Andrea, what is her experience from her own practice to the topics that we are here discussing in this conference.
Thank you very much, Paola. I hope my internet connection is stable enough. It's always a pleasure to connect between the continents and to be able to reflect on this such an actual topic of planning in a world of uncertainties, and where we're currently all in different levels in the same uncertainty that has brought the pandemic for us. So what I would like to reflect a bit upon is what has also been previously mentioned by my fellow panelists, is this planning process, which usually from a state perspective and from an expert's perspective is a very top-down process, and a very sequential process as well. And this process happens between the experts usually. And this is what we see here in Ecuador in those various programs for technical cooperation that we implement here, that when you want to talk about issues such as climate change and the issues that have been brought up to this morning in the various sessions, that usually bring high uncertainty and not much predictability with it, it's very difficult to incorporate them into these sequential processes. And I think what the pandemic crisis in the world, but certainly in Ecuador, has showed and also taught us is that there is a lot of scope still to bring together and to revive relations between multiple sectors, be it between the private sector, be it between the communities, the city's administration, the different government levels that are usually doing the planning and the investment, and above all, between the research production and academia, in order to seek common and local solutions for the problems. So I think from our experience here that we have in Ecuador, I think I would like to stress a couple of things that have helped us to see how we can actually get these huge international agendas on sustainable urban development, the new urban agenda that has been signed here in Quito in 2016, together with the Paris Agreement on climate change, to the local level and to the communities. And I think there are 4 principles that we have been able to identify in the last 4 years, and that I think have also shown through many of the papers that have been presented this morning. So the first principle, I think, is the ability to really downscale, to look at the spatial and very concrete thematic focus, and to look there at what the local problem is, who is involved, and how we can co-create, and that would be the second principle, co-create collective solutions. How do we bring people on board, not only having experts discussions, but really having the broadest possible view on what is the problem and what can be the solution. And I think the third principle, and that I think here in Ecuador, we have still a lot of ground to cover, is to work on and strengthen the capacities of research foresight. On foresight that actually creates future scenarios that will then be fed into the policy and into the investment decision-making process, and that delivers data and allows for simulations that will matter now when we make planning and when we do make the investment at the local level. And I think, and the fourth principle that we're trying to achieve is to not leave these local solutions at the local level, but try and also see how we can upscale it into the provincial and also into the national policies. So I think one of the methods and also experiments that are not necessarily new, but that can help to really bring the different branches of society together and to look at these problems and how to plan in times of uncertainty are 3 methods that we are usually, not usually, but we're trying to implement here in Ecuador in various cities. One is really working with climate scenarios, looking into the concepts that have been developed that are usually stuck at the national level in the ministries and that have never been downscaled to the local level. So how to create maps and how to create scenarios of the next decades on what climate change does to our territories and to our cities, and hence what kind of capacities and capacity development do I need and which stakeholders do I need to involve in order to face today's decision-making on investment that is climate-proof in the future. A second method that we're using and that has been developed by the MIT Media Lab is a Cityscope, which is a technology, a hardware table where we can basically plan in integrated and in a participatory way and try to reduce the complexities of the uncertainties and in times of changing variables. And so basically what we there developed and what is now being implemented in one of the cities is to see what happens if, for example, a natural disaster happens, such a volcano eruption. What does that mean for integrated planning and for food security in the city and on the ground? And this hardware and software tool really allows to look at it not only from the expert's perspective, but to look at it in an integrated way, having food production centers mapped, having the ways of distribution of food mapped, having it mapped with layers of risk and disaster management, and in this way visualize the complexity that uncertainty brings, and to look for joint solutions. And it's a very playful way. It's a very simulations are a playful way. It's an experimenting way. And I think there is a third method that was already developed in the 60s, and that kind of like disrupts a bit this kind of sequential thinking that many public administration planners have, which is game simulation, and which allows to look at how you can get a more effective response to, for example, an emergency where you need to have collaboration between different actors, and where you need to have like the pressure of time, you have the pressure of money, and you obviously have time, you have most of the times also the pressure to save lives, and where these kind of simulations show the pitfalls of collaboration and also show ways out where we can foster this collaboration in the future. And so I think looking and a bit reflecting on the papers this morning, and also on our experience here in working on sustainable cities and local solutions to climate change and channeling climate investment into the cities, is basically 5 things that I take out of also the question of how to plan in a world of uncertainty. First of all, I think it's about how to minimize the uncertainty. I don't think like that you can plan and integrate all the variables that are making uncertainty uncertain. And so in order to minimize it, you need data. And the data usually can be produced and can be more produced as well in research institutions and in the academic sector. So you can generate or you can recover this data from the status quo and from foresight simulation. I think it's also important to foster really the simulation and experimenting and scenario building methods in order to have like a more playful way into the planning, but also be more able to look at more variables than just the status quo. And for this, you really need multi-stakeholder collaboration. And I think this is where it comes in, where you can then connect really the research and policy interface, and to connect all of these processes and the data and information and analysis generated to the planning and investment and decision-making process. Because otherwise, all this data and all the storytelling will be staying in the very local area, and the investment decisions will be taken on another place and on another level, and we need to try and see how to feed it into. So that's a bit from our side here from Ecuador, and what I could recover as well from the panels in the morning, and I'm looking forward to the discussion here.
Thank you very much, Dorothea, for the insights from your experience and the reflections also to the sessions that we had today. I would like to pass the word to René Hohmann. And I think for him in particular, it might be interesting also to reflect on this learning and experimenting, but also co-producing that we can also have for the environment in itself. And yes, please, René, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paola. The beauty of being the last one and someone asked to wrap up and share the thoughts is that I don't want to repeat what has been said before, and I wouldn't be actually as pointed. So thank you very much for my colleagues prior to me summarizing it. First of all, congratulations. Greatly to jointly celebrate 20th birthday. As you know, I'm working for the Citizen Alliance, which was actually also created 20 years ago, also inaugurated in Berlin. So we share at least two things together. When Paula asked me to join and I think the conference and share my thoughts on a key theme, how to plan in a world of uncertainty, I was very excited. It's a great title. It's a great focus as an urban sociologist that I am interested in understanding institutional change and also having studied comprehensively, I think, or at least to a personal degree, the role of bounded rationality and reforms of organizations. Just a matter of point of departure, because I can't, unfortunately, I have to share my thoughts also on my ontological background on it if you pose such a question in an urban planning conference. Looking back at many analyses of urban policy formulation processes, this is a speciality in which I'm mostly interested in, many times solutions find their problems and not the way around, or sometimes they do. So, but many of those decision-making situations are characterized by problematic preference of the actors and the coalitions or the partners that you collided around the table, unclear technologies, only a few understand what is on the table, and also fluid participations, and especially if it's online, some people are moving out and are drawn out. So what I perceive is more or less a chaotic reality of organizational decision-making processes, and it's called, I think, in a garbage can model, in an organized anarchy. So I would say, I mean, if you ask me how to plan in a world in uncertainty, I would push it even further to say our greatest characteristic as where we all, as researchers or practitioners, is to be moral. It's to be subjective and constrained in a way in which we understand reality and the needs of the citizens or constituencies. So I would rather say uncertainty and risk are key conditions of everyday life in which we need to make decisions and plan ahead every day. So I don't think there is anything new around that, at least, in the manner or in the situations in which we work. And this is mostly in very rapidly organizing cities, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, and mostly focused on informality. So what I'm saying here is innovations deriving from experience, as we've heard today, can happen, and they can be planned. And there are books, Muksukuto, for example, or some economists have really outlined how experience innovations emerged primarily out of a financially supported by the public hand over time with a big risk appetite. So what I'm saying here is it's great to look at experimentations and innovations, but I would like to also ask whether it is also time to rethink our visions for the cities. So whether you call it light build or something deriving from national agendas or global agendas, such as with the New Urban Agenda, but those frame our set of solutions and problems and the risk appetite to allow these innovations to be generated. So much for my ontological background. So now I stop philosophing around this, but let me come back to some snippets of what I've heard today and what I think could be refreshing to complement in a discussion afterwards. First of all, thank you very much for all those presentations and around practical solutions and instruments and engagement practices. This is also something I think as an individual and as a researcher and as I think as someone that is interested for change, this is, I think, the recipe to withstand crises. So I really appreciate that. But I would like to come back what Marcello and Ximena said. Marcello started off the day by, and I don't want to steal Barbara's much better summary of this, but about the discussion, what you hear now, is building back better. Something, it's not the state in which we want to come back to. It is something that we should induce now reforms that to start or restart the society better as we were before. But the key question, as Marcello also said, is, but for whom? And I have to say, in our work, let's, for example, take Liberia, and Taibat could potentially share something as well. The COVID-19 crisis was actually so small because other structural crises, deflation, lack of government, had been much bigger, and they have really undermined everything, so that actually the COVID-19 crisis at the moment, we hear it would accelerate existing inequalities and injustices, but unfortunately there are also countries in which this is not even happening, because the other underlying crises, the social and economic, are much and by far bigger. So I think, Ximena, fantastic paraphrasing of when they knew the answers, the questions were changed. I think this raises or sharpens our awareness to for whom these reforms are being introduced. And please allow me to stay a little bit here, because I want to, I think, pave the ground for a discussion afterwards around the relationship between uncertainty and informality in cities, but more importantly about the danger of, again, experimenting beyond the local government. So beyond the actual one that we need to take accountable for the lack of services that we see in many cities. Because I would say that if anything that COVID-19 crisis has shown, both, let's see the dichotomy between the global north and the global south, is that the defeating and limited role of government in our societies, making way for new forms of governance, including market-oriented approaches in the last 25 years, was primarily, and this is my personal, I think, not idea, but my personal stance, is it was a hoax and potentially a communication strategy to promote fast-traveling, plug-and-play, market-oriented policy approaches and planning in governance that suited primarily international or national consulting agencies. And I would like to give one particular example that I'm very keen on pounding upon. It's the role of land markets. From whatever angle, particularly in the resilience angle, if you look at it, if the role of land markets, and particularly in fast urbanizing cities and secondary cities, it's the never-ending source for instability, uncertainty, and exploitation. 10-year security is the key for not only service delivery, for, let's say, a planning framework. It's also, if you look at through the lens of resilience, you will not find any kind of instruments if you have a fear of eviction. I will stop in a moment before I give another example, also as an explanation what I think could be the new form of collaboration, which is not new. Most of them is very boring topics of local governments, equality, and service delivery. But one example that I came across, and I think this should be studied further, is perhaps Taibat knows it. It's the example of Nakuru in Kenya. So IDRC, in collaboration with a number of local research institutions, so primarily slum dweller advocates like the Akiba Mashini Trust, the University of Nairobi, finance expert of Strathmore University, they put the focus on the Nakuru informal settlements, one of the largest informal settlements apart from Kibera in Nairobi, and it's 600 acres of land. I mean, for someone, I'm not an urban planner, but it has over 100,000 households, 400,000 people. They identified the land as one of the key common, let's say, roots of exploitation, of forced eviction, of undermining their adaptive capacity to risks of whatever sorts. COVID-19 was not even including. So with this coalition of these, I mean, this is co-production, or you could say, I would say this was a policy advocacy coalition. The county government of Nairobi has now declared the whole zone, and this is again, we're talking about 400,000 residents, as a special planning area in which you set in motion a form of redensification, of a replanning to provide those services. And this is actually for the Nairobi government has become an example that they would like to also explore on Kibera. For those who went to Kibera, I only know it for 15 years, but it has been there forever. In hindsight of international agencies. So what I'm arguing here is that the question should go beyond the need for collaboration and co-production. I think something old and I think also already known, there's a need for renewed advocacy coalition between academia, local federations, and also a suite of development partners to bring local government back, local government and local, even national governments, but in the first instance, those that are the direct representative of the state as closest as possible to address those, I think, inequalities and iniquities in the city. So a little bit boring, but bring back government and bring back the authority and accountability of local governments back into the debate and the focus.
Perfect, thank you very much. So instead of right away imposing the pathways of this discussion, I will simply ask you if any of you wants directly to respond to your colleagues with any insight you might have. That's also fine. No pressure. I think that it was, in a way, all of you talked about different things, but you highlighted the similar issues, sometimes going a little bit into elements which are visible on the ground in specific context. But in essence, what I got from your inputs is that you all looked at the power of collaboration and necessity of exchange and really targeting what's important locally. However, I think that as much as of course it makes sense, I think it's also something that we all agree on in a way. And it's not a unique situation for the context of uncertainty. It's just a natural truth for a planner, I believe, or some planners at least, or a view of the network that we have in here. So, I mean, if you would want to kind of bring together what you said, what I wanted to ask you very, very specifically is that in the new context, because René, you mentioned that the context of recent crises were not affecting your work significantly, that you anyway work in informal settlements where people are exposed to crises on a daily basis. But I wanted to look more from your institutional perspective and your work particularly, and the work across those different sectors that you represent here in the Roundtable. I somehow believe that the division between practice and academia, it's in my mind, is not that clear. I think that academic institutions do a lot of development work, and development agencies actually do a lot of research. And naturally, in one or another way, you collaborate with each other. And I wanted to just ask you if exactly the current institutional economic limitations or even health limitations affected the way that you collaborate with each other, if you collaborate, not directly, but collaborate between sectors. Because each institution has its own framework. I'm sure GIZ and Cities Alliance operates within the logic of a budget year when you have to deliver specific things. You have a logical framework that you follow. On the other hand side, academic sector now is under the strain of strain, or maybe somebody actually likes it, but it's under the strain of teaching remotely and trying, juggle from day to day. So even though I got a sense that from the keynote that everybody, the crisis is generally a permanent situation, but now I think we're in a bit different context. So I want to ask you really practically how you find yourself now working with each other and reinforcing what you said is important. So collaboration. Sorry for this longish and convoluted question, but yeah.
Okay, shall I start or just? Sure. So yeah, thank you for the question, and maybe there's lots of different ways in which it's the question can go in lots of different directions. I think one of it is the very practical one, right? Of how are we working in this current context of online. I think in the world of university, when we're working, teaching online, I think it is has become an extraordinary drain on our time, and especially when we're locked down with families, etc. It's very complicated to do anything more than just survival mode of just delivering teaching. Although many of us are still trying to do this kind of what we hope is pedagogy that enables to shape future practitioners or show to future practitioners that there's different ways of doing planning. And that means basically bringing community groups, bringing practitioners into the curriculum, into the classroom. And somehow we manage to be able to do that. And it is quite extraordinary, the ways in which nonetheless digital technologies are enabling that. And I want to go into that briefly. But I just also wanted to come back to the other point that you make, which is, what is the specific role of the university in trying to enable and foster the kinds of collaborative practice which we're all agreeing are necessary. And I really like the way in which René also emphasize the fact that we need to bring back accountable local authorities. So in my view also, it's about recentering the redistributive role of the state, the publicness of the state, and how collaborative practices and learning alliances force that to happen. And there's a question about what is the role of the university in enabling that, and in enabling that in the immediate by playing a facilitator role, and enabling that in the future by shaping future practitioners who will see that as a necessity, as a way of practicing, who will not ask themselves questions. So there's this political question which we can come back to. But in terms of the immediate question you had around methodologies, apart from the exhaustions that we all have of working digitally, I've also been interested in the ways in which we have nonetheless been able to continue innovation with bringing multiple voices, and in particular community voices as in the classroom as co-tutors, and what that has enabled. And I think this morning, was it Catherine from Cape Town was also showing the ways in which the introduction of digital in pedagogies is disrupting, and not always in bad ways. So for instance, we've been working with London community groups who are trying to revisit and do a form of networked citywide planning, which is quite remarkable, as a response to the government, to the GLA, which is the metropolitan government's planning process. And we're finding ways of using digital, by using recordings, by then doing these recordings and mapping them, by making visibility for these kinds of voices to be heard. So the digital world is quite amazing for facilitating higher visibility. And another example I want to talk to now, and before passing on to my colleagues, is for instance, in collaboration with colleagues in Yogyakarta, in the time of COVID, we collaborated with them to enable them to digitalize the kind of data gathering practices which they were always used to do, right? So data gathering practices about their lives and the environment, and how to use digital methods like Mapreneur, for instance, to do this. And on the back of it, what we noticed was that it changed dynamics within the groups themselves, so that those who weren't always very comfortable to talk in the moment where they all came together to share the data and what we're going to do, that more voices were able to come out. So there was an interesting internal opportunity, if you want, that opened up in the context of using digital methodologies. But more importantly, perhaps, or maybe not more importantly, as importantly perhaps, was that it enabled discussions and dialogues with various spheres of government. In fact, jumping scale, not just the local scale, but actually the national scale, because that digitalization of collectively developed data was suddenly taking a form which was more amenable to planners because it was pie charts, it looked very neat, and because also it could it could travel through scales because of using Zoom platforms to show it. So instead of normally they would invite local authorities to come and look at the piece of paper that they would have all come together. Now it was all in digital pie charts, etc. And they were able to show that communities are able to gather data in moments of crisis when government was absolutely unable to do that. On the back of this fancy data that they were able to do digitally, were able to create conversation that they hadn't been able to before. So it's a nice story. There are many, of course, much more complicated stories that have to do with the digital divide, etc. But we know also, for instance, the way in which, for instance, in Nigeria, Just Empowerment Initiative has managed to do these Corona diaries. So using, again, digital information to make much more visible and to sort of, to have their voices heard in ways that maybe would not necessarily have been possible. So there is something interesting that's taking place, and the university can play a role in facilitating that and facilitating the dialogue, so it doesn't just remain out there, in the web, but actually is part of a conversation that makes local authorities and other scales of government more accountable. Thanks.
Okay, shall I follow? Just with a small comment. What has changed? This was a very practical question. Not much. I mean, we've decided from the start of the Citizen Alliance that our mode of operandi will be to provide to enable others to act. So we provide grants usually to local NGOs, to universities, to local governments to do the change that we agree upon, right? And so in that sense, nothing has changed, and even the circumstances now, I think we continue. What has changed though now, it's for the good and the bad, and we will need to see to what extent the consequences of it. It is like the N-AERUS conference. We won't meet in Berlin, and as much as I've studied, by the way, at the Humboldt University, I hope it was not a competition between TU and Humboldt that you didn't mention, the Humboldt. But anyways, that we don't meet together there. But these kind of convenings are usually used in a number of countries at the national level to, again, form advocacy coalitions. If you held a conference in in Uganda on the role of secondary cities for the national economy, you intervene in a certain moment with data, with coalitions, with people, with also researchers from wherever, cross interregional exchanges. This won't be possible, is at the moment not possible. So, and this will have some direct consequences that we already know on our daily work, that these exchanges is usually done now online. But my personal observation, or at least I could also speak for the Citizen Alliance, is that you have the feeling that you can grow your network through these online meetings, but in fact, it's quite exclusive. It's exclusive because of language. It's exclusive because of technical circumstances. In Uganda, I couldn't have a call with our team because there were elections for 2 weeks. Just a small example of practical significance of not, being able to communicate. But I would see this will have some consequences in the medium term on governance reforms, on national government reforms, on policy reforms, on coalitions to change and raise awareness. And so my hope is we won't change to continue to work through local institutions with local institutions, but sometimes you need external inputs, especially for stubborn national governments, for example, to convince. And this is at the moment not possible, or it's rather constrained. And I see this very critical and with concern.
Just to add a few points, in the context of Lagos, the role of the university, particularly because our governments tend to have an adversarial relationship with local communities, informal communities and slums, the university stands as a bridge between both communities. So take, for example, with the Community Resilience Action Plan that we did during the, with the local community during the COVID time, the Lagos Resilience Office and the various agencies of the government only agreed to, sit at the table to think through the solutions and how to embed some of these projects in their budget, because it was the university that was, bringing that project on board and was inviting them. Whereas it's a community-driven project, and incidentally, the priorities would have been very different. The priorities are very different for government for that community than what the community wants for herself. And so that's the role the university plays as a bridge between, the institutions and these local communities, particularly with prioritizing what is needed on the ground. With regards to moving, teaching online, we have encountered quite a few challenges, particularly with the digital divide. How do we, ensure that no one is left behind? On the campus, we tried, to establish a system where students from indigent communities are able to access, cheaper data, able to access devices and all of that. But the university is not able to cater for everybody that is in need. And then we have, the issues about network and all of that. So learning has become much more strenuous. We envisage a situation where many people will be dropping out at the university, which is still a problem, but it's going to get worse, where, because of these basic infrastructure issues and socioeconomic, realities that have been made worse by the, coronavirus crisis, the issues around, survival, stepping out of poverty and all of that are now even more impacted. And those who are willing, who have these opportunities are not able to take them because of those challenges. So that's a problem that we have to think through and find a solution for urgently. If not, it's going to be, another crisis in the making for the near future.
Yeah, thank you, Jakub, also for your questions and your reflections on this, and for kicking off the question of what has changed. I think looking here at our experience in Ecuador and those programs that actually have as part of the GIZ cooperation programs components on collaboration between research and policy, and in order to foster evidence-based policy making here, I would love to live in this world where this is actually already going on and where this is actually the status quo. So I think there is a lot of need still to work in this area. We here in Ecuador, we've had the oil boom in the last 10 years leading up to 2014, where the country and all the actors were flooded with money for investment at the national and the local level, and where collaboration between the sectors was not necessary because there was simply enough money. That stopped after the oil price crisis, and now, and it's even exaggerated now with the pandemic, where public resources are so scarce that you actually have this renewed focus on collaborating again, on pooling resources in terms of knowledge, in terms of finances, in order to find local solutions to the ongoing and also exacerbated problems. And I think reflecting a bit on the last 5 years here working on the topics rather of climate change, it was very difficult to get these different actors together and to collaborate, even in times of very scarce resources. And this, I have to say, really changed with the pandemic. And this is probably at such a large scale, nationwide scale, the first time where I actually see that policies at the local, at the provincial, and also sometimes on the national level are being made by using evidence, by using data, by listening to those who are researching in those topics. And I see that there is like a new openness to have this interface between research and policy in order to get to evidence-based policymaking. And this happened at the same time as the national state, when the pandemic broke out here in mid-March last year. And with a very heavy toll on the lives of especially the urban populations, it happened very quickly that the national state delegated responsibilities to manage the crisis very quickly to the local level. And this, despite that at the local level, you don't have like epidemiologists who are, scouting the areas, who are looking into how to look for strategies to cope with the pandemic at the local level. And so we would have like a very big demand from the local governments to have data available and to generate data that was not before in their competency on public health, on how to manage the crisis. And with this delegation of the responsibilities, of course, with no financial resources, there was like this huge openness to collaborate with whoever wanted to collaborate. And I think this is what has changed with the COVID crisis, at least here in Ecuador. What I see has changed in terms of city management, in terms of city planning, and also in terms of city investment. And I really hope that it teaches us to sort of have these management of crisis at this level for Ecuador lasting for the next couple of decades, and being able to transfer this also to much more prolonged crisis and much more stilled crisis like climate change.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a question that goes to all of you, and it's also a little bit in following what Dorothea was saying, that what we have learned now, or what you have learned, I think I would like to ask you, how do you ensure this learning, right? Because in the beginning also René was saying that we need more laws, we need more state, or we need more government also to ensure what we have learned, or the collaborations that, or let's say the effort that we are putting forward to let's say collaborate and to create this kind of innovative solutions, or even solutions which are somehow convincing us that they should be further elaborated. And I would like to ask you, how do you ensure this, what you have learned? I mean, there's this kind of discussion which is actually also going on scaling up this kind of projects that we have. In particular, when we are talking about co-production, we are saying this is a project, that's a project, that's a project. But how do we ensure the learning, and how do we also ensure the people that we have on board, which are not all professionals, right? There are citizens, there are inhabitants from certain areas, and they stay in a project when we don't take care of ensuring this. Possibly they will run in the next uncertainty. And I think this would be this would be for me a very interesting topic to understand. What Dorothea was opening up the field to say, how do we can implement this, or how do we can scale this up, and what could be the challenges, right? And what are the areas, as also René was saying, where it's completely difficult to do this? Land rights, for example, right? Privatization, extractivism, for example. And these are topics which triggers me a lot, actually, when I'm hearing to talk about collaboration, and that we have to go on or further or beyond this even.
I mean, I start, Paola, this is not an easy question, not necessarily for the last minute that we have. How do we institutionalize learning from our side? I mean, we are this is more or less how we do our work, how we structure our implementation. I mean, this is now a citizen alliance answer. It's not an answer of a university, how you collaborate. But for us, it's clear that for the next 1.5 years, we've changed our work plans accordingly. We've made sure that we downsize accordingly, that we scale up accordingly, that we think about having strategic discussions with interlocutors at each of the countries, that locally can implement, that locally can build those coalitions that we need, and to avoid approaches of the past, and these were very quick, these inter-country regional events, learning platforms, and all of that. If I say now that we are now moving towards a digitalization, this would be a lie. I have to say, this is something that we don't, I'm not necessarily convinced that in the way in which we work with informal settlements, in certain informal settlements, that this is a tool that we can scale up. I mean, Tybert already referred to it. There's also in teaching a certain amount of constraints. For us, it's completely impossible to design participatory planning processes through the use through the use of technical platforms. Now, I think I can only say that for us, it has a tremendous effect in which we re-institutionalize that learning. It means that we completely have to rethink how we do implement our work, and through the use of local partners and networks, even more so as we did in the past. Yeah, that's, I hope, our approach to that answer.
Thank you very much.
I think I actually would ask myself if, maybe it's a very, very personal perception, but I simply miss face-to-face meetings. And if I am supposed to take something from that, I don't know if, the fact that we could cut down on the flights, it's wonderful, the fact that we communicate with more people at the same time, it's wonderful. But I ask myself a question, what we can pick up from that, and what do we want to pick up from that situation? And I have a suspicion that when if we are finally through with all of the problems that we are encountering now, there might be a tendency to just forget it as soon as possible. But I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit pessimist in that context. Yeah, regardless of that, I think that, Paula, to link to your question, I mean, what we will take from it. Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to add still on that issue, or.
I mean, it's an enormous question, the question of scaling up, right? I mean, that I do take what Dorothea was saying about the interesting moment that the crisis, this particular pandemic has brought, in terms of suddenly possibly opening up the space for local authorities to seek partnerships with a whole variety of actors that they might not have considered before, because they have to act very quickly. And so in particular, calling upon the data, the knowledge, the reciprocity and solidarity networks that community groups have developed. So I was mentioning the one in Yogyakarta, for instance, but of course, Dorothea mentioned the one in Quito and in different parts of Ecuador, and in many parts of the world, this is what's been happening. And it is in many ways promising. And just as also the learning platforms that René has been talking about, there's the extraordinary amount of webinars now that are bringing together local authorities, community groups, academics, think tanks, private sector in a platform that, because it's digital, has a semblance of horizontality, which is very interesting. But I think for that to have any, I'm a little bit also suspicious, like Jakub is. This is just a moment that will pass, you know, as things will happen better. And as we've been reminded, there are much worse daily crises happening everywhere on a daily basis in other parts of the world, right? So what would make this stick, these ways of doing things differently? I think it's about, it's of course, having innovation and ensuring that these innovations are open up space for action in multiple ways. So trying to think about what do these, how do these learning alliances help tackle structural issues, not just the immediate question, but the structural issues. And that's the really tricky thing. And that requires shifting power generally. And that generally means much more work. But there are examples of ways of doing things differently that have stuck. I'm thinking, for instance, of the ways in which the Bamangkong program in Thailand is facilitating still now, after I don't know how many years now, more than a decade, is still now facilitating a big chunk of government money going to informal settlement upgrading that is not top down, that allows sort of communities on cooperatives to basically decide amongst others how they're going to deal with it. And that's an extraordinary achievement, that government funds local initiative. And this has managed over the while because there was an incredibly strategic organization by those who put it together. And because there's constant also mobilization. When governments have tried to cut down on that budget, there's been people in the streets, which is quite rare in Thailand, as we know, right? It's not a place where you can easily go in the streets. So it requires this kind of also mobilization at scale, and that's not an easy process to develop. And I think it's quite tricky to do so in the context of a pandemic. So there are things going there. We shouldn't be fully pessimistic, but it's a very difficult question.
Yes, please.
Yep. Possibly, I think the spirit that is it is leading to this question is that I believe that we have learned a lot in the last time, and I believe that there are things that, by the way, are somehow also the wish somehow to ensure them, right? Because we also have the feeling sometimes, I think, during this pandemic time, that things can change, right? And things can also be differently, and there can be some kind of situations that can bring us further. And this is I mean, it's so easy that it works, right? And I think there's this kind of spirit, which I believe that for me, it's a learning in itself to see that it's really possible that we can change a lot, that we can ensure ourselves, for example. So maybe I'm more positive. I'm more positive than my colleague is, but I think we learned a lot.
I had the impression that from your inputs that you were more positive than negative. Actually, all of you, and probably am as well, and maybe that's a good message. I mean, if any of you wants to add anything more, that would be great. But about learning, there was a specific question from YouTube, which is very practical, but it exactly feeds into the idea that we share and we learn. So I will quote that question. Is there any inventory or comparative evaluation of digital interactive planning participatory tools, such as Maptioner or Cityscope? So, I mean, going towards the end to this roundtable, maybe somebody will have a very, very precise input if you know any, or maybe.
Well, we are using the Cityscope tool here in one of the cities that is close to a volcano, and which actually allows, as I said earlier, to look into integrated and participatory way of planning when variables quickly change. Yeah. And I mean, Cityscope in this sense allows really like to connect experts and non-experts. It allows to gather a variety of different data on sectors and to see what are then the best solutions. So by simulating on what would be if A happens or B happens, what impact that has on the food security of the cities, of the different areas of the cities, and how can I find joint responses in order to keep up in that context that we are working in, the food security of the city when the volcano erupts. That is definitely something that works, that people love. I mean, people love not just like talking theoretically and looking at maps, but actually having it visualized, because it reduces the complexity. And you actually look at the things and you can interpret it, and you can be around this this big touch table and talk about like what you're seeing and the changes that you're seeing. And I would say it doesn't work in all the contexts, because you do need to have like a big input in terms of data, and you need to have that data available. So I would say it doesn't work in those areas where you need to first generate a lot of data. But definitely, I would say, like in most, probably in most Latin American cities, at least like at the intermediate or the bigger city level, this is something that is available, and that can also be used then for this participatory planning. So our experience with it, and we're not like fully through with the whole experience, but so far has been very positive, and it has really opened up this planning process out of the public administration and into the different sectors and stakeholders who are affected by an event such as the volcano eruption.
Thank you. Barbara used.
Can I just say a very quick point? I think a lot of the really interesting examples that were explored today, at least the ones in the morning, but I'm sure this afternoon too, which are about trying to reframe some form of temporary common understanding of the city. So for instance, the co-invite experience or the one that we saw in Cape Town or in Minas Gerais, etc., is about people being together and exchanging certain views. So that I think we have to get better at how we do that digitally. Again, I don't think we need to go all digital, and I really hope we're not going into an all digital world. In fact, we can't, right? Hopefully, luckily. But the thing about the maptionnaires and whatever is that they're really interesting and they enable beginning of conversations, but they're only one dimension of the conversation. And I think one of the trick is how to bring this kinds of data, this digital kind of data, to talk to very different ways of collecting data as a means to facilitating conversation. So let's not get too carried away by the digital. It's important, it's great, but let's also think about how we make digital conversations that are qualitative, more inclusive, that enable to cross these digital divides, etc. And I don't think we're there yet. We're experimenting, but I don't think we're there yet.
Perfect. Paola, did you still wanted to? I think we're reaching the end of the conversation. It would have been lovely to open it up for others, but I think it's a little bit late, and we can well pick up on the questions tomorrow at the end of the conference, unless there's really something immediate that somebody wanted to.
Yes, I also get the feedback that there are not questions actually here in the chat that are so immediately raised. And so therefore, I would like to thank you, our guest, to be with us, and also after this long day, which was an experiment in itself, and it was very uncertain in terms of what can happen when you do a conference online. I think we were all sweating a lot, I do believe. And I think I learned a lot, so I keep on really very keen for the next day. So what we will also learn more with the other presentations that we have. And I very much thank you that you also give us some insight also from your practice in itself, which are for me always the feeling like that this kind of research policy interfaces or research and practice, it's very interesting to put this together and to learn from each other. So I'm very thankful to get this opportunity to talk in this kind of mixed board that we also have here with us, actually.
Thank you. Thanks as well.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
So I think that would be the time to close for today and invite everybody for tomorrow. I don't know, Paola, do you have any further comments exactly how we meet tomorrow? Do we want to underscore anything or?
Yes, I mean, there's this problem that what Barbara was also saying, that usually also all our meetings are related with informal, let's say, come together somewhere and talk and something like that. I think this will not be possible actually in this kind of circumstance. However, we hope that we can tomorrow wrap up and let you know what maybe we all have done today in the afternoon and after our conference, what kind of discussions do somehow were also interesting for us today, and we will give tomorrow in the morning the overview about this. So maybe Paula, you can help us to frame for the guests for today what will come up to.
Yeah, I think that particularly the last roundtable gave us a lot of food for thoughts. What's the divide between optimistic and skeptical or negative approach to the time we are going through in terms of digitalization of learning. I think opens up the space for a needed debate, public debate about digital education that is still something that we need. So I think that somehow we will cross these issues tomorrow in the second roundtable too, because this is one of the points for the agenda, research and policy agenda that we need. So I would just say that we're gonna meet tomorrow at 9, right? And we'll continue our conversation. So
right.
Take a rest, enjoy the rest of the day, because we need to be fresh for tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much for running this experience with us and this experiment. Thank you. Bye-bye.